Vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint of a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2025, we saw that vision move from promise to progress, step by step. Investment by investment, project by project, the government led by Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Terry forward. Digitizing and reforming. Country, information became visible, homes going up, land titles in hand, water finally flowing reliably, new roads opening, farmers and fishers earning more, digital services unlocking convenience, trainees stepping into the jobs of the future, hospitals and care modernizing, young people receiving savings and investments, and families finding real relief when they needed it most. More importantly, this year proved something fundamental. People are not just included in the agenda, people are the purpose of it. Let's take a look at some of the work done this year, pillar by pillar. Pillar 1, energy transition. Moving boldly toward a future that is cleaner and cheaper, St. St. Nevis continues to prove that energy is the key. Because when you solve energy, you solve water, food security, and ultimately salaries and national. In 2025, this became reality in real, measurable ways as the country advanced its most ambitious energy transformation in history. This year, our geothermal dream finally became a national plan. Financing now secured, contracts reset to begin in early 2026. The Nevis geothermal reliable baseload power, enough to run an entire country, this country. This shift means stability, a future where electricity is no longer tied to oil prices, where households and businesses benefit from lower costs and predictable bills, where industries can grow more competitively, and where new jobs emerge in a sector poised to define a global development for decades to come. As geothermal moved toward execution, 2025 also became the reset year for the solar PV and battery energy storage project. Government relaunched electricity once operational in late 2026. The project promised fuel expenses, greater bill stability, and a cleaner environment. But most importantly, it promises opportunity. Solar training programs are now in full swing, ensuring that Kittitians and Nevisians will be the ones installing, maintaining, and operating these major systems, keeping the economic benefits right here at home. To support this clean energy future, 2025 also delivered the most significant grid upgrade in our nation's history. A modern grid, and Skellec's new energy transition unit has begun upgrading 11 legacy lines to infrastructure. The team is strengthening the grid against in smart systems and response times to outages. Though much of this work happens silently in the background, it is the foundation that will allow renewable energy, desalination plants, new housing developments, and future industries to operate smoothly and reliably. It is infrastructure that literally powers progress. This progress is reaching directly into people's homes. In March of this year, 2025, the rollout of smart electric meters began, ushering in a new era of transparency and control for consumers. For the first time, households will be able to track electricity usage in 15-minute intervals, helping detect waste, reduce, and plan consumption more effectively. Prepaid options will give customers greater flexibility, while upcoming interconnection policies will allow homeowners with solar panels to sell excess energy back to the grid. It's greater choice, it's real savings, empowerment in the palm of your hand. But technology alone cannot transform a nation. People do. 2025 was a year of building human capacity at scale. In January, the Federation hosted its first ever electric vehicle training and certification course, giving local mechanics internationally recognized credentials. Solar PV empowerment training soon followed, along with advanced renewable energy training in Taiwan, turning young people, technicians, and tradesmen into certified green energy professionals. These programs are not just preparing workers for new jobs, they are creating new income streams and new pathways to generational wealth. As EVs, solar systems, smart grids, and battery storage become the national standard, our people won't just use the technology, they will build it, maintain it, innovate it, and profit from it. Pillar 2, water security. This government fully understands that water is the foundation of life, public health, agriculture, tourism, investment, and national confidence. And we continue to make bold steps in securing a future when our taps run 24/7, moving from temporary fixes to permanent solutions. And nowhere is that clearer than in our desalination program. At the CA Paul Southwell Industrial Park, the Federation's largest desalination plant powered up for the first time in October 2025. Now, in final testing, this 2 million gallon a day facility is on track to restore 24-hour water access to Bastia and surrounding communities. For households, this means the end of chronic rationing. For businesses and investors, it means predictability, one of the most valuable assets in any economy. On the East Coast, the Federation's first solar-powered desalination plant continues to operate at the Canada Industrial Site, producing roughly 70,000 gallons of clean water each day. Powered entirely by renewable energy, it reduces costs, strengthens climate resilience, and supports communities like Connery's, Keys, and nearby industrial corridor. Together, these desalination plants mark a historic turning point. St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer waiting on rainfall to guarantee water. We are producing it ourselves. But desalination is only one piece of the puzzle. This year, the government completed the most sophisticated water survey ever done in St. Kitts, a semi-airborne hydrogeological scan that mapped the island from Keon to Old Road. Delivered in October, the survey identified 17 promising groundwater sites, with 10 prioritized for immediate development. For decades, communities like Sadlers, St. Paul's, Newton Ground, Sandy Point, and Challengers have struggled during dry spells. Now, they stand to benefit from new climate-resilient wells that will boost supply where it is needed most. To move swiftly, the government pre-advanced procurement for drilling. A contract was signed in September with water and oil well services from Trinidad and Tobago. These wells mean reliability for families, expansion for farmers, better services for hoteliers, and employment for our local construction and engineering sectors. All of this fits into a wider investment framework that is transforming the entire water system: storage, interconnection, leak reduction, pressure management, and modern monitoring. It's not just more water, it's smart water. Guide decision making and relates to pipelines, pumping systems, reducing losses and lowering operating costs. Anchoring all of this is the SKN Transwater Project, the Federation's flagship climate finance water initiative. In 2025, the project advanced through major public consultations, technical designs, and international frameworks with the Green Climate Fund. Transwater is a vehicle that will overhaul outdated infrastructure, reduce non-revenue water, introduce low-carbon technologies, and build the climate-ready water system our islands need. It brings global financing into local hands, creating jobs, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that every gallon counts. Pillar 3, food security. Food security is national security. It is jobs, income, exports, and the comfort of knowing that in a changing world, we can feed ourselves. This year, we continued bold strides to transform agriculture and fisheries into engines of resilience and wealth creation, built on innovation, climate-smart practices, and new opportunities for farmers, fishers, and young people. The year began with the Federation emerging from one of the most challenging droughts in recent memory. Instead of setbacks, we used the moment to accelerate investment. Through a multi-million-dollar intervention, farmers received free drip irrigation systems, drought-resilient seeds, protective crop coverings, and on-farm support to safeguard production. These upgrades meant higher yields with less water, lower operating costs, and more predictable income, especially for small farmers whose livelihoods depend on every harvest. 2025 also saw unprecedented support for the livestock sector. A dedicated $1 million account was created to secure a stable and uninterrupted supply of animal feed, ensuring farmers never face shortages due to global supply delays. Veterinary medicine and livestock programs expanded, giving students hands-on training in pregnancy diagnosis, ultrasound use, and animal husbandry. The result is a stronger, more professional livestock industry, one that protects food supply while opening new career pathways for young people. Our investment in technology pushed agriculture into a modern era. A national drought forecasting system powered by satellite data, digital mapping, and real-time WhatsApp alerts now guides farmers on when to plant, irrigate, and conserve water. This climate-smart tool transforms decision-making, giving farmers the same kind of digital intelligence used in advanced economies and helping protect their income in an unpredictable climate. At sea, 2025 was a breakthrough year. The government deployed 12 of 15 new fish aggregating devices. These subsurface FADs are sturdier, safer, and designed to boost catch rates, reduce fuel costs, and increase earnings for fishers. And it is working. Fisheries revenue has risen from EC 8 million a few years ago to EC 90 million. But our oceans are not our only sources of food. They are ecosystems that must be protected. In June of this year, the Federation launched a groundbreaking king crab coral restoration initiative. Fishers and marine stewards received training to raise native Caribbean king crabs, which help revive coral reefs by naturally removing excess algae. This creates a double benefit: healthier reefs for tourism and biodiversity, and a new blue economy product that fishers can sell to restaurants and hotels, generating an entirely new income stream. On land, diversification took center stage. Nature's Sustainable Farm moved into its next phase with over 100 acres now under cultivation and the first ever export of St. Kitts grown Tabasco peppers to the United States firmly on the horizon. Each acre employs up to 5 people, meaning hundreds of jobs and a new export market that links farmers directly to global value chains. All of this falls under a broader shift toward eco-friendly, climate-smart agriculture, greenhouse expansion, modern hatcheries, precision irrigation, soil-saving practices, and the Climate-Smart Agriculture Project, now advancing through national consultation, signals a future where agriculture is not just sustainable, but profitable, competitive, and resilient. Pillar 4, Sustainable Industries. We continue to invest in our own by building out our talent, empowering entrepreneurs, and opening new pathways to wealth creation. This year, the creative economy stepped confidently into the future. As part of Global Entrepreneurship Week 2025, the government hosted the first ever AI in Business Summit and award ceremony. It brought together creatives, entrepreneurs and technologists to explore how artificial intelligence can amplify marketing, design, storytelling, and content production. For the first time, our artists and cultural entrepreneurs were positioned not just as performers, but as innovators and business leaders ready to export their craft to the world. But the digital revolution goes far beyond the arts. This year, we also launched one of the region's most ambitious cybersecurity training programs. Beginning in February and graduating its first cohort in November, the program trained participants to international standards and prepared them for remote cybersecurity work, jobs that pay global salaries from right here at home. As the second cohort is set to begin in January 2026, more citizens will enter a career field that has unlimited earning potential and global demand. This, coupled with the electric vehicle training and certification program and the solar empowerment training, ensuring that as renewable energy expands, our people, not foreign contractors, are able to benefit. For small businesses, 2025 was a year of unprecedented support. Hundreds of entrepreneurs gained access to training through the Building Bankable Business program, launched in April to teach financial literacy, budgeting, cash flow management, and business planning. Its purpose is simple: to transform ideas into bankable enterprises and entrepreneurs into investment-ready leaders. But training alone is not enough. In October, the Citizenship by Investment Unit launched the Local Micro and Small Businesses Grant Program, offering easy $10,000 grants to qualifying businesses across the Federation. By November, 36 businesses has already been approved, receiving capital to expand operations, purchase equipment, hire staff, or move their services online. These grants injected real money directly into the hands of local entrepreneurs, supporting the creation of jobs, products, and new services across every sector. This momentum is matched by one of the most transformative digital agendas in the Caribbean. In May 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis launched its Electronic Travel Authorization (ETA) system and e-border platform, enabling faster, more secure processing for visitors and dramatically improving the travel experience, especially during major events like the St. Kitts Music Festival. This strengthens tourism, enhances national security, and positions the Federation as a modern, tech-forward destination. Behind the scenes, the digital transformation is accelerating even further. The government is advancing its national digital ID system, the core of all future e-services, set to enable secure online access to government services, banking, trade, and digital signatures. Parallel to this, the electronic civil registry system also moved forward, digitizing births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions so citizens and the diaspora can access official documents from anywhere in the world. Together with online tax services, the developing online passport system, business registration portal, and single trade window, St. Kitts and Nevis is building a digital economy that lowers barriers, speeds up transactions, attracts investments, and creates new income possibilities for every citizen. Pillar 5. Sustainable settlements. A strong nation is built, literally, on the spaces where people live, learn, heal, travel, play, and grow. This year, the government accelerated ownership through the NHC Renaissance Project, delivering and constructing nearly 200 new homes across Stapleton, Harry Phipps, Otleys, Sandy Point, and other communities. More land was secured to scale the project further, ensuring that hundreds of families will soon step into houses that instantly increase their net worth. Every home built supports contractors, tradesmen, truckers, suppliers, and strengthens the foundation for generational wealth. Side by side with the new housing came one of the most meaningful reforms in decades: land regularization. In 2025 alone, 531 lots were distributed, with full titles handed over to families in St. Peter's, Lagreet, St. Paul's, and other long-neglected communities. In several cases, Beneficiaries walked into the banks the very next day because for the first time they had collateral, dignity, and the power to invest in their future. This is land, not just as a place to live, but as empowerment. And for the first time in our history, the entire land system is going digital. A new land administration and information system is being built, replacing decades of paper files with a transparent, efficient online platform. Beginning early in 2026, citizens will be able to submit applications, track their status, and view available lots on a digital map. This modernization protects national patrimony, strengthens fairness, and speeds up development, making it easier for families, investors, and planners to build a modern St. Kitts and Nevis. 2025 also marked a leap forward in climate-resilient public infrastructure with the unveiling of the designs for the new JNF General Hospital. This state-of-the-art, storm-resistant facility is being developed in partnership with Taiwan and OECC. Construction begins shortly, bringing jobs in the short term and delivering long-term benefits in healthcare. This hospital will save lives, but it will also generate economic activity every single day. Across the island, the government advanced one of the largest road modernization programs in our history. Over $80 million has been invested in less than 3 years. This year alone, the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East was fully upgraded and completed. Over 3 miles of safer, smoother roadway with sidewalks, retaining walls, and new access points. These works shorten travel time, raise property values, improve safety, and open new economic corridors for families and businesses. Major community roads from Rawlings and Newton Ground to Shadwell and Palmetto Point, and many more also saw significant roadwork upgrades. Pillar 6, circular economy. A sustainable nation is a clean nation, and this year we took some of the boldest steps in our history to reshape how our country manages waste. We passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act 2025, a landmark law that positions St. Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in the fight against plastic pollution. Rolled out in 3 phases, the ban eliminated the import, sale, and distribution of single-use plastic bags, styrofoam containers, straws, cups, plates, and utensils. By November 2025, the major categories of single-use plastics were officially out of the Federation. This means cleaner coastlines, healthier marine ecosystems, reduced landfill pressure, and a better tourism product. But more importantly, it means shifting national behavior, encouraging reusable bags, refilling bottles, and greener businesses that save money while protecting the environment. Alongside legislation, we strengthen the systems that make sustainability real. The St. Kitts and Nevis Recycling Project, supported by the Taiwan Technical Mission, accelerated significantly in 2025. Paper recycling was introduced on both islands. New pilot recycling programs launched in Nevis communities, and 57 schools participated in a national recycling competition, transforming environmental education.
Morning again, everyone. Honorable members, today we substantively debate and continue the second reading of the bill. I wish to remind us all that while our views may differ, our shared responsibility to the people of St. Christopher and Nevis unites us. I therefore ask that we conduct these proceedings with the mutual respect, courtesy, and regard for the standing orders, allowing for robust yet respectful debate in the best interest of our Federation. On the adjournment yesterday, I indicated that the first member of the opposition bench responding shall be given equal time as the Minister of Finance. I'd like to place on the record again that the allotted time, therefore, is 4 hours, 45 minutes, and 51 seconds, while the other honorable members are afforded the allotment of 90 minutes, and an opportunity to request an extension of time not exceeding 30 minutes. So, therefore, I now recognize the honorable member for Nevis 9. You may proceed.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues on this side, and of course my colleagues who are on the government side. I wish to start, Madam Speaker, by assuring this Honourable House that I shall not be 4 hours and 45 minutes, but shall try my best to constrain my usual exuberance and try to complete my response to this budget in a timely fashion. Madam Speaker, we find ourselves here today, as the debate would have started yesterday, but the substantive responses dealing with the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. And of course, each year the public looks forward to this engagement because it sets out the plans and programs for the government for the approaching fiscal year. I would wish to commend the mover of the budget for his presentation yesterday, and also, of course, to commend the hard-working persons at the Ministry of Finance and the other ministries who have contributed to the preparation of this annual document. It is an important exercise, and I'm optimistic that the public would really listen to this debate, understand the issues, and not be overly preoccupied with what they're getting, because sometimes it seems that people listen to the budget only to determine whether there is some benefit to them. And of course, whilst we all like the idea of some benefit, it is important that we listen carefully and pay attention to the plans and programs that are being proposed. I quite like the language that the government has employed. In fact, I have employed it myself from time to time of the Sustainable Island State. And as part of that Sustainable Island State agenda, clearly having a proper financial footing is important. And so having said that, I want to look at just some very narrow areas and then take my seat and allow others to comment on the budget proposals as they are. I start my debate, Madam Speaker, where I think I have in the past started, or at least spent some time, and that is on the issue of diversification of the local economy. I have said it when I was in government and found myself on those benches, and since I've been back in opposition, that this country is overly reliant on citizenship by investment. The Honourable Mover said so yesterday, and it has been a consistent theme in terms of the financial life of our country. That since about 2010 or thereabouts, so for the past decade and a half, citizenship by investment has really been the backbone of the economy in terms of revenue flows into the country. I am very afraid that if that golden goose were to either stop laying eggs or were to die, then this country is going to be in very grave difficulty. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that the warning signs have been there now for many years, and that we have had ample opportunity over those years to seek to put certain mechanisms in place to try to diversify the national economy. The Prime Minister said so in his presentation yesterday, that there are times when we look at the revenue generation for our country, that citizenship by investment accounts for over 50%. And so if we can imagine a situation where that 50% is extracted, taken out of the budget, you realize immediately what kind of difficulties this country would be in overnight. We complain a lot, well, not complain, we agitate and are anxious oftentimes about natural disasters, hurricanes and the like, earthquakes. We know that they can come at any time. But this, I think, has been a Damocles sword hanging over this country for a very long time. And, of course, when times are good, we don't really pay much attention. It is akin to someone who's in good health. They don't bother about a doctor. They're not too concerned about the medical system. But if they were to get sick, then it becomes a concern. And I have been sounding this alarm when I was in government, when I'm in opposition. It really doesn't matter. Because I think that the facts are clear and the information has been clear. That we are overly reliant on citizenship by investment. And I make that point to say that in my humble opinion, Madam Speaker, the efforts at diversification have not come fast enough. We have not, in my opinion, been operating at pace in relation to efforts to diversify the St. Nevis economy. Now, I do not wish to be misunderstood. I have no difficulty with citizenship by investment continuing to play a significant part. In fact, I'm very proud of the fact that this idea was given to the world by St. Kitts and Nevis. Way back in 1984, when no one else had thought of it, we thought of it. And in fact, even the great United States is now implementing something similar. Different price point perhaps, but something similar nevertheless. It tells us that the idea is a good idea. But over the years, as monies have flowed in fact, I'll get to some statistics shortly, but you'll see that even in the grips of COVID, CBI kept churning. Monies kept coming in. And I have observed over the years that our tax revenue has been fairly flat. Nominal increase, nominal decrease, but fairly flat. And I will get to the numbers, but I make that point, Madam Speaker, to make this point, that in my humble opinion, your tax revenue is the best indicator of how your local economy is doing. Announcing each year surplus after surplus, and I was in a government that was in love with that word, doesn't quite make sense when that surplus is entirely being generated from external sources, from external financial flows. And the local economy, in my humble opinion, has been left, how should I say, almost in a state of, I don't want to say neglect, but perhaps benign neglect. Because you're getting so much money from over here. I described it publicly as a stream of revenue flowing down College Street Gut. So much money flowing that you don't really care so much about the VAT and the other things, because we're not talking about tens of millions, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that are flowing in. And so our local economy, I don't want to be pejorative, but I would even refer to it as our real economy, has been fairly flat. Growing perhaps, but not growing at an exponential rate, not growing at a rate that can really propel us forward. So we have really found ourselves in this basket, which is CBI. And time again in this House and in our public discourses in the byways and highways of our country, we have heard this word diversification. But I ask the question, and I do so rhetorically, what really have we done that is tangible, that one can look to and say that there have been steps taken to really diversify the St. Kitts Nevis economy? And I'm not proposing to belabor it. I did promise our interpreter, I hope that's the right language, that I would be mercifully brief, because she admonished me not to take 5 hours. And so I don't propose to belabor any of these points. But I want to highlight a few aspects of this diversification journey that we have talked about, but in my opinion, have not realized. I start with the cannabis industry. Now, for somebody who does not use cannabis, I'm sure this house is tired of hearing me talk about cannabis. The reason I mention cannabis is because we have now for nearly a decade been talking about a cannabis industry. It has been at least that, because I recall that when I was in government, this was the big talk that we had. We, in my opinion, did not deliver. This new government has also been talking about cannabis. We've heard about cannabis authority. We've heard about cannabis chairman. We've heard about all kinds of things being done in relation to cannabis. But I ask the question of this house and of this nation, what have we really done to progress this as an industry that can provide another string to the economic bow of St. Kitts and Nevis? What have we done? And even now as I speak, Madam Speaker, our people out there on 4th Street and on Main Street are still unclear as to what the rules are in relation to cannabis. And I come here today because I feel quite passionate about this. I have seen some young men in Nevis who have been arrested, charged, their pictures all over social media. For what? Ganja. One cousin of mine, I won't call his name, but he reached out to me and he said to me that he has been growing cannabis in his backyard. He said to me that he has been experimenting with different strains. I don't know that he's a chemist or a biologist or has gone to anybody's school, but he said to me that he is learning from YouTube. Now, this is important because what it shows is the entrepreneurial spirit and the effort by our people to create something out of nothing. This young man is saying to me, Madam Speaker, that he has been experimenting, he has been learning from YouTube, he is trying to create different strains and improved strains of cannabis because this is the industry that he wants to be in. Well, not so long ago the police broke into his, I shouldn't say break in, that's not the right language. The police came into his premises, executed a warrant, pulled up his ganja trees, locked him up, charged him, photo was out. And I said to myself, well, if we as the government and as the parliament have been talking for over a decade about a cannabis industry, and young Nevisians and Kittitians are out there exhibiting entrepreneurial zeal and interest in doing something in this industry, why are we locking them up? Why are we criminalizing them? Why don't we let the police free to deal with people with guns and people who are robbing people? They tell me the only thing cannabis does is it make you sleepy and it make you hungry. So people who smoke in ganja, I'm told, are not people who necessarily going out there go be violent with anybody. They say it makes you mellow. I'm sure the Prime Minister could speak to that. So, the situation, Madam Speaker, is that young people, who in my opinion ought to be encouraged, young people ought to be incentivized. If we're serious about, listen, weaning ourselves off this dependence on CBI and saying to our population, listen, here's something you can get into. The good Minister of Agriculture is here. And I am fairly certain that with the arable lands that are available in St. Kitts and Nevis, with the right incentives and the right encouragement, we can jumpstart something real. But instead of that, we are criminalizing ganja. Still after all these years, we have not put in place the necessary mechanisms. You know what this young man said to me? And he has been calling me almost on a daily basis. I hope he's listening. And he said to me, he said, it is not that I want to grow ganja without a license, but I do not know how to apply for a license. I don't know who to apply to for a license. I don't know what the fees are, what the process is. because nothing has been put in place in terms of the framework. So I'm saying, how could it be fair to these youngsters who are trying to do something to help themselves, that we fail to put in place the necessary framework for them to get what they need to be compliant with the law? It's like, if I can use an example off the top of my head, Madam Speaker, it's almost akin to me buying a motor car, learning how to drive, having the motor car, needing to use the motor car, but because the police are not doing any tests, I can't get a license. What am I to do with the car? Stand up every morning and watch it? People need to live. People need to live. And when I see these youngsters who are trying their best, as this young man, I go back to him, he said, Mr. Brantley, I've been in trouble in the past. I'm trying my best to stay out of trouble. So I get up in the morning, I deal with my plants. I talk to them. I spend time with them. I experiment with what I'm doing. I go on YouTube, I see how to do things. He said, I don't have no gun. I'm not involved in that. He said, I'm done with that type of activity. And as I mentioned that, and I will get to the issue of crime later, this, for me, is one of the effective ways of us dealing with crime. The Prime Minister in his presentation talked about opportunities. He said some things about the paying for peace and said that they had a different approach in this government. But whichever approach, I am grateful that crime is down, and dramatically so. But I raise the point that for these youngsters who are trying to do something to help themselves, which is non-violent, which doesn't infringe on anybody, where they're pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. You know, that is the story of St. Kitts and Nevis, you know, Madam Speaker. I don't know of those in here, perhaps the Honorable Attorney General, but none of the rest of us were born with a silver spoon. Everybody in here except the AGS had to struggle. So, the reality is that we are accustomed to making something out of nothing. That is the Division and Kittitian way. So when these youngsters are seeking to create something out of nothing, when a man will have the initiative to go on YouTube and teach himself chemistry and biology, and we call it botany, whatever to do with plants, in order for him to create something that he can then provide for his family, why are we still in 2025, December, criminalizing that? And as I said it, he said it is not for want of trying. He wants to get a license. He wants to apply. But he's having difficulty in terms of the process. How does he apply? Who does he apply to? You know, we created a leisure area in Nevis at Pinner's Beach. Quite a nice area, Madam Speaker. If you have not yet come, I would invite you to come. 9 bars, restaurants, and the like. And some of the business owners complained that youngsters were coming and sitting at the bar and smoking marijuana, which they did not like, and which other patrons did not like. And in our discussions with the police, we have said to them, well, why is this being allowed? Because as I understand the law, smoking marijuana in a public place like that is actually still an offense. And the response that came was really, Madam Speaker, a response that one may view as laughable. Because the response that came is that there's apparently some ticket book or ticket books that should be prepared so that the police can give these persons who try to smoke ganja in public a ticket. And it has been a very long time. In fact, I think it has been years since those ticket books had not been available. And then I'm advised, that the ticket books eventually became available, but by the time they became available, there should have been an education campaign before the police started to issue these tickets, and that education campaign has not happened. So up and down the line, to me, we are not exhibiting the seriousness that I think this warrants. Again, I'm tying it to the efforts at diversification. Can cannabis provide us with jobs and opportunity? My answer is yes. When we look across the world, we see many examples. Canada, Uruguay. We see what has happened in places like California and other places. So there are opportunities here, and my humble suggestion, in fact, my plea to the government, please do what is necessary so that these youngsters are not being criminalized. They're not being harassed. They're not being locked up. They're not being charged. They're not facing jail time. Instead, put what is necessary in place to allow them to realize their ambitions of being an entrepreneur and of having the opportunity to start a business, as I say, in the age-old tradition of the Kittitian and Nivijaan people, pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. I want to move on from cannabis. But before I move on, I want to make a point. Because I believe everybody knows I'm a social media junkie. I don't shy away from it. I think that's where people are, and I engage people where they are. I was at the Marriott, Madam Speaker, and I came outside the Marriott, and there was some beautiful plants displayed at the Marriott. And I look at the plants, and I said, well, to my untrained eye, they look like marijuana plants. I say untrained because I don't want the public to think that I have any experience with the marijuana plant. So I said to my untrained eye. A young woman, very beautiful young woman, beckoned to me, and she said, come, come. So I said, what? And she said to me, this strain is called the Sheriff. I said, oh. And she said, yes, you must take a photo with it because this one is named after you. So I was flattered, and I ended up taking a photo with this ganja tree, which they say is called the Sheriff. And I posted that photo online, and I did so as a bit of a joke to say, imagine somebody call this thing Sheriff. And what I noted was that there was a significant level of backlash. And upon reflection, I said, I too am puzzled. Because here's what the backlash was. People were saying, how is it that somebody could have ganja at the Marriott, at a conference at the Marriott, displayed out in the hall? To the point where I am taking picture with the ganja plant. It is on display for the world to see. But others have the authorities coming into their backyards, uprooting their ganja plants, charging them, and subjecting them to prosecution. There appears to be that duality. Now, there may be a good explanation for it. I'm simply saying that where the public is concerned, it appears that some are allowed to have ganja and to have their ganja farm, and others are not allowed. And I believe that all the country is saying is, listen, let's just create a level playing field. I have said to the government time and time again that I favor the creation of the cannabis industry. If I had my way, I would just say, listen, we're going to create an industry across the board. Regulate it, tax it. I don't have my way. And I am cognizant that it may not be as easy as I'm making it appear, because you have issues of banking and proceeds of crime and all of that. You have to align all of these various concerns. But I believe that what we can do, at least in the interim, is to say to the security forces, listen, ease up on these youngsters. These youngsters are farmers. Let us view them as such. The Honorable Prime Minister, he came about 2-3 years ago. Violent crime in the country was raging. And he came, and I confess I'd never heard it said before, that he wanted to treat crime as a health issue. You all remember that? Public health issue. I didn't understand what he was talking about. But I say it sounded good. So I went and I did some research, and I said, well, all right. Look at the results today, a few years on. It's one of the things I give the government high praise on, because I believe across the board we are safer and people are more comfortable in their homes and in their businesses. And so all that it took was a difference in perspective. That's all it took. And I'm saying, just as the government was able to say, listen, let us try to approach crime from a different angle. Why can we not say the same to the youngsters about marijuana, especially those who are genuinely entrepreneurial and genuinely trying to do something to help themselves and their family? And by so doing, Madam Speaker, we can diversify the local economy. The Honorable Prime Minister, in his presentation, also spoke about geothermal. And again, I say kudos to him and his government, because I believe that he is the first Prime Minister who actually appreciates what geothermal can do for the future of St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm still on my diversification topic. I anticipate, Madam Speaker, that in time to come, this renewable energy can transform St. Kitts and Nevis. That whilst I'm here in 2025 bemoaning our dependence on citizenship by investment, we can create the type of economy which, in my opinion, is energy-based, except that unlike Norway, unlike Saudi Arabia, unlike Venezuela, this will be renewable energy-based. In my humble opinion, we should have invested in this a long time ago. When we do the math and we consider the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've paid to Delta and to Shell, and the hundreds of millions that we've paid for generating sets over the years, we could have had geothermal up and running, providing clean, reliable, cheap energy to the people of Nevis and St. Kitts. Now, finally, we have a government in Basti that sees the benefit of this resource. And we have been working towards it. And I have said in this house, because I believe it to be true, that if geothermal was under the ground in Keon or in Molyneux, it would have been already operationalized. The difficulty, you see, is that the value of geothermal and the promise of geothermal has never been recognized because it's in Nevis. And I say so because, in my opinion, it is so. This is the first time that we have seen a government in Basseterre that has said that regardless of where the resource is, we must look at this as a national imperative to develop this resource for the benefit of all. We have for far too long been consumed with parochialism, with islandism, with what belonged to me, and we have forgotten the development of the country. Everybody wants to be the king of their little castle. When, through cooperation, we could dominate this Caribbean region. And I don't say so lightly. We could. St. Kitts and Nevis has all the ingredients to bake the most fabulous cake. All. What do you make cake with? We got flour, we got fruits, we have sugar, egg, we have everything. I cook, I don't bake. The issue The issue, Madam Speaker, is can we find the political will to bring these ingredients together in order to advance the country? You think, at the end of the day, that the householder up in village cares that the energy that she is consuming is being generated from the earth in Nevis? I am prepared to posit that what that single mother in the village cares about is that she has reliable electricity and that it's cheap and she could afford to power up her home. What is a small businessman in Cairn interested in? That the power is coming from Nevis? No. And we have for far too long. In fact, I was in a government. And when I am out there advocating for geothermal to be developed in Nevis, people in that same government were sending a conflicting message. In fact, the then Minister of Utilities, not the good member for number 5, he came later. The then member who was the Minister for Utilities sought to engage a French company called Terranov and sought to engage Terranov to develop geothermal on St. Kitts, whilst all the science and all the research shows that the resource in Nevis was there and ready to be developed. And I recall seeing the proposed MOU from Terranov. I saw it as I used to see some things in that government by a side wind. Sometimes when you're out in the yard, somebody throws something out the window. And when I saw the proposed MOU with Terranov, it had a clause in it that shocks me to this day. It said that the federal government would be prohibited from purchasing any energy from Nevis. That was the nature of the thinking of people in the same government. Every Monday we sit down in a cabinet and negotiating an agreement with Terranov, a French company, that you'll develop geothermal in St. Kitts and that the federal government will be barred, prohibited from purchasing any power from Nevis. We're not talking about Antigua and Nevis, you know. We're not talking about Jamaica and Nevis. We're talking about St. Kitts and Nevis, which the last time I checked was the same country. That is what was happening. And that is why I say I give credit to this government, because they have recognized that this is a resource that can not only help all of us, but importantly, back to my theme of diversification, can diversify this economy. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, the new jobs that can be created? The new industries that can be created? The downstream uses of energy. In fact, Nevis is in a position of energy excess. What I mean by that is, the scientists are telling us that we have far more energy than we can consume locally. So it means that once we've supplied all of Nevis and supplied all of St. Kitts, we still have power left over. So you then open up a whole world of possibilities. Is there an opportunity to export power to neighboring islands? Is there an opportunity for downstream uses, large data centers, major centers for job creation, developments? That is what we're talking about when we talk about diversification. Let me move on from geothermal. And I want to speak to the Sustainable Economic Zone. The letters SSZ have become now more popular than even ABC. Everybody's talking about SSZ. And I love when I'm in St. Kitts to walk around. I hope I'm not being unparliamentary when I say I refer to St. Kitts as sexy St. Kitts. I love to walk around. That is unparliamentary? You've ruled on it. Well, I apologize. I apologize. The country is voluptuous. Well shaped. Madam Speaker, I like to walk around St. Kitts. I like to engage. And I was at Port Zante, and I think a ship or two were in. So there was some activity. And a couple of the taxi drivers descended on me, stakeholders. I spoke to perhaps 6 or so. 5 of them were very vocal and say they support the SSZ, they support the idea of this development coming to Nevis, they want some in St. Kitts too. Very exuberant. A 6th was very negative. And he came to me and he said to me, "You're selling off Nevis land. You need to stop it." And I said to him, but in truth, the government in Nevis is not selling any land. All the lands currently at issue for a proposed development in Nevis are private lands. And I then turned to him and said, "Could any government tell you that you can't sell your private land?" He said, "No. Nobody could tell me that." And then he reflected and paused for a moment, and then he said to me, "By the way, I have some land in Nevis I'm trying to sell." And I say that anecdotally, of course, but it captures what I consider to be the debate. And let's face it, we live in a robust democracy, and democracies can sometimes be robust and raucous. And so people have an opinion. I have said that my job as Premier of Nevis and my job as a member of this Honorable House is really to provide people with the facts. Not to spin anything, but to provide them with the facts. And one of the difficulties that I have had in this whole debate about the Sustainable Economic Zone and the legislation that we passed in this very House, with my support. So I own it because I supported it. The difficulty that I had is that those, Madam Speaker, who are opposing at the tops of their voices have not offered one alternative idea. I challenge anybody in this House and in this country to point out to me any individual who has been out there pontificating in the public space. Has he or she offered the country one alternative? You say, it is very easy to sit in the cheap seats and criticize. I was never a good cricketer. But I know a lot of people who sit down in the pavilion and they always know what shot the batsman must play. They always know what line the bowler must bowl. But throw them the ball and tell them, go out there and bowl. Give them the bat, tell them put on your pads. Pad up. Not them. I had an exchange with a cousin of mine. And he said to me that he will fight this idea of an SSZ with every fiber of his body. And I said to him, all right, what do you propose as an alternative then for economic activity and diversification in the country? I don't know what the numbers are like for St. Kitts, but I would imagine they're exponentially higher. But in Nevis, Madam Speaker, we are graduating each year from our high schools and our sixth form over 200 young people. In 5 years, that's over 1,000 young people. What are we as government, and I'm using that as a collective, to tell these young people? They must move to America. They must move to Canada. They must try to get into the USVI. Or do we have a responsibility to create opportunities right here in our country for them? What do we tell the youngster who borrows money from the Development Bank or from National Bank and goes away to study? And having studied, cannot come back to his country to make a contribution because there are no opportunities here for that youngster. And have we ever stopped to consider that absent development, we are failing our young people? Not people like me. I have now more years behind me than ahead of me. We must start to think about those who are coming. Because we understand, all of us in this parliament, some a little younger, some a little older, but all of us in this parliament, we are only placeholders, you know, Madam Speaker, that's all we are. We are placeholders. We occupy the stage for a time, we make our contribution, and then we move on and allow the stage to be occupied by others. That's the nature of life. So whilst we are on the stage, a question that we must ask ourselves, what do we say to these young people? When you go to a graduation and you see these youngsters in their cap and gown, and you say, boy, 250 come out. I'm talking Nevis alone. St. Kitts has to be 3 times, 4 times that. Is government going to employ all of them? Is Marriott, Park Hyatt, and Four Seasons going to employ all of them? We need opportunities. And opportunities can only come from an expanding economic landscape. Opportunities can only come from a diversified economy. And that really is the point. The reason why I supported this idea of the SSG legislation is because I said to myself that year after year I come in and I said to the government, you must do more to diversify the local economy. And this is one of the responses that the government has come with. Now I hear the noise. They say, in fact, I was in a meeting, because in Nevis we have had a number of stakeholder engagements. We probably have, what, a dozen or more. And I heard in one of the meetings a young woman say, oh, you all rushed through this legislation and had 3 readings in a single sitting. And the young woman was a lawyer. Not that lawyers are better positioned than anyone else, but I would have assumed that lawyers are more cognizant of differentiating fact from fiction. And I said to her, no, that is not the case. The Attorney General may be in a much better position to speak to this. But I did not detect that there was anything unusual about the pace at which this legislation was handled. The legislation came on a first reading. I don't have the dates, but I recall. And it came back a few weeks later for debate. That's a standard operating procedure. So where was this myth created that this was done first, second, and third reading, one sitting, and nobody had a chance to look at it? It is absolutely untrue. But what I've realized in this country is that there's some out there who are bent on mischief. And our people have become, dare I use the word, lazy, intellectually lazy. We look now for information from sound bites, from some radio host or somebody of that nature. When this SSC legislation was debated, a gentleman in Nevis reached out to me and said to me that he was quite upset with me. And I said, why? And he said, you went down to St. Kitts and passed legislation that will allow the government to take away people's land and give it to white people. I said, oh, where in the legislation does it say that? Oh, yes, that's what you all did. So I said, well, the legislation, if I recall, was about 8 or 9 pages. Easy reading. I sent it to him. I said, read it for yourself. When you finish reading it, let's have a conversation. Come back and tell me that he not read nothing. But he had got his information from whoever on the radio. And that is what has happened in the country now, that we're not taking the time. A young woman, young civil servant in Nevis, reached out to me and she said, some of the things that I'm hearing about this legislation, I can't believe it. So you know what I did, Madam Speaker? I invited her to go on YouTube, because now if you miss the house, it's no problem, you know. You go back and you'll watch it at your leisure. When you're washing your dishes, you put on YouTube and you're listening, you're cooking, you're listening. I asked the lady, I said, go back The lady said she listened to the Honorable Prime Minister on that bill. She listened to me. And then she said she understood. The problem we have in our country is that our people are not taking the time to inform themselves. And if you're not informed, you're easily misled. And that is why in a formal setting, a lawyer can say to me, you all rush through the thing, 3 readings in one sitting. And I had to correct that. That is why this young man could say to me that the government passed a lot to take away people land and give it to white people. Because he had not read anything. He had not listened to the debate. He simply was regurgitating whatever was said by some talk show host. And I keep using this platform to say that it is utterly useless for us as a country to boast that we have 99% literacy if we refuse to read. What's the point of being literate if you refuse to read? It's important as a people that we inform ourselves. When I hear the discussion as if we in St. Kitts and Nevis are embarked on some frolic that is unknown to the rest of the world, by mooting the idea of having special economic zones, and I say, but Jamaica's had them since the 1960s. Costa Rica, Panama, Dubai, all of us run into Dubai. All of us. Remember, for number 6 is in here, you know, he speaks Arabic. Spend so much time there. We're going to Dubai. Dubai now is the place where people are going for their honeymoon and their excursions. But Dubai has one of the most successful zones, the DIFC. And so you say to people, listen, inform yourself. That is all. At the end of informing yourself, you may well still say you do not agree with a particular approach. And that is fine. It's called democracy. But inform yourself. People say, oh, these zones are going to have their own law. Every zone in the world has its own law. I don't say that because I'm trying to be controversial. That's why it's called special. It's called a special zone because it has special rules that apply inside that zone to attract development or investment of a particular kind. It could be technology. It could be business. It could be hotels. The DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center. You know what legal system applies within the DIFC, Madam Speaker? The common law of England. The rest of Dubai, the rest of the UAE, has Sharia law or the Napoleonic Code. But within the confines of the DIFC, they have imported the common law of England with their own system for dispute resolution. Why? Because the government there thought that this was an appropriate way to attract foreign investment and give foreign investors some greater comfort to have something with which they were perhaps more familiar. And it has now evolved as one of the most successful zones in the world. Just last night I went to an establishment here because I was trying to figure out how I can get enough material to last for 4 hours today. So I took a little drive in Frigate Bay. And I went to a particular establishment. And a young man approached me. And he said, I support this SSZ. Get it done. We need some of that in St. Kitts too. Let's get these things going. And then he said to me, have you ever considered that the problem that you're facing is the word zone? I said, zone? He said, yes, that's the problem. You know, people don't like the idea that you're saying it's a zone. It sounds like it's separate. It's apart. And I said, but perhaps this young man has a point, you know. Because some of the things that people have been claiming, local people will not be able to go in. it will be cut off from the rest of the island. Fishermen will not be able to go in the water. You can't swim in the sea anymore. And I said to myself, where on earth are these nonsensical expressions coming from? And I can't characterize them in any other way. Where are they coming from? Oh, you're going to create a state within a state. That is constitutional heresy. I used to be a lawyer, and I can tell you, there's no concept known to law as a state within a state. The only examples that I know that come even close is like the Vatican, which has a special arrangement. But that is the type of expression that we have. And the thing that bothers me, people that we look to, whom we might ordinarily describe as sensible people, are the ones out there making the most noise. Someone reached out to me and said, do you know that the proponent of this is a libertarian? I said, what does that mean? He likes liberty? Because I don't know. He likes to be free. Well, if that's the case, I'm a libertarian too. Because I like liberty. And I like to be free. And all of a sudden, people are saying that as government, we must now start to examine what people's beliefs are, as opposed to, Madam Speaker, examining what is proposed. So I ask the question rhetorically. I like to do that. Do we know what Bill Gates believes? Bill Gates owns 4 Seasons in Nevis. Anybody ever asked him whether they believe in God? Whether he's a libertarian? Whether he's a communist? Does anybody care? Do the 800 people who make a living out of 4 Seasons care? Because once we start to introduce these anomalous ideas about what people believe, who believe in God and who don't believe in God, who's Muslim and who's Hindu, as a precursor for development, we run ourselves into problems. And so when I have said to our people, why are we going down a road? When we do due diligence on investors that are coming into Nevis, and let me speak for Nevis, we run them through the checking agencies. And once it comes back, Madam Speaker, to say they have no criminal record, they have no criminal associations, they've not been charged or suspected of any. What else? I'm going to start to ask, are they Christian? How often do they go to church? Are they vegan? Are they LGBTQ+? How are those questions now germane to the issue of development? And whether you have a proposal in front of you that makes sense. And that, I think, is where I have parted company with some of those who are out there pontificating. The SSZ, in my opinion, and I supported it then and I support it now, is an effort at diversifying the local economy. If all the indications from the Weather Channel tell us that there's a hurricane coming off the coast of Africa, it behooves us to prepare ourselves. And if all the indications currently tell us that CBI is in trouble, then it behooves us to prepare ourselves. And the only way that we can prepare ourselves is to develop alternatives. It doesn't matter that people are out there talking. They say talk is cheap, whiskey costs money. But I ask everyone out there who's talking, please therefore provide an alternative. And that's when the silence comes. Because the easiest thing to do in the world is to criticize somebody else. That's easy. All of us have a PhD in criticism. But what are the ideas? What do you suggest as an alternative? How can we move this country forward? How can I, as Premier of Nevis, How can the Prime Minister, how can any parliamentarian, any constituency representative look at those young people in the eye who are coming out of CFBC, coming out of CSS in Nevis, and say to them, yes, you can stay here, there's a future for you in your country. And if we cannot do that, we are failing them. So all this chatter that I'm hearing, this chatter from the cheap seats, they have no obligation. They have no responsibility. And the most dangerous thing in the world is a man who can speak but has no responsibility. Because that means he can say anything. And so, I support this effort at diversification. And I say one last thing on it. That we should not confuse the legislation passed in this House with any particular proposal for development that has come. I see people saying repeal the SSD because they have concerns over a particular development that is proposed. That is nonsensical. It is nonsensical because any developer can come with a proposal. Once he or she can satisfy the requirements of the legislation, all the legislation does is creates a framework. That's it. And it is then for the government, whether here in Bastia or in Charlestown, to evaluate proposals and determine whether or not those proposals can advance our joint quest for national development. That's really all that this is, Madam Speaker. And so we are not to confuse the two, the legislation and any particular proposal that may come to the country. Proposals can be accepted, they can be rejected. But that doesn't mean that the legislation is bad. We have had a number of projects proposed in the country in the past, and we've turned down many of them. That's not what we want. So I believe that it is important that in the public debate that is quite properly happening, that we have a sensible and grounded debate, a debate based on fact, not fiction. And so on the issue of diversification, as I move from my point number one, I want to recap that I encourage a more sensible approach to cannabis. I encourage us to move with haste on the geothermal project. And I encourage us to see the sustainable economic zones as a good faith effort at further diversifying this economy. Madam Speaker, I attended recently the 40th anniversary of the Bank of Nevis. And one who spoke there, I can call his name, called Hansel Manners, he read a poem. And he made a point that 40 years ago, when Sir Simeon Daniel, our national hero, proposed the Bank of Nevis, that there was significant opposition. Many referred to it in quite derogatory terms as Sim's Bank. They say Sim and his family are going to benefit from it. They're not going to put their money there. Today, 40 years on, it's the second largest bank in St. Kitts and Nevis. And it is worth, they say now, over $1 billion. What if Sim had listened to those? What if the approach by our leaders then was simply to put their finger in the wind to see where the wind was blowing and go wherever the wind blows? That they were like flotsam or jetsam on the ocean, just going with the tide. Is that the type of leadership that the country wants? Or does the country need leadership that has vision? Leadership that can sometimes see where others cannot see. Simeon Daniel 40 years ago saw that Nevis needed a Bank of Nevis. He could not even find local investors. People weren't interested. Said it was nonsense. So he went up to the States. And he went to England. And he found divisions out there. and he asked them to invest. He got 10 people, Madam Speaker, to put in $25,000 each. That's how the Bank of Nevis was started. What if he had listened to those loud voices? Those empty barrels that go clang, 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 clang. But at the end of the day, they don't have a thing to offer the country. Because you see, success has many fathers. When you're successful, everybody and the cousin want to take credit. But at the time, and I could say the same thing about Sir Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw. I did not know him. But I'm told that when he introduced Social Security, there were many who opposed to the idea. When compulsory secondary education was introduced in St. Kitts and Nevis, many were opposed to the idea. When the Four Seasons Resort was coming to Nevis, they said we're selling out to white man. People ask the question where they're going to pick their coconut now. And where they're going to catch crab. Because they said the hotel is going to take up that land. "30 years later, the Four Seasons has provided a living to thousands of Nevision families. Thousands of youngsters have gone off to school. Thousands of families have built a home. Because somebody said, we're going to build a hotel. And people still catching crab, you're right. Somebody said we're going to build a hotel. The reason I'm saying these things, you see, is because the nature of man is such that what is criticized today, where odium and contempt are heaped upon ideas today, 20, 30 years down the road, you start to praise those people and call them Messiah. The way that they spoke about Sim Daniel at the Bank of Nevis Gala, I say a little bit again, they will call him Jesus. Because all of a sudden he was so great. But guess what? You know, they voted out Sim in Nevis, you know. Some people forget that. He who we now call Messiah, he who we now celebrate as a national hero, he whom we now say had such vision, was voted out. But look at the legacy. And that is why I keep consoling myself with the reality that sometimes, Madam Speaker, we don't always see into the future. We don't always see into the distance. We see what is right here in front of us. And I end that section by asking that question of us all. Absent vision for our country, how are we going to survive? Absent new ideas, how are we to survive? I mentioned the citizenship by investment. I'm going to get back to it. In 1984, that was a novel idea. The world had not yet seen that. St. Kitts Nevis gave it to the world. Look at it today. Every country in the world is trying to do some version of citizenship by investment. You think back in 1984, everybody was in favor of it, or saw it as a good thing? I'm pretty sure someone radio the same way, cussing and abusing and carrying on. There wasn't Facebook then. Look at St. Vincent even now. New government in St. Vincent. And one of the first things they say they're going to do is what? introduce a CBI program. Madam Speaker, these are important statements to make in these hallowed halls, because nothing great has ever been achieved by timid people. We must dare to dream and dream big. We must dare to look beyond the horizon. And in fact, I say in this house that it is not an option. It is a necessity for small island states to dream big and to look beyond the horizon. You remind me, of course. A saying that I am now adopting as my personal mantra, that you will never know what is in the ocean if you are afraid to leave the shore. We will never know. We can sit down here in this house and mark time, collect a little pay, do whatever we do, but transformative things for the country. Developments that 15, 20, 40 years from now, people will look back and say, that was transformative for the country. It requires us to dream and to dream big dreams. And so I will leave that there. And I want to look at a question that for me is a vexed question. That of the Citizenship by Investment program, more broadly. And just because I said I would get to the evidence, because I recall my days as a lawyer, evidence was always important. I've looked at, Madam Speaker, the audit report that was kindly provided to us yesterday. And the audit report says to us, at page 6 thereof, in the middle of the page, as at December 31st, 2024, actual revenue totaled $807 million, and actual expenditure amounted to $1.069 billion, which resulted in an end-of-year deficit of $261 million. Now, when we look at that, and we look at the following pages, we go over to page 8. It says the total revenue collected during 2024 totaled $807 million, which was $334 million less than the amount collected in 2023. Actual tax revenue of $444 million collected in 2024 increased by $7 million when compared to 2023. Non-tax revenue of $311 million decreased by $379 million in comparison to 2023. You see those words, non-tax? You could substitute that with CBI. Generally, broadly speaking, we're talking about a Citizenship by Investment program. And what we're therefore seeing, Madam President, is really the evidence, that's all I'm pointing to, of the point that I sought to make earlier, of the over-reliance. Once you see CBI starts to trend down, the government finances start to suffer. I'm going to come back to that. But I want to move on to something else. Madam Speaker, I want to spend a moment or two speaking about this issue of fair share. It is language that I have, in part, popularized, and my party, the Concerned Citizens Movement, has popularized. And I want to start by saying that on the 17th of December in the year of our Lord 2014, 3 political parties came together. I saw the good Sam Conde was here. I'm sorry, he has left. 3 parties came together on the 17th of December 2014, and we signed something called the Charleston Accord. The signatories to that document were Dr. Timothy Harris, leader of the PLP, a good member for St. Christopher 7, who has absented himself, all budget thus far. The Honorable Vance Emery, of blessed memory, who was leader of the CCM. And the Honorable Sean Richards, a good member for St. Kitts 5, St. Christopher 5, the leader then of the People's Action Movement. They sat down and they signed a document. What did that document say? It set out a blueprint for how what was described as team unity would function. And a central plank of that blueprint was the question of a share of the CBI revenues. The document was clear. You know how I know it was clear? I drafted it. It set out a formula. And it said that the people of Nevis would receive a portion of the CBI revenues on a pro rata population basis. Them sound like big words. It just means that we will get a percentage based on the population. So if Nevis has 25% of the population, Nevis will get 25% of the money. St. Kitts has 75%, St. Kitts gets 75%. That was 2014. Some may well ask, and one thing about me, at this stage in my life, I'm all about the record. Record is important. Some may well ask, why did the Concerned Citizens Movement, a party which has traditionally not aligned itself with any party in St. Kitts, why did that party take that step in 2012 and following, which culminated in this Charleston Accord in 2014? And to understand in part, we must go to the history of the matter. So let us look at the record. I will start in 2010 to create some context. 2010, Madam Speaker, the Citizenship by Investment Program brought into this country $140.9 million. The island of Nevis got zero. Not, nothing, nada, zilch, whichever word you prefer. That's what Nevis got in 2010. 2011, Citizenship by Investment brought in $241.9 million. The island of Nevis got naught, zero, zilch, nada, nothing. 2012, CBI brought in $246.3 million. The island of Nevis got $11.1 million. 2013, CBI brought in $391.3 million. The island of Nevis got $8.2 million out of $391.3. 2014, CBI brought in $414.4 million. The island of Nevis got $4.1 million out of $414.4 million. 2015, the year that the government changed, CBI brought in $379.8 million. And the island of Nevis, for the first time, got $25 million out of that. I'm going to pause there. Because I think sometimes that the nation doesn't understand the dynamics that lead to the political realities that happen in the country. We in Nevis, as proud Nevisians, as representatives of the people of Nevis, kept saying to the then federal government, led by the member for St. Christopher 6 at the time, that it was unfair, that the Citizenship by Investment Program was generating revenue at this scale and the people of Nevis were locked out and could not get anything. And that is the context, Madam Speaker, behind the decision taken by the CCM to join with the PLP, which was, as we know, disaffected labor, and with the People's Action Movement to form Team Unity. It is for that reason that the Charleston Accord specifically, in 3 different paragraphs of that document, made reference to the pro rata share of these proceeds. And it is for that reason that starting in 2015, the people of Nevis started to get a little something from the proceeds of CBI. But, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to just leave it there. I'm asking for a little latitude because I hear a lot of conversation about this matter. And the government changed in 2015. And I, as a politician, did my utmost to change the government. No politician before me in modern memory has taken a fishing boat in the dead of night to come down here to go on a platform in St. Kitts. I came down with colleagues. We went on the platform down here. We said we needed to fight against this injustice to the people of Nevis. And Team Unity promised better. You know, some have criticized me. They say that I have a relationship with the Honorable Prime Minister and this government, and that I ought not to be talking to them because I'm in opposition. And I'm roundly criticized and chastised because if I take a picture with a good gentleman and the two of us smile, they say, watch them, they're my friend. And apparently in some quarters we're supposed to be enemies. But I want to remind this House and remind this nation that the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew and the Labour Party never promised me anything. They never promised the CCM anything. In fact, the record will show that the CCM fought against Labour. I'm not here to say anything that is untrue. That's what the record will show. Who promised me something? Who promised Nevis something? Who promised CCM something? Was Team Unity. And I fought tooth and nail to elevate the good member for number 7, who has absented himself from the House thus far. When they used to say, the sheriff coming, or the good member used to, he like to wind up. Wind up himself. Love to hear that. Hope that is not unparliamentary. And there was no issue then. Because you see, it served a purpose in elevating personal ambition. And my request, and the request of the people of Nevis, was a fairly simple request. Treat us fairly. That was it. Every one of us in this house understands what it is like to be unfairly treated. Those of us who say we are Christian understand that fairness is an integral part of Christian ideal. It's an integral part of how we relate to one another as brothers and sisters. Fairness. And all that the people of Nevis have asked for is a fair share of the resources of the country. You know, Madam Speaker, I became Premier of Nevis in 2017. And I sat in a government of national unity, which year after year, surplus again. And I'm in Nevis living on overdraft. Borrowing to pay public servants in Nevis, to fix roads in Nevis, to get water for the people of Nevis, electricity for the people of Nevis. And over here, surplus again. But the surplus was not coming from any expansion in the Sinkis economy. The surplus was coming from that torrent of cash rushing down College Street called CBI. And I will go to the numbers. I say that to say that it was misleading for there to be any suggestion that there was wholesale economic expansion or wholesale economic activity. The reality was that even whilst we were fast asleep in our beds, citizenship by investment was earning money. And that allowed some of us to stand up and say, surplus again. But in Nevis, we were being given a pittance. When we got in 2015, I learned later that we started to get $2 million a month. $2 million a month. To put it in context in this house, the wage bill in Nevis approximates almost $10 million a month. You're getting $2 million a month. And then as time went on, I was not the leader then, but certainly after I became the leader of Nevis, I started to say, well, this is not what we agreed. This is not what everybody signed to. On the 17th, let me get the date right, on the 17th of December 2014, this was not the understanding that we all had that catapulted some to the heights of fame and power in the country. Well, if you get what you wanted, well, how come now the people of Nevis can't get what they wanted? Today's the 17th? Look at the irony. I lived long enough in this country to hear the man that benefited most from the Charleston Accord to say that no matter what Charleston Accord them talk about. This is our lived reality. In Nevis, the old people say ungratefulness is worse than witchcraft. That is our lived reality, that you can sign a document with no intentions ever to honor what was agreed to. So some people want me now to cuss Dr. Drew. And I said, well, Dr. Drew never signed a document with me. Dr. Drew never came to Nevis and said to the people of Nevis, this is what I am going to give to you if you support my ascendancy. He never did that. So how I going to vex with him? I must vex with who promised me and who did not deliver. And now I hear some of them out there spinning. Spinning. So I'm going to go to the tape. 2015, CBI brought in $379.8 million. Nevis got 25. These are the unity years now. 2016, $266.4 million came in. Nevis got 35.2. 2017, $221.4 million came in. Nevis got 60.7 million. 2018, $418 million came in. Nevis got 52.7 million. 2019, $443 million came in. Nevis got 40 million. 2020, $270.8 million came in. Nevis got 55. 2021, in the middle of COVID, $542.5 million came in through CBI. Nevis got 54. And then in 2022, the banner year for CBI in the country, $669.3 million came in. Nevis got 74.5. I'm going to stop there for the moment. The reason I'm going to stop there is because in my engagements with this government, I have said to them, listen, notwithstanding that you never sign any agreement with me, and notwithstanding that I try my best to make sure you wouldn't be in government, because those are the facts, I campaigned against you. There is still the question of fairness for the people of Nevis. The Prime Minister said to me that there was in train already an engagement with the World Bank to produce an analysis of the position. I personally did not agree. Because this whole World Bank analysis was something which the former Prime Minister initiated, but he did so, in my humble opinion, to kick the can down the road. I remember making a speech and saying that any sixth form student could work out this money. Because to me, it's an easy math. If $100 comes in and you spend 10 as expenses, 90 is left, you divide the 90 based on the population. Nevis get 25, Singers get 75. I don't need the World Bank to tell me that. But I said, all right, the process is in train. Let's see. And what did the World Bank come back and say? They offered different scenarios. But if I can summarize, in my humble opinion, the World Bank came back to the same thing, pro rata share. And the Honorable Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, called me and he said to me, listen, let's agree that we're going to do 75-25. Now, why do I speak to that now? I speak to that now, Madam Speaker, because whilst now we have come to an accord, maybe I ought not to use that word, whilst now we have come to an understanding, an agreement, that Nevis is going to get 25%. The question is 25% of what? Because if, as I have said, that CBI inflows are dropping, then it clearly means now that you're getting 25% of a much lower number. And that in turn means that certainly at this point in time, the island of Nevis is getting less in terms of actual money coming to Nevis. And so I've heard the usual nattering nabobs of extreme negativism. Those who are schooled in negativity. They have taken to the airwaves and they have said, oh, Mark did a bad thing because look now Nevis is getting less. And they misunderstand that the fundamental premise of Nevis's agitation over the years was simply to have a formula. Not that it be based on who's sitting in the Prime Minister's chair or who's sitting in the Premier's chair, just to have a formula. So any government, long after I'm gone, could know that if $1 comes in from CBI, you can look forward to 25 cents. That is all that we were seeking to do. Some people seem to feel that it was about me. It was never about me. It was about having a formula where there could be some reliability in terms of what happens in the country. So, this government has now agreed at 25%. But, you know, I like to go to the numbers. So I said to myself, well, let's go back to 2010. And I read out the numbers already. Hansard would have recorded them. I will not repeat them. But let's go back to 2010 and count up how much CBI has brought into St. Kitts and Nevis from 2010 to 2025. 15 years? In that 15-year span, and let me say it slowly, the Citizenship by Investment Program has brought in $5,722,900,000 into Bastia. $5,722,900,000. Of that, the island of Nevis has received $609.5 million. That's what Nevis and the people of Nevis has received. And included in that are double salaries that were paid 2016, 17, 18, 19, additional salaries in 2022, etc. When we look then at the life from 2010 to 2025 of CBI, $5.7 billion has come into the country. Of that, Nevis has got 10.7%. Based on the last census, Madam Speaker, Nevis has roughly 28% of the population. But we got 10.7%. And I remind the House that there were some years when we got nothing at all. St. Kitts got 89.3% of those monies during that 15-year period. Little Nevis got 10.7. Now I ask the question, what if those in Bastia, going back to 2010 and thereafter, had agreed that we will just do the pro rata share that we had been asking for? And so I went back to the math. And I said, had we received 25% going back to 2010, instead of $609.5 million, Nevis would have got $1.43 billion. It therefore means that includes, I've already included all the provision for double salary.
No, not double. The salaries that are paid federally.
So the only salaries that are paid federally are federal responsibility like national security. Every other salary in Nevis is paid by the Nevis Island Administration. So it means, therefore, that had we applied a pro rata basis since back in 2010, I haven't even gone back further in history, I'm starting at 2010, the people of Nevis would have benefited from $1.43 billion. Instead, we got $609 million. It means that, what the word that is popular in our reparations? Reparations. Is $821.23 million that we were denied in Nevis over those 15 years. Now, my debt in Nevis right now is just about $500 million. You realize that Nevis would have no debt? What the word? Yeah, poof. You realize that our hospital would have been finished? Airport finished? All of those things done? Instead of that, the people of Nevis up there living on fumes, borrowing money. When $821.23 million was what we could have got had there been an equitable share. Prime Minister used the word yesterday. So you don't want equity. You don't want equal, he wants equity. But let me, because I don't want to move on from this point just yet. Let's look at the unity years, 2015 to 2022. And in those years, I said publicly that it was the best that Nevis ever fared, because it was true. Well, if you used to get nothing, you start to get $10. It's better than not, right? But it was equally true that Nevis was not getting what had been committed to. The two things could be true. That you're doing better than you used to do, but you're still not getting what was agreed to. And so for that period of 2015 to 2022, when I sat in a government, that I fought to put in government, under the Unity Administration, the country earned $3.2 billion from citizenship by investment. That was the heyday of CBI. 2015 to 2022. $3.2 billion. Of that, the island of Nevis got $396.9 million, representing 12.4%. That's what we got. 12.4%. Again, had we had what was promised to us, which was the pro rata share, Nevis would have got $800 million during that 7-year period. Again, debt gone. Airport done. Hospital done. And we got something in the bank. But that was denied to us. They kept saying, man, hold this for now. Hold this while we work it out. Hold this while we work it out. Well, how much longer they want me to hold this while we work it out? In the dying stages of that government, 2022, I said this $3.5 million a month is inadequate, and it went to 5.5 in the dying stages of the Team Unity government. And that is all because Nevis was told, hold this. I'm going to give you a fixed amount every month. And so you're getting 2, then 3.5, then 5.5 per month. And it doesn't matter that the country is bringing in 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. You hold this until we get to it. Well, after I didn't go to Saturday school, how long must the people of Nevis hold this? How long? 7 years we were told, hold this. I come in. Then we were told, World Bank got to look at it, Mark, these things not easy. World Bank got to take a look, Mark, take it easy. But while I'm taking it easy, surplus again. Double again. And the money outside there run like crazy. And we over there in Nevis looking over. What are we, second-class citizens? My passport says St. Christopher and Nevis, just like everybody else's passport. So when we talk from Nevis, I want people to understand, and I want the nation to understand. I don't want nobody to feel sorry for me, I'm making the case because the case has to be made, and sometimes it seems to me that the facts of what has happened in this country are ignored. During Team Unity era, had we honored our commitment, the people of Nevis would have received $1.1 billion as opposed to the $396 million that we got. And I must say a word about it, and I hope, because I did say I won't be too long, that my colleagues will follow up for me. Because while I was getting a pittance of what was flowing, they had the audacity to say to me that I spend bad. Remember that? Yeah, man. They say I'm a bad spender. You're giving me the beer crumbs. And they say I'm a bad spender. But you know what I spent the money on, Madam Speaker? Water. Electricity. I spent over $50 million upgrading water in Nevis. New storage capacity. We now have 3.3 million gallons of storage capacity. And we're about to add another 600,000 shortly. We dig up the whole island. We put in new polyurethane pipes all across Nevis. Removed those old cast iron pipes. We invested in machinery, a butt fusion machine. We trained our people. And when we had upgraded in Nevis, now you don't have no low water pressure anymore. Water bus pipe. We upgraded the water storage. We upgraded the water distribution. And then, you know what we did? We said we need more water. We have a small desalination plant already commissioned that the United Arab Emirates donated. One to St. Kitts, one to Nevis. The one in Nevis already putting water into the system. We negotiated with a company out of Trinidad to come and drill 9 more wells for us. That is an ongoing project now. We are, through those measures, adding 1.5 to 2 million gallons of additional water per day on the island of Nevis. So we've invested in storage, phase 1. We invested in distribution, phase 2. We are now investing in more water, phase 3. That is what bad spending in Nevis looked like. When I'm over there and I'm under my hot shower, I call my partner Kian, he said, boy, me don't have beer out the bucket. I ain't talked to him recently. I believe that these things have to be viewed in context, you know. Because you hear what I say. $3.2 billion in 7 years. And no water. No investment. When I hear the honorable member for Nevis Street, Sinkett Street, forgive me, say that they're renting generators at Skellig to provide electricity to the people of Sinkett. In the last decade, Nevis bought not 1, not 2, but 3 generators we bought in Nevis. And we were told that we were bad spenders because from the pittance that we got, we invested in the sustainable future of our people. In Nevis now, if electricity gone off, somebody must have an accident and knock on a pole. Reliable power, reliable water. With reliable water, your farmers could now have confidence that they could farm. Your businesses can now set up knowing that water not get turned off. In Nevis right now, if water go off for half an hour, people start to go on like crazy people. We're not accustomed to that. We're not accustomed. The good member for number 3 says soon.
He's a good student.
But could you imagine if I had get the money that I was supposed to get? The bad spending in Nevis would have been even on a different scale. I would have been sending water to Sinkett. You cannot have it both ways. You cannot on the one hand attack me and Nevis and say that we are these terrible managers. When you gave us the bare minimum, you gave us nothing close to what we had negotiated and agreed. And then with that minimum we have demonstrated, not talked about, demonstrated what we have done with it. And you on the other hand have done nothing. And I've said so in this house. Some people may not like it when I say it, you know, but I've said so. I wonder sometimes if you ask the people of the country, do you prefer to get a double salary? Do you prefer to get a little extra money? Or do you want water in your pipe? Do you want electricity in your home? Do you want roads and infrastructure? I'm not sure what the answer is going to be. But I may wager that some may say, give me the extra money. And let me catch water to bathe. Let me have water in jug and bucket and bath pan. One of the young people know when they're in bath pan. Madam Speaker, I don't say these things lightly. I say these things because there are some in some quarters who are trying to rewrite the history of these two islands. And I'm going to stand up in every forum and defend our stewardship in Nevis. I'm going to defend the decision that we took. I'm going to defend what we did. Because we have always advocated for the best interests of our people. And I want to make that pellucid. I want to finish off by saying that since this administration has been in office, in 2023, we had $620.7 million came in from CBI. Nevis got 70.7. 2024, 244.2 million. Nevis got 66. And in 2025, thus far, 106 million has come in. Nevis has got 52.3. Sorry. Oh, you're on a point of, oh, forgive me. So, Madam Speaker, the amounts that had been allocated to Nevis since 2022 was fixed at the 5.5 million a month, forgive me, were continued by the new administration. And we have now come to an arrangement that we would move to a percentage basis. The value, in my opinion, of the percentage basis is that when times are good, everybody is going to benefit. And when times are not so good, everybody will take less and get less. But at least it will be proportional. And that, in my humble opinion, is the best way to demonstrate fairness. Of course, as I say, the pro rata share has now come when less is coming in. So I understand that the people of Nevis are going to get less. And I therefore reiterate the point that there has and ought to be some kind of look back to also examine what it is Nevis ought rightly to have obtained during that time. And so, when we look at the years that are concerned to me, what I call the unity years, instead of our 25, 26, 27% pro rata share, Nevis got 12.4%. And I was no longer content with this notion of hold that for now. Hold that for now. Hold that for now. I want to go on to make some other very quick points. I've been having some conversations on and off with the business community. And, Madam Speaker, there's a suggestion that it is time for us to look realistically at tax reform in the country. I say that we ought to look at tax reform because there has been a pattern that has emerged that every time there is a VAT relief day, the business places are inundated with customers. And whilst I'm in no position, because I have not had the benefit of a study myself, I'm urging the government to look at the possibility of whether instead of these days each year for VAT relief, we ought not now to look and see whether we can relax the percentage of VAT from 17% to a smaller number. The number that attracts itself to me is 10%, but I recognize that we will not get there overnight. But I'm prepared to suggest to the government that they at least have their financial team study what the impact would be if VAT was permanently reduced from 17% to 13%. I believe that the government used that in the budget last year to try and spur consumption this year. And as a consequence, they said for the first 6 months they would have a reduced VAT rate. I can tell you that in Nevis, we did not see any corresponding drop in receipts from VAT. And that is an interesting sort of empirical bit of information, because if you reduce the rate from 17 to 13, but overall in Nevis, VAT actually increased in terms of how much you earned, it suggests to me that, one, the economy is growing, but it also suggests, two, that the low rate led to greater consumption. And whilst I am not an economist and I do not have the answer, I believe that it is time for us to look and see whether or not there's an opportunity to reduce that historically high rate. It's one of the highest in the region at 17%, and to bring it down and to see whether or not by that engineering, if you will, that reform, we can stimulate more consumption in the local economy and therefore lead to greater growth. I believe we have talent within the chamber and within the Ministry of Finance that can look at this and come up with a solution. In that vein, we also have this practice of offering a Christmas duty exemption. I think it's what, 250 US or something, that we offer each year. And Madam Speaker, I am suggesting, respectfully, that we look at models that apply elsewhere in the Caribbean. Because elsewhere in the Caribbean, what they have is a permanent arrangement. So rather than the way we're doing it, where every Christmas we have a flood because people are given an exemption once a year. In other parts in the Caribbean, what they've done is they have a minimum threshold, and they grant you that all year round. And that is especially helpful for people who are of a lower income bracket. So for example, I'm advised that in Antigua, 100 US is the threshold. In Barbados, it is 30 US, 30.99. We have some numbers for the Dutch Islands, I will leave those. But in Dominica, it is US $55.21. St. Lucia, $22 US. Jamaica, $100 US. What they do is they tell you, if your import is that or below, then you get the exemption. So it doesn't have to wait until Christmas, where we have $250, and there's a flood of people. So again, something that I think is worthwhile to look at as we examine, Madam Speaker, where we go in terms of stimulating local economic activity. I think that is critically important as we develop and grow this economy, that we put those matters in place, and at the very least we start to think outside the box as to whether a lower tax environment might actually generate greater economic activity locally. Madam Speaker, I turn very briefly on the issue of crime. I have had the privilege of engaging with our Commissioner of Police. I want to go on record to commend the Commissioner. I have to also go on record to commend the Honorable Minister with responsibility for national security and the entire team, including those in the High Command in Nevis, because I think we have seen a remarkable drop in violent crime in the country. And I think that all of us who are right-thinking should applaud that. The mover made a point that I will reiterate, that there are some of us who it appears are only waiting for something bad to happen so that we can issue the breaking news without a thought about what it does to tourism, what it does to the image of the country, what impact it may have. And so I am a bit unhappy that we don't have breaking news that crime is down dramatically. But for those who are disinclined to report good news, I nevertheless from this rostrum want to extend my congratulations to the High Command of the Police Force, the security forces generally, and certainly to the new approach to citizen security in the country. I think it has yielded results, and I'm hopeful that the trends that we're seeing will continue. I must say that we have a couple hot spots that seem to be emerging in Nevis, and the police tell me that they're well aware of who the difficult ones may be, and so I'm hopeful that that too will peter out. I want to encourage our people, especially our young people, to focus on the possibilities that exist in our country, to focus on the opportunities that exist in our country. And that's why I campaigned here today so passionately for the ganja farmers. Give them the opportunity so that they can move forward and do something positive to help to build St. Kitts and Nevis. It would be remiss of me if I were not to say to the federal government that from the Nevis end, I'm grateful for the cooperation that we've seen on geothermal, the cooperation we've seen on the Nevis Airport project, and the cooperation that we're seeing on this bonus salary, which will also positively benefit the workers in Nevis. I would want to go on record to say that I am an advocate for Social Security reform, and I therefore support the efforts to move with alacrity to get this done. Social Security, you may not know, Madam Speaker, but assisted me in my own education. I was the first ever Social Security scholar. And it means a lot to me, that institution, because it has really made a significant difference in people's lives. A lot of people, there's maternity leave, they're off sick, whatever, Social Security has been there. It is one of those institutions which I truly believe has been transformative for the people of this country. And every chance I get, and I'm going to do it now again, I encourage people to pay their Social Security, especially those who are self-employed, to go in and register and pay. It is not a tax, it is an investment in your own future. And so I encourage people to do that. So yes, Social Security reform is necessary, and I'm publicly committing my support to what is afoot. The Honorable Prime Minister mentioned national health insurance. National health insurance reminds me of ganja, marijuana, cannabis, because we've talked about it until I don't know what else to say. When we started to talk about national health insurance, I had no gray hair. Now I have plenty gray hair, and we're still talking about national health insurance. And you know what occurred to me when the Prime Minister spoke, and he talked about the expansion of the health coverage for federal workers? It occurred to me, without the benefit of a study, that the amount of premium that we are currently paying to insure our workers, both at the federal level, and now I'm sure you're paying more because your coverage has expanded, and at the NIA level, that if we were to pool those premiums just from the government side, to my mind, we have already the start of a national health insurance scheme. What we're doing really now is we're funding the premiums for our workers, but outside the government workers, and we know that the government employs, well, certainly Nevis is the largest employer, I'm sure it's the same in St. Kitts. So there has to be a way that we can move this from beyond conversation to getting it to a point where we have implementation. Because we cannot talk about new smart hospital, hospital expansion in Nevis, MRI, and all of these things without having a mechanism to pay for it. And insurance has to be the answer. And again, I'm urging, as I do every year, that we move with greater speed in relation to that. Madam Speaker, I am nearing the end of my intervention, but I wanted to look at the audit report. And I wanted to say to the nation that the importance of the audit report cannot be understated. Why this document is relevant is that all of us can come in here and say what we want. We can spin, we can gloss, we can say. But the framers of our Constitution put together an independent body called the Director of Audit. And that independent body is critical because that body reviews the accounts of the government in Nevis and in St. Kitts and reports faithfully, without interference, what the numbers are. So if it's good news, it's in here, and if it's bad news, it's in here. And no amount of spin can make that any different. Now I spoke about the CBI, so I won't go back there. I spent quite a bit of time talking about that. But I want to look at something that's a little worrying to me, and that has to do with property tax. At page 6 of the audit report, it says that property tax in 2024 only contributed 2% to the revenue of the federal government. And then when we look at property tax on page 8, Madam Speaker, we see that in 2023, property tax contributed $14 million. And in 2024, property tax contributed the same $14 million. The reason I highlight property tax is because I feel it is one of those areas that is badly underperforming in St. Kitts and in Nevis. Whatever the problem is, it is one of those taxes which I think begs out, cries out for some reform. Because you cannot tell me that property tax in 2023 yielded 14 million, and a year later, property tax in 2024 yielded the same 14 million. What is that saying? No building happened for the year? No properties were improved? When was the last time that the property tax examiners did a reassessment of property values on St. Kitts? Minister of Finance is not here at the moment, but that's an important question. We are currently undergoing a revaluation exercise in Nevis, but it's the first such exercise in 15 years. And so again, I'm encouraging the government to look at these areas, because when I drive through some parts of St. Kitts, there are private homes that look like hotels. Beautiful homes, valuable homes. I tried to buy a piece of land in Frigate Bay the other day, and when the chap said to me, $30 a square foot, I almost swam back to Nevis. The speed with which I headed back to Nevis, Madam Speaker, because I say, if I'm paying $30 a square foot, well, got to be the land gonna make breakfast for me every morning. The land gonna build the house for me and all that, because on top of that, I still have to find money now to put up something on the land. So if land down here is selling for $30 a square foot, you mean to tell me that $14 million is all that we're netting in property tax? That number jumps out at me because there's something, to my mind, which we must look at in relation to property tax. So I raise that because that is badly underperforming and needs to be looked at. When we look at the economic performance over the last 5 years, and it is helpfully set out at page 10 of the audit report, and they produce a nice diagram there, a nice graph. And when we look at it, we really see that with the anomalous year of 2022, can go ahead. With the anomalous year of 2022, when despite record high levels of CBI receipts, we still recorded a deficit of over $100 million. That was an election year. The reality is that almost invariably, the graph reflects the CBI receipts. So, in 2020, we had a deficit of close to $100 million. 2021, that shot up to a surplus of maybe 120 million. By 2022, we're back in deficit. 2023, back in surplus. And in 2024, with CBI receipts waning, we have seen a significant deficit in last year of $261 million. So again, all connected to citizenship by investment, a point that I made earlier. I want to go on record to commend the government on the debt to GDP ratio. The audit report at page 11 speaks to the debt to GDP. It's a measure of a country's ability to pay back its debt. We knew that. The debt to GDP ratio of the government decreased from a revised debt to GDP ratio of 59.6% at the end of December 2023 to 57.6% at the end of December 2024. It means, therefore, that our debt to GDP ratio is falling, and incidentally, that also includes the NIA debt, which, as we know, is guaranteed by the federal government. What's instructive, Madam Speaker, is that the audit report may explain that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank has actually, during the 98th meeting of the Monetary Council, approved the recommendation to extend the date for achievement of 60% debt to GDP within the ECCU from 2030 to 2035. Why do I think that is worthy of mention? It means that while the rest of the ECCU, in the main, is asking for more time, St. Kitts and Nevis has already achieved the target. So the rest of the ECCU, and I've looked at the debt profile for St. Lucia, for Dominica, for Antigua, St. Vincent, and they're asking to give them extra time, allow them to go to 2035. St. Kitts and Nevis has already hit the mark, and in fact is lowering its debt to GDP. So I say kudos to the government on that. I think that that is a very important development that we should all be proud of. On the expenditure side, at page 17 of the audit report, I wanted to make the point that, and I quote, the appropriations for expenditure during 2024 are shown below. Original budget, $1,090,546,541. But importantly, Madam Speaker, there was a supplementary budget of $413,620.72. So the overall expenditure was $1.2 billion. Now, why is that important? That is important because, according to the Director of Audit, appropriation warrants to supplement the original budget for 2024 total $177 million, which increased the original budget by 16%. That is significant. And I just wanted to highlight that because it puts into question the efficacy of the budgetary process. Because if we're going to come in here and pass a budget and say that this is the number that we're working with, and then through supplementary or appropriation warrants increase that by 16% during the year, it begs a question as to what's happening. And then when we look at the reasons, beautifully laid out by the Director of Audit, when we look, for example, at page 20 of the audit report, it says why are the reasons for these appropriation warrants? And I read, additional funds required to cover personal emoluments for the ministry. And which ministry is that? Ministry of Public Infrastructure. And that is $495,000. Ministry of Education, additional funds needed for payroll expenses for early childhood, primary, secondary schools, and teachers in training at the Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College, $5.3 million. Ministry of Sports and Creative Economy, additional funds required to cover personal emoluments for the ministry, $600,000. And then the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action, and Constituency Empowerment, additional funds required to cover personal emoluments for the ministry, $2 million. These aren't, or ought not to be, surprise or unexpected expenses. What I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is ordinarily the appropriation warrant becomes relevant when there's some expenditure that was not budgeted for, it was not anticipated. Here we are talking about unbudgeted expenditure of $177 million total. But I raise the question, and hopefully I will get an answer, as to why at the start of the year, during the budgetary process, we did not know that we needed to pay payroll expenses for early childhood, primary, secondary school teachers. That seems odd. And then Ministry of Sports, $600,000 to pay early childhood, $5.3 million. To pay emoluments in the Ministry of Public Works, $495,000. And then the Ministry of Environment, Climate Action, $2 million. Those are amounts which, in my view, are unusual and ought to have been known during the budgetary process because, again, those are emoluments. Those are not some unexpected expenditure. And so I believe that those warrant some explanation. I want to look just very quickly at page 26 of the audit report. Page 26, Madam Speaker, speaks to the cash position. And again, we see the deteriorating position of the government because of the downturn in citizenship by investment. There was a decrease, and I'm reading, there was a decrease in the cash position of the government by $275.7 million at the end of 2024. If you look at the chart that is there, the cash at the beginning of 2024 was $535 million. That's what the federal government had in the bank. $535 million. At the end of 2024, that had fallen to $260 million. It means, therefore, that cash was being taken out to fund activities. Significant reduction in our cash reserves of some $275.7 million. That's what happens when you're overly dependent on CBI and CBI starts to fall. Cash amounts now are being sucked out to deal, therefore, with expenditure. And the last matter that I will raise, Madam Speaker, has to do with arrears of revenue, set out very ably by the Director of Audit at page 33 of the audit report. And the audit report says this: the statement of arrears of revenue is a requirement of the Finance Administration Act. The statement, Madam Speaker, shows arrears of revenue as at December 31st, 2024 at $200 million. $200 million, which was $39 million more than 2023. Put differently, this government has $200 million out on the road that is uncollected. $200 million. And it is $39 million more than 2023. When we look at the table, we see Finance, Customs, and Excise Department. You know what money people out there owe Customs? $47.5 million. Inland Revenue, $125.9 million. And the other big one is water, 21.7. I don't know why the minister not collecting the water rates. $21.7 million. People owe. Water already is one of the cheapest commodities in St. Kitts and Nevis. What people don't want to pay for it? $7.50, 1,000 gallons. Right? Not even, you pay $5, in Nevis you pay $5 for a bottle of water. So that's not a gallon. That's significantly less than a gallon. Huh? $21.7 million owed for water. And then at the Ministry of Health, $3.1 million for a total of 199.6, call it $200 million. You cannot survive. And I am running a small government in Nevis, and I'm saying, so here, our people need to be responsible citizens. And you can't tell me that the country can function, Madam Speaker, if you have arrears out there of $200 million. And as you say, as the Director of Audit says, it has grown by 39 million in the last year alone. So that is telling me that there's substantial work that needs to be done. And individuals out there need to understand that if they use the water, pay for it. If they know they owe Customs, come to an arrangement. If they know they owe Inland Revenue, come to an arrangement. But continuing this posture of not paying, I think, is creating a serious problem with the ability of this government, as it is for the government in Nevis as well, to function and to do what it needs to do. And so I hope that I've been helpful to the government when I make those kinds of remarks. I end, the best part of my presentation, I end by saying, Madam Speaker, that it has been for me a privilege to stand in this House and to speak on this budget. The country is facing some headwinds, and I believe that there's some difficult times ahead. I feel that we, all of us, must gird our loins, we must put our shoulders to the wheel, and we must seek to engage as patriots of this country to do what is best to advance St. Kitts and Nevis. Along the way, we will have our differences. Along the way, we will have our political and other quarrels. But we must never lose sight of the fact that we are all Kittitians and Nevisians, and we must all aim for the best St. Kitts and Nevis that we can manage. Let it be our legacy in this Parliament that we left a better St. Kitts and Nevis for those who are yet to come. With those few words, I say thank you and I take my seat. May it please you.
Thank you to the honourable member for Nevis 9.
2.5 hours.
You have an official time?
Oh, I thought we started at 10. Oh, okay. But I don't know, can I go and drink?
Yes, so we have now had the response from the opposition. Perhaps we can suggest a short 5-minute break because the members on this side are ready to go, but just wanted to give the Parliament time to orient itself for the continuation of the debate.
What's taken place here at the Craft House is the masterclass in welding, metal craft, led by Master Welder, Mr. Joseph Jam Matthew. So this initiative is a cultural heritage initiative in the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, Cooperatives and the Creative Economy. And part of the idea is to provide opportunities, learning and training opportunities for persons interested in skills that are directly relevant to our cultural heritage. We would have previously put out the stonemasonry masterclass, the coal making masterclass, and this morning we're doing the metal craft masterclass. And it's to ensure that these skill sets are very valuable to our cultural heritage and offers great economic opportunity and skills development opportunity for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and persons would have come from all walks to take advantage of this training and to learn from a master with over 30 plus years of experience in the craft. We have persons from the public and private sector represented from across different organizations from St. Kitts and Nevis, male and female.
This is about medicine, about easing pain, about restoring dignity, about offering hope.
Just as ginger has been used for stomach pain, aloe for burns and skin irritations, moringa for boosting your immune system, so too must cannabis be recognized for what it is, another plant in nature's medicine cabinet.
There is now a legal pathway. There is now a regulatory regime to ensure the quality of the product which you are purchasing. There's the possibility of persons getting licenses to have lounges, which we see in Jamaica and St. Vincent and Antigua. We need to follow the rules and the laws carefully.
We are balanced by the responsibility to be firm against cannabis abuse and to uphold and support the laws, policies, and national efforts that seek to ensure that cannabis does not get into the hands of the vulnerable.
By learning from the journeys of others, we have been able to craft an approach that is thoughtful, strategic, and uniquely our own. Today, we step forward with confidence, building a foundation for a vibrant, well-regulated industry that will serve our people, strengthen our national economy, and position St. Kitts and Nevis as a model of innovation and a model of integrity.
The Organization of Rastafari Unity will no doubt be thankful to the government of today for their courageous and their bold move in making those steps in order to rectify some of the wrongs, to stay in line with the Constitution. And as such, we want to give praises to the government at this point.
I'm happy to note that our farmers will become stalwarts of this industry and stewards of wellness. Our researchers, guardians of discovery, and our citizens, the soul of this transformation. This is not about chasing trends. This is about shaping legacies. It is about restoring our bond with the land and the core and soul of our people. And through wisdom, through science, and through respect, let us walk boldly into this new chapter.
The day of interruption was deliberately and intentionally named as interrupting transmission of cycles of violence is actually one key principle of the public health approach. And so in all the schools, public and private, primary and secondary schools, we had the commitment from the Ministry of Education to host special assemblies that focused on the theme of anti-violence and crime.
Me don't know about you, but me love think it's bad.
I want you to remember that you are very special and never allow anybody to make you think less than who you really are. I want to say to all of you that we care about you. We want peace, tranquility in your schools, and we want you to concentrate on becoming a good citizen, a good human being, building St. Kitts and Nevis to become a sustainable island state.
I want to thank all those who participated, all of our key stakeholders. Special thanks to the Ministry of Education and of course to our children and young people who were so receptive to all of the messages around making sure that they say no to violence, say no to drugs, but say yes to peace and yes to kindness.
Me don't know about you, but me don't think it's bad.
We are grateful that the government saw the need to procure additional equipment sufficient to match the anticipated market demands for aggregates for construction projects in 2025.
It is with great pride that today we celebrate a significant milestone for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis with the commissioning of a newly upgraded government quarry. We are pleased to share that we have now commissioned 3 other critical pieces of equipment: the secondary crusher and the screening plant. Additionally, the rock back truck that you see on my right. With these new additions, the quarry's output is set to increase by over 300%. This incredible boost in production capacity will ensure that we can meet the demands of future infrastructure projects, avoid costly delays, and most importantly, reduce construction costs. The impact of this upgrade cannot be overstated. The quarry produces aggregates, materials like stone dust, half-inch stones and three-quarter-inch stones that are vital for the production of concrete and masonry blocks. In fact, while many materials used in construction are imported, steel, cement, PVC piping, electrical wires, 50% of the material input for concrete is comprised of aggregates, which we can now produce locally in higher quality and in greater quantities than ever before.
With the commissioning of these new additions, the Power Screen secondary crushing plant, the Power Screen screening plant, and the rock back truck, we take yet another step forward in enhancing the efficiency and productivity of our quarry operation.
To have this machine here is really a blessing to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. A CT scan machine, this piece of equipment, is critically important to treat a number of diseases because first one has to diagnose. It is important for strokes. Anyone who has a stroke really should get an emergency CT scan to determine the course of treatment. We know that strokes are very common here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and if you don't have a CT scan, it really limits how effectively you can treat those who suffer from strokes. The other thing that this machine offers is to be able to diagnose heart disease, especially the blood vessels around the heart. We don't have the capacity to fully diagnose these to determine the course of treatment, but this machine has the capacity to do that. This piece of equipment is critically important and fundamental in making sure that we can improve treatment of you citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis. And all this is really towards our upgrading of our hospital, towards becoming an accredited institution. We're on a journey of accreditation, and therefore we must tackle the issues here from all perspectives, whether it is the physical plan, in terms of equipment, human resource development, and customer service, which I think is very, very important. So I want to implore on all of us who are involved in this, those who are here in the leadership position, those who will work with this machine, to care the machine, to take care of this machine, to really appreciate what this machine will do for our people, so that at the end of the day, we can make sure that healthcare gets to where we want it, which is to satisfy the needs of our people. Something like this, of course, is new, and so it would have had its teething issues, which we all expected to have. But at the end of the day, because everybody fundamentally is on the same page, which is to get something like this done in St. Kitts and Nevis to help us to transform, we're able to overcome all of the different challenges. And today, we are here. We are here launching this course.
The Clarence Fitzgerald College and Dr. Wotam for facilitating us and hosting this training. And we would also like to thank our Prime Minister for donating the resources and the funds needed to purchase the electric vehicles and the equipment that we need to make this possible. And I know he truly believes in St. Kitts and Nevis is becoming a sustainable island state, and we want to do our part to make sure that that happens.
We are grateful to be a part of this so that we can enhance the future skills of our students and the workforce in general, so that we can continue embarking on innovation, sustainability, but also reaching our neighbors so that we can also contribute to that CARICOM agenda.
The Ministry of Education believes firmly in digital solutions, in partnerships, and in transforming education so that we meet the needs of this sustainable island state. I know we say we are trying to move towards there, but we have certainly made certain leaps in that direction, and therefore I would say we are well on our way. This program sees us at a fitting time when we ourselves in the Ministry of Education are looking at ensuring that we have vehicles that are electric vehicles. So if we are to make sure that we are on the cutting edge, we must have the facilities through which we can train individuals, whether it's within the Ministry of Education, in terms of our bus drivers, knowing the type of vehicles that we intend to procure, so that when they utilize them, they're able to best use them and make sure that anything goes wrong, they have some information as to what to do next. So having this course on island is critical for us.
From the Ministry of Education, we just procured 2 electric school buses. So now that the training is happening in St. Kitts, we are positioning our citizens to be equipped to ensure that we get the best use out of our vehicles when they do arrive. I'm happy with the outline of the course, but more specifically interested in the health and safety aspect of the training, and like the PSI, to encourage our participants to take advantage of the information that will be shared, and at the same time you share it with others as well. So you're being trained to help train others, so that in the region, we in the OECS, I think we might be the first in the OECS who is offering this training, which even makes the history even more heartwarming.
We have a regional responsibility. As St. Kitts and Nevis, we are launching this, but of course we want to extend this to our regional brothers and sisters. There might be something in their area that they can invite us to. So together we are leveraging our resources to make sure that we achieve sustainability, not just in St. Kitts and Nevis, but throughout the region. And so I'm elated. So I want to say to the participants to really take full advantage of the opportunity to learn.
May be seated. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, as Leader of Government Business, and given that this is a major national debate, considering the appropriation bill of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and similar to what other parliaments have done, is just to bring a sense of order to the speaking in Parliament, so that we are clear and everyone can prepare for their time slot, etc. I am proposing a motion to establish a fair speaking order for government and for opposition. Government can choose who speaks at whichever time in their slot, as well as opposition can speak in whichever time they choose. So we are proposing, and this has been discussed with the members present here in opposition and the members present here in government. We are proposing, which is normally the case, of course, the mover and then the responder, which has happened already, that the government will then have one speaker next. The opposition will have an opportunity to have a speaker after that, government, then opposition and government. And we hope that we could accomplish that today, Wednesday. Tomorrow, Thursday, we hope to start with a government member, followed by an opposition member, followed by a government member, and then followed by 2 opposition members and 1 government member for Thursday tomorrow. And then on Friday, you have the 2 remaining government members, and if the mover then decides to wrap up on Friday, in an effort to try and wrap the debate by Friday so that persons can go about their business in this festive season. So I would like to propose that motion and to move that motion for that established order for the purposes of this budget debate.
Well, seconder, I recognize
I
the
second
honourable
the motion,
member.
Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
The question is that the order of speaking as announced, whereby, well, for the 3 consecutive days, be adopted. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Senator Philip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure for me, Madam Speaker, to rise and second the mover for this year's appropriation bill, shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. Speaking second, contributing on it. Sorry, my apologies. So to rise and contribute on this bill in support of this year's appropriation bill and the proposed budgetary priorities that were duly and well explained by the mover of the bill. I have been away for a little while, as you know, Madam Speaker, so I'd like to take the opportunity now to just thank everyone, including yourself, Madam Speaker, for the well wishes and encouragement that I received while I was on maternity leave for the past few months. I appreciate the well wishes and the prayers. I did receive them directly and indirectly, all that was sent through my parents. I'm happy to report that mother and baby are healthy and well, thanks to God. We need all of that. It's okay. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, and I am happy to be here to speak and make my contribution on this national budget. Madam Speaker, the budget presented speaks to investing in people and powering progress. That is the theme of this year's budget. But I believe this is something that this government has demonstrably done since taking office in 2022, Madam Speaker. I think the theme is not only fitting for this year's budget, but it has been the sentiment and the trajectory and the approach that we have taken ever since this administration, this SKNL administration, has taken office. This is our 3rd budget, and the Prime Minister and mover of the bill, the member for number 8, described this year's budget in his address as a budget of optimism, discipline, and compassion. After consulting the numbers, Madam Speaker, and making some comparisons, particularly for the ministries that I'm responsible for, I wholeheartedly agree with the PM's description, with the mover's description of this budget being a budget of optimism, discipline, and compassion. The budgetary outlook is optimistic around realizing the Sustainable Island State agenda. It is disciplined around prioritizing the right investments at the right times, and it is compassionate in the ways that it centers the people, our people, as primary benefactors of this government's work. Madam Speaker, according to this appropriation bill, for the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs and the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, we are experiencing a slight cutback compared to the 2025 budget, Madam Speaker. But this is by no means a complaint, because if you've been paying attention, Madam Speaker, since the Sengits Nevis Labour Party took office in 2022, this government has invested near $250 million in human and social development initiatives. And Madam Speaker, these initiatives that I'm referring to are the hefty investments in social assistance, development programs, in subsidies that the people have been able to experience and benefit from, like in electricity, in water, in gas, It's the empowerment checks that, perhaps the most commonly known as handouts, what we call them empowerment checks, that were placed directly into people's wallets in order to help increase their purchasing power and to protect them from global inflationary shocks that threaten our quality of life. Madam Speaker, near $250 million. The PM would have mentioned specifically the value of some of these social development investments in his address. And to remind us, this year alone, 2025, the Budget Boost Wallet, which was an initiative where citizens received $5,000 over a 6-month period to pay for their food, utilities, and basic living essentials, the tax breaks that we received this year, these two alone were valued at $62 million, Madam Speaker. Then, of course, we cannot forget the LIFT program, which is still ongoing and costs the government over $30 million. Also, the STEP program, which also is still ongoing, is another additional $40 million, Madam Speaker. And we also remember the Aspire program that was launched, groundbreaking program. This should be transformational, this program, as a part of our legacy here as a government. That program itself, which puts money directly into the accounts and pockets of our children and young people, that, Madam Speaker, is an additional investment valued at another $4 million just this year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is almost totaling near over $100 million just for those flagship programs, Madam Speaker. And we cannot forget that in addition to that investment, the recurrent expenditure that was budgeted for this year within the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs in order to pay for the flagship programs that we know very well, such as school vouchers, such as early childhood subsidies, the emergency assistance, medical assistance, all of these programs that are delivered through the ministry. These are investments that are worth cumulatively an additional $35 to $45 million of recurrent expenditure that is financed. That's money that goes directly into the pockets of our people, Madam Speaker. And so total of all of this, cumulatively, for all of these initiatives, Madam Speaker, within these past 3 years, we're talking about this government having invested Madam Speaker. That is, persons, residents of St. Kitts and residents of Nevis have benefited. Madam Speaker, we would have heard the member opposite, the leader of the opposition, speak about explaining what he meant by fair share, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the budgetary process and the division of expenditures or shares for the budget between St. Kitts and Nevis administrations. But Madam Speaker, I cannot recall a time, I know I may be the youngest person in this honorable house, but I cannot recall a time in history where divisions have received a fairer share. And I believe the presentation from the honorable member opposite would affirm this point. Because, Madam Speaker, I know that this government and that the ministers who sit in this government have been very intentional about being collaborative and inclusive when it comes to the delivery of programs and initiatives that have been funded and invested into the people. Because all of us are citizens of this federation, both Kittitians and Nevisians. And I can say, certainly speak for myself, because just like the Premier enjoys coming to St. Kitts and walking around and wanting to buy land, I myself enjoy visiting Nevis, Madam Speaker. St. Kitts sweet. St. Kitts is sweet. And, you know, the people and the vibes in Nevis is always nice. And so, Madam Speaker, we make an effort. I certainly make an effort to engage regularly with the ministers of the NIA in the ministries of social empowerment, for youth development, and for citizen security, Madam Speaker. So Nevis is more often than not, invited and accommodated to share and participate in our initiatives, social assistance initiatives, in the investments that are made. And these are investments that are made in addition to the share that Nevis, that the NIA gets, I understand. And so, Madam Speaker, we as a government, we always talk about integrity, we talk about being equitable. We're actually doing it, even when it comes to the federal level and the shares that we're making in relation to St. Kitts and Nevis and their shares in the budgetary process. So, Madam Speaker, over the past 3 years, the investment in human and social development has been significant, and it has been equitably delivered across both islands. Everybody get touched. $250 million. Now, the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, as well as Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, are the ministries that have often been used to facilitate the administration and delivery of these social investments. And while it required a lot of hard work to deliver this type of programming, the money spent, the near $250 million spent in cash transfers and social programs, has really allowed these two ministries to build capacity, which is very important, especially when we talk about the Sustainable Island State Agenda and we're talking about building strong and resilient social protection systems. The investment in people, through social assistance delivery of programs, has allowed our ministries, the administration of our ministries, to, one, reform social policies and programs by allowing us to collect much well-needed data to inform and improve our policies and programming. So I know people complain sometimes about when they have to come to social services and all the information we're asking them for. But it's important that we have this information. We have sought to establish platforms that once your information is provided to the department and to the ministry, you don't have to come back every time to include it again. So if you come for one program, once you have inputted the information, you should be able to come back another time for another program, and it's already there. You just have to verify. But it's very important that we collect this data and this information, and through these national and federal initiatives that we have invested near $250 million for, directly for our people, we've been able to collect much well-needed data that allows us to analyze and to inform our social policy direction and programming. We've been able to increase and strengthen partnerships with the private sector and business vendors because we have to engage with them to ensure that we have the platforms to deliver these investments into people's pockets. We've been able to utilize technology and online platforms to improve how we deliver our programs and the benefits. So people don't have to be lining up in the square to come, sign up for the money, for the little money, but we make sure that we try to maintain a level of dignity and a level of transparency in the way that we make sure people get access to these resources and to these investments. We've been able to upgrade systems and operations according to best practices to improve transparency, fairness, and efficiency in program delivery with clear guidelines and targeting to allow us to provide assistance to the most vulnerable people who need a hand up the most. So, Madam Speaker, this investment in people was coupled with investments into our social protection ecosystem. Very good investment, Madam Speaker. And as you know, like I would have said, social protection is one of the 7 pillars of our Sustainable Island State Agenda. And so the near $250 million already spent has allowed us in the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, Youth, Aging and Disability to upgrade our systems and operations, which is necessary for building a resilient social protection ecosystem. So when we're talking about CISA, we're all at work in all of our areas. We're really working. We're doing the work. And I must take this opportunity to thank the staff and management within both of the ministries that I have direct responsibility for their hard work and for their commitment to realizing the Sustainable Island State Agenda, because it really is a lot of work to do. Establishing systems and implementing strong policies. Administering and maintaining these programs and initiatives, it really requires a great deal of support and collaboration, and the staff and our partners really stepped up to the plate. So I trust that the announcement of the double salary to our civil servants is a celebrated reward for all of the hard work of the staff across the ministries. So thank you, the Honorable Prime Minister and Mover, for that delivery. Now, Madam Speaker, in this budget for 2026, as I mentioned, the ministry will receive a little less than what was budgeted last year. The numbers show it, but I'm not upset. I remain optimistic about this budget and the direction of this government. Because as the mover of the bill explained in his presentation, the Sustainable Island State agenda is extensive. And in order to make sure that we deliver on all aspects, remember there are 7 whole pillars of this agenda, we must exercise financial discipline. So, Madam Speaker, I'm okay with foregoing a few $1 million in 2026 if it means that more progress for all that, if it means more progress for all of us that we can see and we can feel. If experiencing that cutback means we can get 24/7 water everywhere, I'm okay with that. If it means more paved roads, I'm okay with that. If it means more completed housing solutions, I'm okay with that.
That's social protection.
If it means new schools get built and old buildings get upgraded, I'm okay with that. If it means healthier and more locally grown food, I'm okay with that. If it means more flights so that we have more business within tourism, I'm okay with that, Madam Speaker. I am willing and optimistic to accept cutbacks within my ministry in the area of human and social development if it means we will see progress that we can feel and that we can see. Madam Speaker, especially given the $250 million that this government has already invested since coming into office directly into people's pockets and into their homes and households. Since we already did that, Madam Speaker, it's okay for us to reprioritize to make sure that we deliver on the other things that we have promised as a government, Madam Speaker. So for 2026, the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs is allotted $38.3 million. Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, $3 million. These budgets will generally be spent to maintain existing programming, Madam Speaker. We've worked hard over the past 3 years to be able to ensure that we can have programs, we can upgrade our flagship programs to make sure that we can deliver on them. And so our thrust is to continue and to become more efficient and to be more compassionate in our responses to the people and their vulnerabilities. We want to continue to focus on people, programming, and partnerships, Madam Speaker. And I want to take the opportunity to highlight the successes of 2025, to mention the challenges and speak to plans and actions that will be delivered in 2026. The year in review not only will include the 2 ministries I have direct responsibility for, but I also will speak a little to citizen security, which I co-chair with the Honorable Prime Minister and member from number 8, in which we apply the public health and social development approach to violence and crime reduction, an approach that is proven to be successful here in St. Kitts and Nevis under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, and Minister of Health. So, Madam Speaker, for our year in review, in the Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, this year we would have seen an increase in participation across our flagship programs, particularly summer camp. We've seen an increase in numbers. We had near 200 children. We've also seen an uptick most recently in the number of applications for Children's Parade. This is a collaboration that the Department of Youth Empowerment now does with the Department of Culture in terms of getting children for the Children's Parade. We currently have, I think, 245 applications for Children's Parade this year. And we're still accepting applications. That's my understanding. We're still accepting applications for those who might want to participate in Children's Parade so that we can have a festive cultural display this year during the festive season. Youth continues to work with making sure that we support young people and students living with disabilities by delivering on skill building programs and engaging our youth and children with disabilities in fun days. We would have worked with UNICEF to be able to highlight and identify child rights ambassadors this year, and this is us being able to give voice to our children and young people to make sure that they continue to be part of the development process. Most Remarkable Teens, Madam Speaker, we've seen the highest number of applications for Most Remarkable Teens. I understand that there were actually 85 interviews. Yeah, 86. We had 86 applications and interviews for Most Remarkable Teens this year, and that's significant, so we have to boil that down to 25. I know the challenge is hard, and so with that program, Madam Speaker, it's now moving into what I believe is its 15th year. We're looking to reform that programmatic approach where we are seeking our applicants in the future to ask that they do some sort of volunteer project ahead of time to be able to have do better at shortlisting individuals who apply for this. So with youth, we are committed to continuing the programming in 2026 with what we know to do, and so we want to continue with engaging with our communities and getting more young people involved with the activities of the youth department, Madam Speaker. For disability services, advocacy for the community of persons living with disabilities was ongoing and it continued. We've been able to successfully increase engagement and raise consciousness about persons living with disabilities and their experience of our society and our world here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We've been able to support with building capacity to be able to better engage with persons in this community. We've hosted a sign language training for civil servants so that we can increase the way we communicate and engage with persons living with disabilities. We partnered with the Ministry of Education, the department, in order to build capacity in our schools. And that is intended to help us mainstream more children living with disabilities so that they can participate in, obviously, mainstream education. We currently have, at Washington Archibald High School, we have one student who is blind, who attends school regularly with all the other students. So when we talk about inclusive education, we're really doing it. And we would have hosted some inclusion workshops for our teachers to be able to help them with managing students with different disabilities. There's currently a committee that's been established to help us with getting parking permits for wheelchair users. That's been a challenge, but we continue to work with our stakeholders to get that done, and we will continue to do that in 2026. The members of the disability community, or persons living with disabilities, always ask us to support them in advocating for housing, for employment opportunities and skills building, especially within the private sector. And so the intention is for us to continue and to go out to do tours within the private sector, to do some education and training and engagement with the private sector and non-governmental agencies so that we can raise the consciousness in that area so that more opportunities are made available for persons living with disabilities. When it comes to seniors enrichment, Madam Speaker, we have our senior care programs, which have been a hit, Madam Speaker, and we would have heard the mover of the bill speak to the experiences of our seniors who enjoy doing things like going to the movies. I do want us, and of course the course that they would have done about diabetes with the Ministry of Health. So, Madam Speaker, these care programs are really vital for supporting our aging population. We take the opportunity to focus on health, education, social and spiritual well-being of our seniors to ensure that they're living and aging with dignity. I want to take the opportunity here, Madam Speaker, to really thank the honourable member from number 8, who's the Prime Minister, mover of the bill, and who I'm also proud to say is my parliamentary representative, because he really is committed to caring for the people, Madam Speaker. And not only does this national budget show it, but when we speak to these programs, like our seniors programs, Madam Speaker, this is actually a program that's funded through the Prime Minister's office. And the office is always willing to help and support our very small ministry, Youth, Aging and Disabilities, to ensure that programs like these, which we consider to be very important, are maintained and sustained, Madam Speaker. And so I really want to thank the Honourable Mover for his commitment to caring for the community, to caring for our people. We see he continues to deliver in that regard, Madam Speaker, so people can live and enjoy life. When it comes to the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Gender Affairs, some of our 2025 successes include improved social service delivery with increased case management. We hosted a few case management workshops on financial literacy for persons who've been recipient of LIFT benefits. We also celebrate the launch, Madam Speaker, as we talk about service delivery, the launch of a school-based assistance program. And this program was also mentioned by the mover, and just to break it down so that I can explain, this program is a result of the collaboration and partnership, again, with the Ministry of Education. And before I really explain the program, I also want to take the opportunity to thank the member from number 1, who is the MP carrying the expansive portfolio of people-focused ministries. He's also the Minister of Social Development and Gender Affairs, Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities. And he says all the time that I'm his boss. And so I just wanted to say, really appreciate his support and vision to ensure that all of these ministries work together in improving how we do things and how we reach people. I'm happy that while I was away, he got the opportunity to go in because I know people always ask for him. And so he was able to see a lot of our programs in action and was able to speak and connect with the staff. And so we really want to thank him for his support. I want to thank him for his support throughout just the process. Now, the school-based assistance program, again, was a collaboration with the Ministry of Education, where it combines the application and assessment for all school-based type of assistance. We're talking about, we would know that school uniform assistance was always within the repertoire of social services. And then when it came to getting things like textbooks, CXC fee waivers, or subsidies, you'd have to go to education. And so we were approached by the Ministry of Education for assistance through social services, and we've been able to combine the delivery of all these programs into one application. So when you come, you can apply once, and then you can submit an expression of interest, and then you're considered and evaluated for receiving one or all of these forms of social assistance in relation to school and education. And that has been pretty successful. We, I think, received from the numbers that I have 1,200 expressions of interest. And so we want to continue with that approach, and we seek to improve as we go along throughout the years. We've been able, Madam Speaker, this year we celebrate our ability to have improved data collection and evaluation and analysis of our programs. We always aspire to see how we can improve our program delivery. And so the information that we receive from data collection, the feedback that we receive from clientele, we do use that information to see what we need to do to improve with the investments that we have made in social and human development. I want to take the opportunity to also speak to capital projects, Madam Speaker, for 2025. This year, we would have expended the capital budget that was afforded to the ministry, and I'm happy to report that the work on the New Horizons Rehabilitation Center is really near complete. Yes, please clap for that, because I know I work hard on that.
We are now at the point where staff and residents are moving back into the original location. We are, all of the works, I have an extensive report of the money that went into and the extensive works. I'm going to take the time to actually speak to that because we worked really hard on this. The amount of work that we put in, we would have replaced all of the windows. We built a whole new pump house, a walkway, a new garage receptacle. We renovated the entire assessment center building and the sewage system. We installed new burglar bars and handrails. We completed electrical upgrades for the entire facility. We did work on the roof and ceiling, and that was just major works, of course, in addition to the painting, the landscaping, and all of these aspects, Madam Speaker, so that we are now at the point where we can return and start moving back in, and we have started moving back in the staff and the residents to the original location at Harris's. Madam Speaker, I want to express thanks to the member from number 3, who is the Minister for Public Works, for ensuring that these renovations are also prioritized within his ministry. I would come time and time again to cabinet and ask for updates, and I'm very, very happy to report that we have been able to complete the renovations. So we are waiting on our final pieces of furniture, and like I said, the move back has commenced. I also take this time to thank the contractors who were on this project. We looked and sought contractors from constituencies number 6 and number 7, and I want to thank the contractors for really being diligent and working to the timeline to make sure that we got all the works done for New Horizons. So, clap for myself. Did good work on New Horizons. Additionally, we talk about capital projects, Madam Speaker. Community center maintenance and rehabilitation is within the remit of the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, Madam Speaker. The monies budgeted for the maintenance of community centers, Madam Speaker, with that, we would have gone on we went on an island-wide community center rehabilitation drive where we made sure we tried our best to touch each community center, to give something to each community center across the island. We have been working since a few years on reopening Keon Community Center, and I'll come back to that one, Madam Speaker. But I want to mention that works have been done at Challengers, East Bastia, Connery, St. Johnson's, Lodge, Otley's, and St. Paul's. Works ranging from replacing windows, replacing doors, painting and servicing and upgrades of emergency water tanks, fencing upgrades. And so, Madam Speaker, we have been working to do something at each of our community centers. With regards to Keon, I know I always get this question from the member for number 8 in terms of the reopening and members of the public. When it comes to the Keon Community Center, we do have I want to share a little statement regarding the continued closure of the Keon Community Center. I know in past years, I have come and spoken about the Keon Community Center and how much work we put in to reopening the community center and the works that would have been completed. But the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs wishes to advise the general public that the Keon Community Center remains closed in order to identify the source of the environmental hazard which originally caused the closure in 2022. In 2022, an air quality test revealed the presence of mold in multiple spaces on both floors of the community center. And to protect the staff that work from the community center and the general users, a decision was taken to close the community center temporarily and undergo all the remedial works necessary. Since 2022, we have undertaken at the Keon Community Center to repair and recap a leaking roof. We have sought professional mold remediation. We have installed new appliances, cleaned extensively, repaired the fence, painted, fixed and reconnected the cistern, replaced all wooden doors and wooden furniture, and improved by installing new AC units, Madam Speaker. We've done all this remedial work in order to identify any sources of mold and to also stop any future development of mold. Now, in addition to all of this work, after having done all this work, we would have completed some air quality tests, but presence of mold still remains at levels that require remediation. So this is why it's still closed. We found that after we've done all of these things, the readings from the Bureau said it's still too high. And so we engaged with multiple stakeholders, including environmental health, Bureau, professional cleaners, and the decision is now taken to return focus on the roof of the community center, as all other sources of moisture have been remediated. The Public Works Department has provided the scope of works for recapping the roof through the application of an additional layer of concrete that hopefully will allow for proper drainage of water from the roof to avoid and prevent any future pooling of water, which is suspected to be the cause of this moisture and the development of mold. This work is expected to commence in 2026. So we spent this year trying to really understand and troubleshoot and figure out where is this mold coming from, and we've identified a pooling problem on the roof. The ministry sincerely apologizes to the residents of Keon and the wider community for the inconvenience caused through the continued closure of the Keon Community Center. However, we are still committed to ensuring that we return the community center to the residents of the community so that it can be fully utilized, because we are waiting, of course, through the ministry and through Youth, Aging and Disabilities. We are also interested in establishing programming in this community, and so we intend to keep the public updated, but please note we are still working on understanding and figuring out the source of the mold problem at the community center in Keon. Okay, Madam Speaker. Next, on to citizen security. Madam Speaker, citizen security is the approach that we speak about when it comes to addressing violence and crime and looking at that from a public health perspective. We've spoken about citizen security in different sittings and different forums. The mover of the bill would have spoken to the success that national security has seen when it comes to the reduction in homicides and violent crimes and the peace that we are all experiencing and benefiting from in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, especially since we started with the approach to violence and crime reduction using the public health approach. From the Citizen Security Secretariat, I want to remind members of the public, members of this House, that citizen security is a mandate. It is something that is formalized through the Prime Minister's office, where we have a committee of persons from different areas and sectors, both government and non-governmental, and we work together to see how we can coordinate work to ensure that we take a public health, social development approach to really support what national security is doing and complement what national security is doing by making sure that we all take ownership of creating a peaceful St. Kitts and Nevis and reducing violence in all its forms. And so through the Citizen Security Secretariat this year, we're celebrating the successes that we would have seen in terms of hosting a national day of interruption, where we went into the schools to push the messaging of peace and security and nonviolence to our children and young people. That was very successful. We thank all of the stakeholders, and it is the intention to see how we can continue working and partnering with the Ministry of Education to host another day of interruption in 2026. And we did, yes, we did invite all parties. We also had a day of interruption on Nevis, and so it was very successful. Persons who participated really enjoyed it, and it's something that we want to encourage the Ministry of Education through the schools, through all of the learning institutions to continue. The Citizen Security Secretariat also hosted 3 better opportunity fairs We've heard members in the House talk about trying to encourage young people to seek out better opportunities outside of a life of violence and crime. And so the Secretariat hosted 3 better opportunity fairs. 2 of them were hosted in Bastille, where for these fairs we had persons in booths represented from opportunities in the civil society. So we had civil society organizations come and engage with members of the public, say we're recruiting membership into groups and organizations. We had employers, we had government departments to be able to highlight where the better opportunities lie and give people the chance, if they did not know, where they can go to find information, what they can do, and what really is out there. And so we are grateful to have been able to host 3. We had 2 in Bastille, and then there was also 1 in the community of Saddlers, Madam Speaker, all of which we deem to be successful in terms of the patronage and the support by the partners who came on board and volunteered to spend their time to set up booths and engage with members of the public and members of the community. The establishment of partnerships, I'd say that's the 3rd success of citizen security, and it's also the continued desire for citizen security for 2026. It's a priority to continue establishing partnerships. With citizen security, we're pushing the approach that it really is an all hands on deck and all of society approach to ensuring that we have peace in St. Kitts and Nevis. And in order to do that, we really need to know who the community groups are. We need to know who the people are. We want people to buy in. We want people to understand what is really the root cause of crime and violence in St. Kitts and Nevis. We really have to go back to building communities of care. We really need to go back to having our church groups support families in the community. We really need to go back to our sporting associations, our coaches, our sports leaders, being able to provide mentorship to our young people. And so what citizen security is intended to do is really to coordinate these efforts. We want to know who you are. We're willing to come to share the data and information, because all of this is based on science. PM likes to say that all the time. It's based on science. It's based on the information that we know, based on surveys, based on analysis that has been done. And so if we continue to stay committed to the process, it will work. I believe that. But we do need everybody to come on board. We do need our civil society organizations. We need our churches. We need our sports groups. We need individuals in the community, our elders. We need to go back to the days where we all take care of each other. And so citizen security is committed to continuing to establish partnerships. We're open to persons reaching out to us because we need to know who you are so we can see how we can support and encourage your work. I do want to give thanks and commendation to all our already existing partners. The Office of the UN Resident Coordinator for Mr. Cuthbert Wood is a strong supporter. The Chamber of Industry and Commerce, we have representatives there who really support us. We have the churches, we're calling on them to support and do more as well. We've been reached out. The church associations in Nevis have reached out to us at the Secretariat, and we've been over to Nevis a few times to be able to deliver presentations and share information and do some brainstorming. So we want to continue in that vein, in establishing partnerships and working together and pulling our efforts together to create a safe and peaceful St. Kitts and Nevis, so that we can have sustained long-term peace and fewer persons, especially our young people, engaging and getting involved in violence and crime. Madam Speaker, those were successes that I highlighted. In light of all that we've been doing and the work that we've been doing across human and social development, we of course have our minor challenges, Madam Speaker. And I just want to highlight some of these challenges because I think it's important, for us to be honest and transparent. Things are going very, very well, but there's small things that we can do and we can improve on. One thing that I've noticed since coming into office, Madam Speaker, is we actually have a shortage in our caregiving sector, as in we the persons who are interested, the persons who have the competence and the skills and the need has grown, Madam Speaker, for us, especially in relation to home care. We have a need for more home care officers, a need for persons who to be interested in giving care to our elders. And it is not just limited to persons, our aging population and home care as an employment sector, but you think about nurses, we could use more nurses, and it's just the caregiving sector in general. It's a note that we have a high demand for home care officer support. We get requests in the Department of Aging all the time, but we do have some shortages in that sector. We also have received increased reports through the Ministry of Youth, Aging and Disability, Department of Aging. We have increased reports of elder abuse, which has signaled to us the need for policy and legislation around elder care. And that's engagement that we have started. We have had a few meetings with the Ministry of Health in relation to establishing regulations for elder care because the reports of elder abuse are increasing. We could use, Madam Speaker, an increase in community engagement that is seen across the board, especially when it comes to citizen security. So we always seek to increase the community engagement. We are working towards, Madam Speaker, increasing our communication outreach so that people are aware of programs, so that people can participate in the programs that have been established and that are being delivered, Madam Speaker. We note, particularly when it comes to our children and young people, we could really do a better job as communities to support families and to protect our children, Madam Speaker. The cases that are reported at Probation and Child Protection Services are still significant, and there's more that we can do on an individual and community-based level to do a better job at protecting our children and supporting families. We really, really need to rebuild and cultivate communities of care. And this extends not only to achieving the ultimate objective of maintaining peace and security, but it's also of just what do we value as conditions and divisions. If we are unkind to each other, if we don't aspire to keep each other safe and to protect each other and to take care of each other, who are we as a people? And so there is really a need to rebuild and cultivate communities of care. We need to reduce elder abuse, we need to reduce domestic violence, we need to reduce gun crime, all of these things, Madam Speaker. And it does require more than just the government and government laws and government to be able to really see how we can support and do a better job. And Madam Speaker, all of this is, these are the challenges that we would have noticed. And this is why we are committed in this budget to investing in people and investing in progress. Because we recognize that these are shortcomings. And so we certainly are committed to, as a government, to taking the lead on making these significant investments in our people to better support each other and better support the work that needs to be done by making sure we progress. So, Madam Speaker, in terms of plans and priorities for the Ministries of Social Development, Gender Affairs, Citizen Security, Youth, Aging and Disability, for 2026, we want to use the funds that have been budgeted and allotted to these ministries to be able to, as I would have said, continue with flagship program delivery and strengthening program delivery to be able to invest in our people, especially our young people, through juvenile rehabilitation. Now that we're back at New Horizons, we want to make sure that programming there continues and improves, and we continue to look for partnerships. Part of the rehabilitation curriculum is that we tend to seek support from the churches, support from the groups to come in and work with the residents at the center. And so we continue to work on that. We're investing in case management so that people can benefit more from the programs that we are delivering, so that we can see that, making sure that the investments that we're making into people's pockets through our different social assistance programs, that it's more than just receiving a handout, but we're also trying to develop capacity and build skills. When we talk about investing in people, it's not just about money, but it's about investing time and resources to be able to teach people new skills, give a man a fish, but teach a man to fish. And so that people can be sustained for a much longer time. We are going to work on increasing our community engagement. As I said, that's one of the challenges that we found. So whether that means increasing our social media presence, increasing publicity around our programs, making calls out for persons to support the programming that we do, and also encouraging non-governmental organizations and entities to establish their own programs. Madam Speaker, that is also something that we are encouraging and that we seek to do, really working on establishing partnerships and increasing community engagement. Want to invest in the people. We also want to make sure, part of that is making sure that we connect with the people in part of that investment. Madam Speaker, I'm near the end, and I want to wrap up by reiterating my support, Madam Speaker. This appropriation bill, 2026, and the plans outlined for the budget should really make all of us feel reassured, because we really continue as a government here on this side, we really continue to make investments in people and progress. Remember, I said we've already, in this third year of government, we've already invested near $250 million into our people, direct, Madam Speaker. And the plans that have been outlined by the mover and the plans that I'm sure you'll hear from all of the other members on the government side will speak to the progress that has already been made and that is intended and expected for 2026 upcoming. Madam Speaker, we are investing in people and progress. It's not just, even though that's the theme for this year, it's not just this year that we have been doing that. This is a budget of optimism, of discipline, and of compassion. And this government, Madam Speaker, under the leadership of the Honourable Member from number 8, has already demonstrated, I believe, its commitment to taking care of the people, and we continue to do so. Madam Speaker, when it comes to social development as a concept, we are really talking about who we are as a people. You know, economic development, we already know is booming. The numbers show it. The Honourable Mover would have spoken to our economic development. But when it comes to our social development and our social protection, we're talking about supporting the most vulnerable. We're talking about building inclusive communities of care and protecting our children. We're talking about making sure that people live and maintain a certain standard of life, and that we are protected as much as possible from global shocks that are outside of our control. That's inflationary shocks, that's climate shocks, that's things that can destabilize and really change the way that we live and enjoy life. And Madam Speaker, this government, it really has done quite a lot in investing in people to make sure that people can continue to be protected and enjoy the luxuries of living in this Twin Island paradise. But as an administrative body, Madam Speaker, we of course will pave roads and we'll clean up our communities, but if we as individual citizens do not take pride in maintaining this environment that we invest in making sure we maintain, then it will all go to naught if we as individuals are also committed to taking care and supporting the mandate. And so, Madam Speaker, I really want to make a clarion call to members of the public to acknowledge our own personal individual responsibilities to social and national development by making sure that we have mindset and behavioral shifts among our people, because we have to set the examples for our young people. If we want to make sure we have clean environments, we got to stop litter. If we want to make sure that we have crime reduction and less violence, we need to be kinder. We need to be less aggressive people. If we want to make sure that we can have as many tourists, Madam Speaker, we need to be business-minded. We need to be able to encourage each other in that regard. And so, Madam Speaker, I make a clarion call to members of the public to also recognize your own responsibility when it comes to our social development as a nation, when it comes to supporting each other and to making sure that we live peaceably amongst each other. And with this budget, Madam Speaker, I am confident that the government stays committed to investing in the right areas, to prioritizing the things that need to be prioritized at the right time. And Madam Speaker, we look forward to continued national development so that we can and will in fact become a sustainable island state that is envied, continue to be envied amongst and across the region and the globe, Madam Speaker. And with that, may it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator Phillip. Based on our agreed speaking order, we should now have a member from the opposition. Would we prefer to break shortly?
Madam.
I recognize the honourable member.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please.
Want to move a motion that we probably break for lunch and then we restart in 35 minutes. If that pleases you.
All right. Seconder? I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 2.
Madam Speaker, I rise, second the motion.
The question is that this honourable House stands adjourned until 2:30 to provide for lunch. Resume promptly at 2:30. We have to stick within our speaking time and order. We have a long agenda. Thank you kindly. House will rise and adjourn to 2:30.
Last year, St. Kitts and Nevis embraced a bold new vision, one built on resilience, innovation, fairness, and prosperity for all. A vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint for a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2025, we saw that vision move from promise to progress, step by step. Investment by investment, project by project, the government led by Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Terence Drew pushed forward, building, upgrading, training, digitizing, and reforming. Across the country, the transformation became visible. Homes going up, land titles in hand, water finally flowing reliably, new roads opening, farmers and fishers earning more, digital services unlocking convenience, trainees stepping into the jobs of the future, hospitals and emergency care modernizing, young people receiving savings and investments, and families finding real relief when they needed it most. More importantly, this year proved something fundamental. People are not just included in the agenda, people are the purpose of it. Let's take a look at some of the work done this year. Pillar by pillar. Pillar 1, energy transition. Moving boldly toward a future that is cleaner and cheaper, St. Kitts and Nevis continues to prove that energy is the master key. Because when you solve energy, you solve water, food security, and ultimately salaries and national wealth. In 2025, this truth became reality in real, measurable ways as the country advanced its most ambitious energy transformation in history. This year, our geothermal dream finally became a geothermal plan, with financing now secured, contracts reset, and drilling set to begin in early 2026. The Nevis Geothermal Project is officially on track to deliver clean, reliable baseload power, enough to run an entire country, this country. This shift means stability, a future where electricity is no longer tied to oil prices, where households and businesses benefit from lower costs and predictable bills, where industries can grow more competitively, and where new high-value jobs emerge in a sector poised to define a global development for decades to come. As geothermal moved toward execution, 2025 also became the reset year for the solar PV and battery energy storage project. The government relaunched the initiative, designed to supply over 30% of St. Kitts' electricity once operational in late 2026. The project promises lower fuel expenses, greater bill stability, and a cleaner environment. But most importantly, it promises opportunity. Solar training programs are now in full swing, ensuring that Kittitians and Nevisians will be the ones installing, maintaining, and operating these major systems, keeping the economic benefits right here at home. To support this clean energy future, 2025 also delivered the most significant grid upgrade in our nation's history. A modern energy system demands a modern grid, and Skelec's new energy transition unit has begun upgrading 11 kilowatt legacy lines to more efficient, higher voltage infrastructure. The team is strengthening the grid against hurricanes, integrating smart digital systems, and improving response times to outages. Though much of this work happens silently in the background, it is the foundation that will allow renewable energy, desalination plants, new housing developments, and future industries to operate smoothly and reliably. It is infrastructure that quite literally powers progress. And this progress is reaching directly into people's homes. In March of this year, 2025, the rollout of smart electric meters began, ushering in a new era of transparency and control for consumers. For the first time, households will be able to track electricity usage in 15-minute intervals, helping detect waste, reduce costs, and plan consumption more effectively. Prepaid options will give customers greater flexibility, while upcoming interconnection policies will allow homeowners with solar panels to sell excess energy back to the grid. It's greater choice, it's real savings, it's empowerment in the palm of your hand. But technology alone cannot transform a nation. People do. And 2025 was a year of building human capacity at scale. In January, the Federation hosted its first ever electric vehicle training and certification course, giving local mechanics internationally recognized credentials. Solar PV empowerment training soon followed, along with advanced renewable energy training in Taiwan, turning young people, technicians, and tradesmen into certified green energy professionals. These programs are not just preparing workers for new jobs, they are creating new income streams and new pathways to generational wealth. As EVs, solar systems, smart grids, and battery storage become the national standard, our people won't just use the technology, they will build it, maintain it, innovate it, and profit from it. Pillar 2, water security. This government fully understands that water is the foundation of life, public health, agriculture, tourism, investment, and national confidence. And we continue to make bold steps in securing a future when our taps run 24/7, moving from temporary fixes to permanent solutions. And nowhere is that clearer than in our desalination program. At the CA Paul Southwell Industrial Park, the Federation's largest desalination plant powered up for the first time in October 2025. Now, in final testing, this 2 million gallon a day facility is on track to restore 24-hour water access to Bastia and surrounding communities. For households, this means the end of chronic rationing. For businesses and investors, it means predictability, one of the most valuable assets in any economy. On the East Coast, the Federation's first solar-powered desalination plant continues to operate at the Canada Industrial Site, producing roughly 70,000 gallons of clean water each day. Powered entirely by renewable energy, it reduces costs, strengthens climate resilience, and supports communities like Connery's, Keys, and nearby industrial corridor. Together, these desalination plants mark a historic turning point. St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer waiting on rainfall to guarantee water. We are producing it ourselves. But desalination is only one piece of the puzzle. This year, the government completed the most sophisticated water survey ever done in St. Kitts, a semi-airborne hydrogeological scan that mapped the island from Keyon to Old Road. Delivered in October, the survey identified 17 promising groundwater sites, with 10 prioritized for immediate development. For decades, communities like Sadlers, St. Paul's, Newton Ground, Sandy Point, and Challengers have struggled during dry spells. Now, they stand to benefit from new climate-resilient wells that will boost supply where it is needed most. To move swiftly, the government pre-advanced procurement for drilling. A contract was signed in September with Water and Oil Well Services from Trinidad and Tobago. These wells mean reliability for families, expansion for farmers, better services for hoteliers, and employment for our local construction and engineering sectors. All of this fits into a wider investment framework that is transforming the entire water system: storage, interconnection, leak reduction, pressure management, and modern monitoring. It's not just more water, it's smarter water. Interlinked reservoirs now allow water to be rerouted across districts. New climate tracking tools guide decision making, and upgrades to pipelines and pumping systems are reducing losses and lowering operating costs. Anchoring all of this is the SKN Transwater Project, the Federation's flagship climate finance water initiative. In 2025, the project advanced through major public consultations, technical designs, and international frameworks with the Green Climate Fund. Transwater is a vehicle that will overhaul outdated infrastructure, reduce non-revenue water, introduce low-carbon technologies, and build the climate-ready water system our islands need. It brings global financing into local hands, creating jobs, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that every gallon counts. Pillar 3, food security. Food security is national security. It is jobs, income, exports, and the comfort of knowing that in a changing world, we can feed ourselves. This year, we continued bold strides to transform agriculture and fisheries into engines of resilience and wealth creation, built on innovation, climate-smart practices, and new opportunities for farmers, fishers, and young people. The year began with the Federation emerging from one of the most challenging droughts in recent memory. Instead of setbacks, we used the moment to accelerate investments. Through a multi-million-dollar intervention, farmers received free drip irrigation systems, drought-resilient seeds, protective crop coverings, and on-farm support to safeguard production. These upgrades meant higher yields with less water, lower operating costs, and more predictable income, especially for small farmers whose livelihoods depend on every harvest. 2025 also saw unprecedented support for the livestock sector. a dedicated $1 million account was created to secure a stable and uninterrupted supply of animal feed, ensuring farmers never face shortages due to global supply delays. Veterinary medicine and livestock programs expanded, giving students hands-on training in pregnancy diagnosis, ultrasound use, and animal husbandry. The result is a stronger, more professional livestock industry, one that protects food supply while opening new career pathways for young people. Our investment in technology pushed agriculture into a modern era. A national drought forecasting system powered by satellite data, digital mapping, and real-time WhatsApp alerts now guides farmers on when to plant, irrigate, and conserve water. This climate-smart tool transforms decision-making, giving farmers the same kind of digital intelligence used in advanced economies and helping protect their income in an unpredictable climate. At sea, 2025 was a breakthrough year. The government deployed 12 of 15 new fish aggregating devices. These subsurface FADs are sturdier, safer, and designed to boost catch rates, reduce fuel costs, and increase earnings for fishers. And it is working. Fisheries revenue has risen from EC 8 million a few years ago to EC 90 million. But our oceans are not our only sources of food. They are ecosystems that must be protected. In June of this year, the Federation launched a groundbreaking king crab coral restoration initiative. Fishers and marine stewards received training to raise native Caribbean king crabs, which help revive coral reefs by naturally removing excess algae. This creates a double benefit: healthier reefs for tourism and biodiversity, and a new blue economy product that fishers can sell to restaurants and hotels, generating an entirely new income stream. On land, diversification took center stage. Nature's Sustainable Farm moved into its next phase with over 100 acres now under cultivation and the first ever export of St. Kitts grown Tabasco peppers to the United States firmly on the horizon. Each acre employs up to 5 people, meaning hundreds of jobs and a new export market that links farmers directly to global value chains. All of this falls under a broader shift toward eco-friendly, climate-smart agriculture, greenhouse expansion, modern hatcheries, precision irrigation, soil-saving practices, and the Climate-Smart Agriculture Project, now advancing through national consultation, signals a future where agriculture is not just sustainable, but profitable, competitive, and resilient. Pillar 4, Sustainable Industries. We continue to invest in our own by building out our talent, empowering entrepreneurs, and opening new pathways to wealth creation. This year, the creative economy stepped confidently into the future. As part of Global Entrepreneurship Week 2025, the government hosted the first ever AI in Business Summit and award ceremony. It brought together creatives, entrepreneurs, and technologists to explore how artificial intelligence can amplify marketing, design, storytelling, and content production. For the first time, our artists and cultural entrepreneurs were positioned not just as performers, but as innovators and business leaders ready to export their craft to the world. But the digital revolution goes far beyond the arts. This year, we also launched one of the region's most ambitious cybersecurity training programs. Beginning in February and graduating its first cohort in November, the program trained participants to international standards and prepared them for remote cybersecurity work, jobs that pay global salaries from right here at home. As the second cohort is set to begin in January 2026, more citizens will enter a career field that has unlimited earning potential and global demand. This, coupled with the electric vehicle training and certification program and the solar empowerment training, ensuring that as renewable energy expands, our people, not foreign contractors, are able to benefit. For small businesses, 2025 was a year of unprecedented support. Hundreds of entrepreneurs gained access to training through the Building Bankable Business program, launched in April to teach financial literacy, budgeting, cash flow management, and business planning. Its purpose is simple: to transform ideas into bankable enterprises and entrepreneurs into investment-ready leaders. But training alone is not enough. In October, the Citizenship by Investment Unit launched the Local Micro and Small Businesses Grant Program, offering easy $10,000 grants to qualifying businesses across the Federation. By November, 36 businesses has already been approved, receiving capital to expand operations, purchase equipment, hire staff, or move their services online. These grants injected real money directly into the hands of local entrepreneurs, supporting the creation of jobs, products, and new services across every sector. This momentum is matched by one of the most transformative digital agendas in the Caribbean. In May 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis launched its Electronic Travel Authorization ETA system and e-border platform, enabling faster, more secure processing for visitors and dramatically improving the travel experience, especially during major events like the St. Kitts Music Festival. This strengthens tourism, enhances national security, and positions the Federation as a modern, tech-forward destination. Behind the scenes, the digital transformation is accelerating even further. The government is advancing its national digital ID system, the core of all future e-services, set to enable secure online access to government services, banking, trade, and digital signatures. Parallel to this, the electronic civil registry system also moved forward, digitizing births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions so citizens and the diaspora can access official documents from anywhere in the world. Together with online tax services, the developing online passport system, business registration portal, and single trade window, St. Kitts and Nevis is building a digital economy that lowers barriers, speeds up transactions, attracts investments, and creates new income possibilities for every citizen. Pillar 5, Sustainable Settlements. A strong nation is built, literally, on the spaces where people live, learn, heal, travel, play, and grow. This year, the government accelerated ownership through the NHC Renaissance Project, delivering and constructing nearly 200 new homes across Stapleton, Harry Phipps, Otleys, Sandy Point, and other communities. More land was secured to scale the project further, ensuring that hundreds of families will soon step into houses that instantly increase their net worth. Every home built supports contractors, tradesmen, truckers, suppliers, and strengthens the foundation for generational wealth. Side by side with the new housing came one of the most meaningful reforms in decades, land regularization. In 2025 alone, 531 lots were distributed, with full titles handed over to families in St. Peter's, Lagreet, St. Paul's, and other long-neglected communities. In several cases, beneficiaries walked into the banks the very next day because for the first time, they had collateral, dignity, and the power to invest in their future. This is land, not just as a place to live, but as empowerment. And for the first time in our history, the entire land system is going digital. A new land administration and information system is being built, replacing decades of paper files with a transparent, efficient online platform. Beginning early in 2026, citizens will be able to submit applications, track their status, and view available lots on a digital map. This modernization protects national patrimony, strengthens fairness, and speeds up development, making it easier for families, investors, and planners to build a modern St. Kitts and Nevis. 2025 also marked a leap forward in climate-resilient public infrastructure with the unveiling of the designs for the new JNF General Hospital. This state-of-the-art, storm-resistant facility is being developed in partnership with Taiwan and OECC. Construction begins shortly, bringing jobs in the short term and delivering long-term benefits in healthcare. This hospital will save lives, but it will also generate economic activity every single day. Across the island, the government advanced one of the largest road modernization programs in our history. Over $80 million has been invested in less than 3 years. This year alone, the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East was fully upgraded and completed. Over 3 miles of safer, smoother roadway with sidewalks, retaining walls, and new access points. These works shorten travel time, raise property values, improve safety, and open new economic corridors for families and businesses. Major community roads from Rawlins and Newton Ground to Shadwell and Palmetto Point, and many more also saw significant road work upgrades. Pillar 6, circular economy. A sustainable nation is a clean nation, and this year we took some of the boldest steps in our history to reshape how our country manages waste. We passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act 2025, a landmark law that positions St. Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in the fight against plastic pollution. Rolled out in 3 phases, the ban eliminated the import, sale, and distribution of single-use plastic bags, styrofoam containers, straws, cups, plates, and utensils. By November 2025, the major categories of single-use plastics were officially out of the Federation. This means cleaner coastlines, healthier marine ecosystems, reduced landfill pressure, and a better tourism product. But more importantly, it means shifting national behavior, encouraging reusable bags, refilling bottles, and greener businesses that save money while protecting the environment. Alongside legislation, we strengthen the systems that make sustainability real. The St. Kitts and Nevis Recycling Project, supported by the Taiwan Technical Mission, accelerated significantly in 2025. Paper recycling was introduced on both islands. New pilot recycling programs launched in Nevis communities, and 57 schools participated in a national recycling competition, transforming environmental education into real action. By September 2025, the project had expanded collection points, increased training workshops, and shipped batches of separated plastic overseas, reducing landfill burden while creating new green jobs in sorting, transport, and materials recovery. This momentum ties directly into the wider transformation of our waste sector, a move from simple disposal to a circular economy. This year, the government also intensified landfill reform efforts following February's Connery landfill fire, accelerating planning for safer, more sustainable waste handling systems. At the same time, regional partners supported circular economy training that empowers local entrepreneurs to turn waste into opportunity, whether through upcycled products, recycling services, or green manufacturing. In this new approach, waste is no longer just a cost. It becomes raw material, it becomes innovation, it becomes wealth creation. And while plastics and recycling dominated headlines, the deeper story is about resilience, health, and long-term economic security. Reducing plastic waste protects our ocean, safeguarding fisheries and coastal livelihoods. Improving landfill management strengthens public health and prevents costly environmental disasters. Recycling projects build new supply chains and new micro-enterprises. And the national shift toward reusables reduces import costs, putting more money back into households and businesses. This year also saw major investments in sports and youth development infrastructure. In May, the new Connery Football Stadium was opened, becoming a vibrant home for community events, tournaments, and local entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, the redeveloped and fully upgraded Kim Collins Stadium achieved World Athletics Level 2 certification, a milestone that allows our athletes to record official qualifying times and positions St. Kitts and Nevis to host regional meets that generate tourism and business opportunities. Education infrastructure also advanced with construction of the new Bastia High School officially beginning in June. and the reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School in Molyneux moved forward as well, restoring a pillar of community life and bringing jobs and hope to families who have waited since the 2022 fire. Pillar 7, health and social protection. It is no argument that at the heart of the Sustainable Island State agenda is our people. This year, we saw one of the most ambitious social protection and human development agendas in its history, lifting incomes, modernizing healthcare, and building wealth from the ground up. This was the year of the Budget Boost Wallet, a groundbreaking digital support system that changed lives overnight. Launched in January, it provided EC $1,500 support over 6 months to citizens and residents earning $5,000 or less. More than 23,000 people benefited, and over EC $35 million was pumped directly into the local economy. The wallet helped families buy groceries, pay utilities, support small businesses, and catch their financial breath during challenging economic times, all through a modern, secure digital platform. It brought relief, it brought stability, and most importantly, it brought dignity. At the same time, the government continued to raise the standard of living by increasing the national minimum wage. Effective July 1st, 2025, workers saw their pay rise to EC $12.50 an hour, or EC $500 per week, the highest in our history. This two-step increase over 2 years lifted thousands of workers, strengthened household budgets, and injected new spending power into the economy. When workers earn more, families do better, and businesses grow stronger. For decades, thousands of government auxiliary employees, those who clean our hospitals, protect our schools, maintain our streets, worked without pension security. In 2025, that injustice ended. The Comprehensive Pension Bill finally gave GAEs a contributory pension plan, ensuring that those who serve the country with dignity can retire with dignity. This reform protects workers today and prevents poverty tomorrow, a major milestone in fairness and equality. The transformation continued with Aspire, the pioneering youth savings and investment program. In 2025, Aspire expanded dramatically. Over 5,000 children applied, more than 4,000 accounts were opened, and over EC $4 million was invested into our young people. Every participating child received a 1,000 starter portfolio, half in savings, half in shares, giving them real assets and a real stake in the future. With the ECCB-led financial literacy curriculum rolled out nationwide, a generation is learning not just to earn money, but to grow it. The health sector also saw major upgrades. We commissioned a new fleet of modern ambulances. These vehicles are smaller, faster, and easier to maintain, cutting response times and saving lives. At JNF, construction of the new MRI facility is in its final stages, with the island's first ever MRI expected to go live by early 2026. Alongside upgraded CT scanning laboratory and diagnostic systems, this marks the end of the era when families had to fly overseas and spend thousands for life-saving imaging. And we continued our commitment to protecting mothers and children. The Children's Medical Fund continued to save lives by ensuring no child is denied overseas medical care because their parents cannot pay. And this year, the High Risk Pregnancy Fund was also launched to support expectant mothers with complications, removing financial barriers to specialist care and protecting our most vulnerable families. Finally, the Elevate program continued its work of transforming lives. From skills training and job placement to entrepreneurship support and the Heartfelt Moments Rehabilitation Initiative inside His Majesty's Prison, Elevate gave at-risk youth and justice-involved individuals a second chance, turning potential into productivity and safety into opportunity. As we move into another budget cycle and a new chapter, one truth is unmistakable. St. Kitts and Nevis is moving with purpose. The groundwork has been laid, the momentum is building, and the benefits are already reaching our people, families, farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, students, and communities across every corner of our islands. But this journey is only just beginning. The development path we are on is not a short-term project. It is a long-term commitment, a national mission to building a resilient, a prosperous, modern island state where every citizen has a fair shot at opportunity, dignity, and success. Right before our eyes, we are seeing the pillars come alive, and in the year ahead, these pillars will only grow stronger, powering new industries, new infrastructure, new skills and new opportunities, from renewable energy to digital transformation, to agriculture, creative enterprises, from social protection to climate resilience. Our country is building a future where progress is not occasional, but continuous. This is transformation. This is nation building. And together, we will continue to power progress for St. Kitts and Nevis.
Paying 8 hours, the clothes them get torn up and sale. So put some money on savings. And so the first question you should be asking your parents to do, sign you up for a bank account and sign you up for Aspire.
The Aspire Financial Education Program in schools targets students from kindergarten to the sixth form college, the Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College, and the sixth form college in Nevis. It is part of the Prime Minister's project to ensure that every child in the Federation is armed with the foundation of a strong financial foundation. This session this morning is part of our pilot. We're starting with Basse-Terre High School and the Washington Archibald High School in St. Kitts, as well as the 2 secondary schools in Nevis, as well as primary schools in St. Kitts and Nevis. And we're starting out in November, and we will continue for the next 2 terms starting in January. The whole idea is to energize our young people, to get them excited about learning about managing money, about saving money, about investing money, and about also charting a path where they can consider themselves ready to set out on their own as an entrepreneur. All different paths to build a solid financial future.
If you haven't done it as yet, please do it today. Subscribe to our YouTube page at SKNIS Media for regular updates, live coverage, and even more information on your government. While you're at it, like, share, and interact with our Facebook and Instagram pages at SKNIS Media and SKNIS Info.
morning. We are here for the inaugural flight for Anguilla Air Services. We have with us a female pilot, and she was accompanied by another female who is also here with us. And of course, this warms my heart. I love to see women taking up space. Clock it. And we have a plaque this morning to show our appreciation, and we look forward here in St. Kitts and Nevis as we build out connectivity here. We look forward to our daily service from Anguilla Services. So thank you very much, and we look forward to a fruitful partnership.
Of course, we love St. Kitts and Nevis so much.
On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Anguilla Tourist Board and management and the team and the government of Anguilla, we are happy to be here today with the inaugural services of what we consider to be a great deal for Anguilla, as it's a local carrier from Anguilla. Anguilla Air Services. We thank the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis for embracing this opportunity with our local airline carriers, and we thank St. Kitts for rolling out the red carpet for us today with the inaugural flight. On behalf of us, the government and the Anguilla Tourist Board Minister, we thank you and your team for your continued support and what we are doing with access to St. Kitts Nevis and between Anguilla. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for coming. I don't know if this is your first time home.
Yes,
it's your first time home, so welcome. So I guess you got to see where Granddad grew up.
Yeah, I think we're going to go there after.
You're going to go there after, yes. And interestingly, there was a football team. I don't know if you got the chance to see the football team. All these youngsters who wear jerseys.
Is that where we're going today?
Yeah. You're going to see that. Yeah. So they're really looking forward to see. You know what they taught me? They taught me this. I said, you do that. So the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, I say, are extremely proud and happy. We are so happy that you really wear the flag. It means a lot to us. That your grandfather's roots are remembered. And so it has a tremendous impact, That's what he does for us. But I heard it was the sister who started to put that stuff on. Correct? Yeah. But what inspired you to do that?
Well, we listen to that sort of music anyway, so so we're just very into the culture, so we decided to make a video, and it just absolutely
excellent. Yeah, excellent.
May be seated. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise now to make my contribution, Madam Speaker, towards the bill before this Honourable House, that is the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, I would have listened very attentively to the mover yesterday, and I now beg your leave to make my contribution towards the debate. And of course, I rise to give my reaction to the budget address that was presented here in this Honourable House yesterday by the mover of the bill, the Prime Minister, and the member for St. Christopher 8 under the theme, Investing in People and Progress. And Madam Speaker, one of the best things that any government can do is to invest in its people, because I always believe that the human resource is, of course, the most important resource in the development of the country. So anything that speaks to investing in people, Madam Speaker, I would definitely support. Madam Speaker, I continue to see this as a very humbling experience to be able to have the privilege to speak in this honorable House and, of course, to present on the budget debate for 2025-2026. Madam Speaker, with all of the budget addresses, there are always strengths and weaknesses. Of course, there's always very strong points. There are some that are not so strong. There are some that sometimes are a little weak as well. And I will try as much as possible as a responsible member of the opposition to address some of these points and, of course, to give my suggestions as well. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the Federation, I think, is on a good path towards becoming a sustainable island state. In my brief intervention this afternoon, I believe, I will try to look at a few areas that were covered during the budget address, and of course I will also try to cover some other areas as well, Madam Speaker. Now, let me speak with the issue of law and order and citizen security. And I want to, from the onset, commend the administration for the steps that are being taken in terms of trying to reduce crime. We know that over the years, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis have been plagued by some very serious criminal activity. And I am heartened, Madam Speaker, that recently we have seen quite a good or drastic reduction in criminal activity. I want to commend the passage in this Honourable House of the various pieces of legislation. I know that at least in the past, in the past couple of years, there have been at least 7 pieces of legislation that have been passed regarding law, order, and citizen security. And I believe, Madam Speaker, and the evidence will show that these pieces of legislation have definitely yielded results. And not only yielded results, but yielded positive results. Of course, we heard from the mover of the bill yesterday, rightly so, that there has been a dramatic decrease in serious crime, and in particular in homicides. And this is a kind of news that we in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis would like to amplify. That yes, there is a reduction in serious crime, especially homicides. And of course, Madam Speaker, all of us in the Federation, nationals, residents, and visitors alike, we would like to feel safe. And so when there is a reduction in crime, we should always try as much as possible to amplify that kind of news and to try as much as possible to encourage our nationals and our residents to try to keep it that way. Madam Speaker, the mover spoke to the continued refurbishment of the police stations in the Federation, and that is something I would welcome because, Madam Speaker, our law officers need to be in comfortable surroundings. And I'm sure all of us would know that when employees are comfortable, that they are a lot more productive. And of course, even though we have had our plans and programs here with regards to the legislative agenda, it boils down to the work on the ground of the police officers in the Royal St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force. And so because they're doing the work on the ground, it shows that there has been a reduction in crime, a reduction in homicides. And so it is incumbent on the government as well, Madam Speaker, that these officers be as comfortable as possible. I would like to inform the mover of the bill, as I did last year, because as he spoke about the refurbishment of the police stations in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, which I welcome, I would like to once again inform him that the Gingerland Police Station in Nevis needs some serious work. And I would hope that during this coming year, that some work can be done at the Gingerland Police Station. Madam Speaker, I would have visited the station on many occasions, and the officers there have complained bitterly in the past. They have complained to me, and I want to bring the message to this Honorable House and to the mover, who is also the Minister of National Security, that some work needs to be done at the Gingerland Police Station. So I'm speaking on behalf of the good officers at the Gingerland Police Station, and I would trust and hope that in the not-too-distant future, we can see some work taking place there at the Gingerland Police Station. I want, Madam Speaker, to commend the work that has been done at the Charlestown Police Station. And I would hope that very early in the new year that we can see a completion of the work that is being done there at the Charlestown Police Station, and our officers who are based at the Charlestown Police Station can find their way back in their home at the Charlestown Police Station. So once again, we on the island of Nevis, we certainly welcome the work that is being done there, and we want once again to encourage that some work be done at the Gingerland Police Station. Madam Speaker, I would also like to join with the mover, and of course with all right-thinking citizens in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, to discourage our nationals and residents from, getting involved in deviant behavior and criminal activity, and especially during this festive season. We know that the carnival season is upon us. We know that the Christmas season is upon us, and we know persons have a tendency during this season to get involved in deviant behavior, especially stealing, and sometimes in criminal behaviors as well, in terms of homicides. And we are asking persons to try as much as possible to behave themselves. Unfortunately, we have seen some not so good behavior on the island of Nevis. In recent times, we have seen some shooting incidents, and we are hopeful that that can stop for the season, and of course also into the new year. And so my call, Madam Speaker, is to our good and right-thinking persons in the Federation, especially our young people, to put the guns down and try as much as possible for us to live in peace, Madam Speaker. I would hope that there will be no more homicides in the Federation for the rest of this year. I would trust that the next few days that are left in 2025 would be peaceful days. I want at this time as well to commend the Commissioner and the members of the Royal St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force for the work that they have done on the ground with regards to the reduction in crime. We are hopeful that our people can continue to coordinate and collaborate with and cooperate with the police force, and of course with the rank and file of the police force in ensuring that our crime situation is remaining at bay. Madam Speaker, the mover would have indicated that the most recent military course took place on the island of Nevis, and that is something we welcome as well. The mover also spoke to the issue of border management and the ETA system. That, of course, as well is commendable. I have passed through the Robert Bradshaw International Airport, and yes, it's seamless when you enter the Federation nowadays, and I want to commend that as well. But at the same time, I would like to suggest and recommend that the administration and I would suggest this to the mover, who is also the Minister of National Security, that we also look very closely at our physical borders. Our physical borders are still very porous, and sometimes we do not know what is happening in our physical borders, especially at night, Madam Speaker. And I would trust and hope that in the coming year and the years to come, that we can take a very hard look at what is happening at our physical borders. And of course, I think the call has been made before as well, that we need more patrol vessels for our borders in both St. Kitts and Nevis, so at least we can continue to keep the criminal element out. And so as we commend what is being done in terms of the border security with the ETA, we also make the call, Madam Speaker, for us to tighten our grip on the safety and security at our physical borders. Madam Speaker, I will now turn to the legislative agenda. And I must say that the legislative agenda has been a very robust one. And that has been the case ever since this administration would have taken the reins of government. I think we have passed a record number of laws in this honorable House, and I think it has happened in record time. The mover indicated yesterday that 23 pieces of legislation, acts and amendments were passed during the course of this year. And Madam Speaker, if my math is correct, when that is added to the 33 that were passed in the past 2 years, that gives a total of 56. And I hope my math is correct. Now, that I would say is a major accomplishment. I think it is also in order to commend the AG and his team for the tremendous amount of work that has been done in order to have so many pieces of legislation brought to the House, to prepare them, brought to the House, and have them passed. However, Madam Speaker, it is equally important, very equally important, that these laws be monitored and policed to ensure compliance. Madam Speaker, we often hear the term, there are laws to govern this and there are laws to govern that, but they are not enforced. Madam Speaker, we must get past that. Now, the same amount of enthusiasm and energy that we exert in bringing these pieces of legislation to the Parliament and getting them passed, similar energy must be utilized in having them enforced. And I'm happy that the AG just walked in, because I hope he heard my commendation in terms of the pieces of legislation that have been passed. All right, well, at least my maths was not correct then. All right. So, Madam Speaker, often as well, we hear the talk that the public relations and public education sessions will be held to sensitize members of the public regarding new legislation. But I'm sure that many of the times that the follow-up and the public relations that is necessary after or prior to the bills being passed is not being done, and that also needs to change. Madam Speaker, I have in this House called on many occasions for public relations, proper public relations, and education to be done, because a lot of the times, Madam Speaker, people listen to what is being debated here. But a lot of the time, sometimes people don't digest. And sometimes people listen superficially as well. And sometimes people listen to what they want to hear. For example, yesterday, as the member for Nevis 9 would have said, people were listening yesterday to hear one thing, you know. A lot of the time, sometimes people, they listen, but they're not hearing. Once they want to hear one particular thing, they're listening, but it goes to one ear and comes out of the other. And so a lot of the times when we come here to this Honorable House and we bring pieces of legislation to this Honorable House and they are passed, sometimes people actually listen, but they do not sometimes understand, and sometimes they do not comprehend exactly what is being discussed and what is meant by these pieces of legislation. And so, Madam Speaker, it is incumbent on the administration that after these pieces of legislation are passed in this Honorable House, that whatever needs to be done to even sensitize the public more on these pieces of legislation ought to be done. And so I am making that call again today, that when we have certain pieces of legislation passed in the House that may not be clear to members of the public, that some follow-up work ought to be done. Now, Madam Speaker, one perfect example is the legislation that deals with the use of marijuana. And I'm going to take a different slant to what the member for Nevis 9 spoke about this morning. Now, since the pieces of legislation have been passed regarding marijuana, I believe a lot of persons have more questions than answers. And people are still not sure as to what entails. Now, Madam Speaker, since these bills were passed here in this Honorable House, there are views that everyone is at liberty to smoke when they want, where they want, how much they want. And I know that is not the case. But they are doing so, Madam Speaker, because some of them genuinely do not understand what exactly was passed in the House. And so here again, Madam Speaker, we ought to have people educated in terms of what obtains from what does not obtain. The necessary education has to be done. Now, let me give an example with regards to this piece of legislation. Last year, during our annual agricultural exhibition, which we call the Agri Expo, there was a booth there that was exhibiting marijuana plants. And persons were entering the booth. And apparently, marijuana plants were being, apart from the educational aspect, the plants were being sold publicly there in the booth at the Agricultural Expo. And persons were boldly walking through Charlestown with their plant or their plants going home because they would have purchased their plants at the Agri Expo. We at the Department and Ministry of Agriculture, we got calls from the police. Because when the police saw persons parading through Charlestown with their marijuana plants, they were wondering, what is going on here? So it is apparent, Madam Speaker, that not only members of the general public are not very clear on what obtains, but you also have members of the security forces who are not absolutely clear as well. And so it boils back down to what I've been saying, Madam Speaker, that an educational aspect must be attached to certain pieces of legislation when they are passed. It is absolutely important. And so, when the police call and ask questions, we didn't have any answer to give. Because I know a lot have been spoken about, the Marijuana Commission and that sort of thing. Persons were not sure where that is. And so it begged the question again, what was done in terms of follow-up? What does the police know? What does the general public know? Very, very important, Madam Speaker. I am sure as well, I could probably use another example. Last year, we passed a piece of legislation here with regards to abandoned houses, derelict vehicles, overgrown property. I don't know if any follow-up has been done, whether the law is being enforced, whether anybody have been asked to clean up their property, whether people have been asked to clean up their derelict vehicles from off of their property and so on. So it's all well and good to come and pass the legislation, Madam Speaker, but the follow-up absolutely has to be done. It is incumbent on the administration to have strict monitoring and oversight of these pieces of legislation, because the pieces of legislation mean well. They mean well, but we have to ensure that they are enforced. So the question remains, Madam Speaker, how good are we at policing and enforcing our laws? Madam Speaker, what we are putting in place to ensure that they are fully enforced. Is there a mechanism in place, Madam Speaker, that would in some ways measure where we are 6 months, a year, 2 years after the legislation is passed? Do we have the capacity, Madam Speaker, to enforce and police all of these pieces of legislation that are being passed in this Honorable House? Madam Speaker, it is not just enough to pass the laws and make our record look good. We must go further. Madam Speaker, good governance also means enforcement. It's not just about passing the legislation, but the good governance agenda should also mean enforcement of the legislation and ensuring that persons stay in line when they are supposed to stay in line. Madam Speaker, we can't just get comfortable and say, well, we have passed 50 or 80 pieces of legislation. No, we ought to get comfortable when we can boldly stand and say, we have passed all of these legislation and all of them are being enforced. So, Madam Speaker, as we move forward, let us be cognizant of the fact and the need to not just have the laws passed, but to have them fully enforced and policed. Madam Speaker, history will not be very kind to us if we do not ensure that these pieces of legislation are not enforced. We are, of course, a law-abiding nation, and therefore all laws passed in this assembly should be rigorously enforced. Madam Speaker, as I speak about the legislative agenda, I also must speak to the much talked about Special Sustainability Zone Bill that was passed in this Honorable House earlier this year. And let me from the onset say, Madam Speaker, that I believe that it was an excellent piece of legislation. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the SSZ legislation. Madam Speaker, it is a short but a comprehensive piece of legislation. And because it is so short, and because it is concise and very easy to comprehend, I think that our people, and I'm encouraging our people, to make it your business to become familiar with the piece of legislation. Do not allow anybody to fool you. We are a society where we have over 98% literacy, and everybody can read and comprehend. And so we do not have to wait for someone to read something and regurgitate it to us for us to speak about it. So I'm encouraging all of us in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, those of you who have not read it yet, but you still have an opinion on it, and a lot of persons, I believe, who have not read it, they are speaking to it as if they have read it over and over again. So everybody is now talking about the SSD, but many people do not know exactly what the bill or the law says. And so I am calling on our nationals and residents from this rostrum to please familiarize yourself with the SSD legislation. Madam Speaker, we have heard of the issues with the citizenship by investment and the reduced revenues that are being realized from the CBI. I'm going to speak about the CBI a little later. Madam Speaker, we have also heard of the efforts at diversification from both the federal government and the Nevis Island administration. Madam Speaker, I think that this piece of legislation provides an excellent avenue, Madam Speaker, an excellent avenue for us to continue to diversify and reduce our dependence on the CBI. Madam Speaker, there are so many positive attributes to this SSZ bill. Of course, we heard yesterday the mover speak about the bill and the transparency aspect of the bill, Madam Speaker. I mean, like in the past, there were developments taking place in St. Kitts and Nevis. You don't hear much about the development until the development comes. Construction takes place, you don't hear much about the development. But in a case like this, for the establishment of a zone, Madam Speaker, it has to be ventilated, if it's been done in Nevis. It has to be ventilated in the Nevis Island Assembly. It has to be ventilated here in the National Assembly. It has to go to the cabinet of the Nevis Island Administration. It has to go to the cabinet of the federal government. And of course, in the case of what is happening now, in case of the proposed development on the island of Nevis, we have had numerous town hall meetings, and people are being sensitized. So the transparency issue is there. It is clear. Nobody is doing anything in secret. Madam Speaker, the bill also aligns very well with the Sustainable Island State Agenda. And of course, we know that this administration has been on the path of the Sustainable Island State Agenda for the past years. And if we examine the bill very closely, we would realize, we've heard the talk, of course, as well about geothermal and clean energy and so on. And if we examine the bill very closely, we would realize that the bill specifies that the zone must have renewable energy. I'm sorry, 70% of the energy must be renewable. Added to that, Madam Speaker, the bill specifies or will ensure that the investors prove that they are capable of the investment. We have heard of many cases, Madam Speaker, where investors come and they pretend that they have money, but they don't have any money. A lot of the times investors come and they are broke, just like me. Yes, they are broke, but they pretend that they have the money because they want to get a foothold on the island. But this piece of legislation will ensure that the investors can prove that they are capable of the investment. Of course, there's also the oversight aspect of the SSZ. The mover spoke about the committee yesterday for St. Kitts, and of course the Nevis Island administration will have a committee as well, so there will be oversight. Madam Speaker, the bill provides for the establishment of not just ordinary zones, but a sustainable zone. The sustainability aspect is what makes this bill stand out, and stand out in terms of providing for the establishment of not just any zone, but a sustainable zone, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the potential to bring much needed revenue into the country. There is immense pressure, Madam Speaker. I don't think persons who are not in government realize the kind of pressure that governments are under to provide the kind of monies we need for the development of the island or the islands. Those who are in the government, in the federal government, would know. Those who are in government in the Nevis Island administration would know that we are under tremendous pressure. Our tax base in the federation is very small. Our population is very small. And sometimes we cannot raise the kind of money from taxes that we need for all of our projects in the country. And so we must be able to find creative ways in terms of bringing additional revenue into the country. And this SSZ provides the excellent framework in providing that additional revenue, Madam Speaker. And I want to just remind the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that the framework provided by the SSC does not allow for any state within a state. It does not provide for the federation to lose its autonomy over any zone that is created. It does not allow and promote any segregation in our federation. It does not allow individuals residing in a zone to ignore the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis. It does not prohibit citizens and residents of our beloved federation from visiting any zone that is created. Let me repeat that. It does not prohibit citizens and residents of our beloved federation from visiting any zone that is created, whether it's in St. Kitts or on the island of Nevis. Madam Speaker, I know that there has been calls from persons here in both St. Kitts and Nevis for the repealing of the SSZ, but I want to just inform those persons who are making the call to just take a step back, remove the emotion, and stop listening to other persons who may be providing the misinformation to you. You need to examine the facts. And as I said, I'm asking you to make yourselves available to familiarize yourself with the piece of legislation. And Madam Speaker, I find it very strange, because people here in both St. Kitts and Nevis have been accusing the federal government and the Nevis Island administration of not bringing any foreign investment. I'm sure we hear that all the time. Here in St. Kitts, people are saying that the federal government is not bringing any foreign investment. And the Nevis, they're saying that the Nevis Island administration is not bringing any foreign investment. Now that this bill has been passed to create the framework, Madam Speaker, to bring additional foreign investment, the same people who are saying that no foreign investment is coming are the same people who are saying repeal the SSZ. Here is an opportunity, Madam Speaker, for foreign investment to come. But people are saying repeal it. But the same people are saying not na come. But not na keep. And as the member for Nevis 9 would have said that, and I think it was at a town hall. Now something I keep, they want to stop the keeping from keeping. Right? So, Madam Speaker, I want to encourage our nationals and residents in St. Kitts and Nevis to take a hard look at what this bill would have been provided for, and to, as I said, familiarize yourself and stop listening to the misinformation that is out there, because there is really and truly, there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I want our people to think for ourselves. Do not allow other people to think for you, and do not regurgitate what other people are saying. Think for yourselves and think about the good of the country. And think about what can happen if we have a zone that will bring more employment to the islands of both St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam President, I will now move. I'm sorry, I keep saying Madam President. I apologize. We just had our assembly in Nevis recently. Madam Speaker, my humblest apology. Madam Speaker, I will now turn my attention to agriculture. And of course, Madam Speaker, we would have heard a lot about the 25 by 25 initiative, which I understand has now been changed to the 25 by 30 initiative. Now, despite the fact that it has been changed to the 25 by 30 initiative, we should have been on course for the 25 by 25, because we are actually now leaving 2025. So now that we are leaving 2025, I'm interested in hearing what is the status of this initiative And are we meeting our targets? Now, of course, the initiative is a federal initiative, Madam Speaker. And I can speak to what has been happening on the island of Nevis. It's a federal effort. And so I can speak briefly in terms of what has been happening at our end trying to ensure that we are meeting our targets. Madam Speaker, on the island of Nevis, we continue to push forward with our food security thrust, and we are committed to meeting our targets where this initiative is concerned. We continue to be self-sufficient in eggs for 11 months of the year. We continue to produce about 90% of the lettuce that we consume. We are practically self-sufficient in all but one variety of lettuce. We have been self-sufficient in watermelons for practically all of this year. And so we continue to witness an increase as well in banana and plantain production, both on government farms as well as private farms. And so I am hopeful that as we push and we are trying to meet our targets on the island of Nevis, that is the same thing that is happening on the island of St. Kitts as well. Now, as I said, the 2025 have been changed to 25 by 30. Now that we have an additional 5 years to play with, I'm hopeful that we are already meeting the targets with some of our crops, and that by the time we get to 2030, that we would have been able to meet all of the targets on all of the crops. And I say here again in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, that I know that the island of St. Kitts has the absolute best soil in the entire Caribbean. The absolute best soil. So there is no excuse why we should not be able to meet our targets here in St. Kitts and Nevis. As a matter of fact, because St. Kitts have the best soil, St. Kitts should be able to meet the target for both St. Kitts and Nevis. And so I will wait to hear what the member opposite who is responsible for agriculture will say with regards to that 25 by 25 initiative. Madam Speaker, as I continue in the area of agriculture, we would have heard in the 2 previous budget presentations about the concept of the greenhouse villages. And of course, it is an excellent concept, Madam Speaker. But how quickly are we getting there in terms of those greenhouse villages? Here again on the island of Nevis, we have been doing exceptionally well with greenhouse and shadehouse technology. And I am proud to say that we are leading in the entire OECS where shadehouse and greenhouse technology is concerned. Very, very proud of that. And I would like St. Kitts to follow that lead and to ensure that we have continued production in shadehouse technology, and that the greenhouse villages concept that have been spoken about in the past 2 budget presentations, that those could come to fruition. Madam Speaker, I would like to also touch quickly as well on the establishment of the hatchery on St. Kitts. And let me join with the mover in commending the Republic of China on Taiwan for another excellent partnership. It shows that our friends from the Republic of China, they continue to be our absolute best friend. Now, I know the mover also mentioned yesterday that some chicks would have gone to Statia. And I commend that. I commend that move as well. I am not sure if any chicks have come to Nevis. So I am very willing to hear what can be said about chicks coming to Nevis, because we have a lot of poultry farmers on the island of Nevis as well. So if chicks are going to Statia, I am hoping that chicks are coming to Nevis as well. Right? So I want to put my... Whether it's 1 day old or how many days old. Whether it's 1 day old or how many days old. I want that chicks are coming to Nevis as well, because our poultry farmers in Nevis have to be importing chicks from Barbados and other countries. So if they are available here on the island of St. Kitts, I am sure our poultry farmers in Nevis will be very happy to purchase chicks, maybe at a concessionary rate, from St. Kitts as well. Now, Madam Speaker, let me go quickly to the issue of CBI. And the mover spoke yesterday, and he described the CBI sector as a risky sector. And it is quite apparent that our CBI program is suffering badly, Madam Speaker, while others in the region that came long after us seem to be booming. That can't be good. No, it can't be good, Madam Speaker, that these islands that came long after us are booming and we are suffering. Madam Speaker, we have been hearing the rumors for some time, years now, that the CBI is in trouble. But Madam Speaker, it doesn't appear that the CBI in the Federation is in trouble, you know. It appears that the CBI is in big trouble. Based on what we are hearing, it seems that it is in big trouble. And if it is indeed in big trouble, then we ought to be concerned. And so I am now here, as I make my contribution, to say that I am concerned, Madam Speaker, about the CBI and what is happening with the CBI. Madam Speaker, for years the CBI has proven to be our saving grace. It has proven to be our saving grace for the entire Federation, even during the COVID-19 pandemic. But now that the CBI is seemingly in trouble, we have to ask the rhetorical question, is the Federation's economy also in trouble? Well, I guess the mover will speak to that when he wraps up the debate. And I'm hoping he would say that the Federation's economy is not in any trouble. Madam Speaker, the CBI issue is of concern to me, and I'm sure to the member for Nevis 9, to the member for Nevis 11, and to the nominated member on this side as well. And you know why, Madam Speaker, it is of concern to us? Because now that, and of course the member for Nevis 9 would have spoken at length about it this morning, now that we are finally getting our fair share, which we have agitated for many years, even under an administration that we were a part of, and we didn't get. Now that it is finally come, there's hardly anything to share. And that is the plain truth. There's not much. And it goes back to what I just said a while ago, because the proceeds are dwindling, and that is a fact. That is a fact. And so now that we are going to get our fair share, hardly anything is there to share. Madam Speaker, I am still at a loss as to why our CBI sales and revenue have plummeted so badly, when islands like Antigua and St. Lucia and Grenada and Dominica, who came long after us, they are blowing their horn and saying how many millions they are raking in. They are blowing their horn and saying how many millions they are raking in. I heard the news from Antigua the other day. They said they're talking about surplus too. I didn't see yesterday's news. But at least based on what I would have heard in the past, these islands have been bragging and saying they're doing well from CBI, when we are not doing well here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. They are bragging about something that we created, you know. We created this thing, so we should have still been at the top. So now that we created something, they are running with it. Well, somebody mashed it up. I don't know who mashed it up. Right? But they are running with it, and it seems as though now, Madam Speaker, that we are creeping. We are trying to catch up. We are trying to catch up. And that can't be good. I don't know what we are doing or not doing, what they are doing, but something is not adding up. Something is not adding up, Madam Speaker. And so, I am calling on the administration. I don't know what can be done to ensure that we get back to our glory days of CBI. The AG is shaking his head, saying we ain't gonna get back there. It's gone. I'm hearing it's gone. So it almost sounds like a lost cause. So it goes back to my point, what I was speaking about earlier about the SSZ. We have to continue to diversify. Of course, we know that on the island of Nevis, we have been doing things like the movie industry that has been reaping some rewards as well. We're getting some good benefits. But I'm hearing now, it sounds like the CBI is almost a lost cause. But I don't think we should give up, Madam Speaker. I think we should continue to try, because I think that persons out there are still desirous of having our passport. And because the need is still there, I think we should not give up on the CBI. So that is my admonition to the administration. Irrespective of what the situation is now, we ought to continue to press forward and see if there's any way we can get back to the top where the CBI is concerned. We cannot accept and continue to decline. Let us continue to fight. We got to get aggressive. The competition is there with the other islands in the region now, and we ought to be able to compete, and to compete well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me turn quickly to the blue economy. Madam Speaker, this is an issue that I spoke about last year, and I absolutely feel compelled to speak about it again this year. And the issue concerns transportation between the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And of course, that is actually part of the blue economy, the transportation aspect. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that the water taxi business has become a very essential business here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It is huge business as well. And traveling between St. Kitts and Nevis now has options. So it now has the water taxi option. And such option is taking us, one of the options, of course, Madam Speaker, is taking just a 7-minute boat ride via the water taxi. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that scores of Nevisians and Kittitians and visitors are taking that option. Why? Because the service is convenient for persons who prefer a short transit time on sea, for persons who have to travel late at nights, and of course persons who live on one island and work on the other, because that indeed is a fact. We have seen, because it is so convenient, people leave Nevis, come to St. Kitts to Lime at evenings, and they don't have to stay over. People leave St. Kitts to come over to Nevis to Lime for a function, and they don't have to sleep over, because you can get a water taxi at any hour of the night. Even if the regular service has stopped, you can call one of them, charter, and the service is there. So, Madam Speaker, we have seen a dramatic increase in the number of persons using the water taxis, which means people like the service. And of course, as just mentioned, of course, people, sometimes they have to use it for their bread and butter. Now, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to indicate that over 1 million passenger movements have been recorded at the Uali Water Taxi Facility on Nevis between 2019 and November of this year. And I'm going to give the figures. Yes, it's a wow. It is a wow. It is a wow. Wow, wow, wow. In 2019, started in May, passenger movements, 66,871. 2020, 66,507. 2021, 87,192. 2022, 181,643. 2023, 237,570. 2024, 299,830. And up to November of this year, 281,948, for a combined total of 1,221,561. Let me repeat the number. 1,221,561 passenger movements. Now, Madam Speaker, for two small islands with a combined population of just about 50,000 people, that is a massive, massive number when it comes to passenger movement. Of course, we have to factor in visitors as well. But I can tell you that scores, and when I say scores of divisions and petitions utilize the service. Now that is separate and apart from persons who use the Charlestown to Bastia and the Bastia to Charlestown ferry. Because there are still a lot of persons who use that service. It continues to show how St. Kitts and Nevis are so linked. We are one, we are inseparable. Separate to the Sea Bridge and the I-Connect. So it shows that the movement is there between St. Kitts and Nevis. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you're wondering where I am going with that, right? But I don't think I need to say again, Madam Speaker, which I said last year, about the condition of the road and the jetty over at Reggae Beach. Yes, I need, Madam Speaker, to say it again. The situation over there is bad. And to compound the problem, of course, a lot of people complain about the darkness. Now, apart from the issue that I just outlined, of course, the jetty can only accommodate one vessel at a time. And Madam Speaker, I have been out there sometimes where the operators of the vessel almost come to a fist fight. Yes, I have been there times where they almost come to a fist fight because only one can go to the pier at one time. And of course, that could lead to delays. Madam Speaker, I was humbly sent to this parliament by the good people of Nevis, and in particular, the good people of Nevis 10. And a number of persons would have asked me humbly to raise the issue here in the National Assembly. And so I feel that I'm mandated to do that. One person actually indicated to me, if you don't speak about it, don't come back to Nevis. Another person said to me, please ask for Reggae Beach to be fixed so that people can stop thump them toe. Madam Speaker, I don't think Madam Speaker knows what thumping toe means. Right, Madam Speaker? And so I am humbly bringing the message from the good people of Nevis. And I'm sure I'm also speaking for the good people of St. Kitts, because scores of petitions use the service. And so I am aware, Madam Speaker, that the land there is not government-owned, but I am calling on the administration again. I am calling on the administration again to do whatever is possible so that at least some relief could be brought there at Reggae Beach in terms of improving the conditions there. Of course, we know that on the island of Nevis as well, where the water taxi is built, it was private property. But we made a move. We made a move, and we would have acquired the property there. We would have paid a lot of money for it. We would have developed the facility there, so that at least a number of vessels can dock at the same time, maybe 6 at the same time or more. And of course, you know, we have the nice facility, Madam Speaker. And so I believe that the administration here has the capability of doing something similar. And so I'm calling again. And as I said, people of Nevis insisted that I raise the issue during. Good. So like I'm going to get good news then. Right. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention, Madam Speaker of the Assembly. And I will now wait with bated breath for the good news that will come during this assembly, Madam Speaker. So I think I speak for the good people of Nevis, the visitors, and of course the people of St. Kitts as well, and we will wait for the good news. Madam Speaker, quickly to the Sustainable Island State Agenda. And once again, I want to give kudos and commendation to the government for its efforts regarding the Sustainable Island State Agenda. Of course, it's no secret that I'm fully on board where the Sustainable Island State Agenda is concerned. I want to continue to encourage our citizens, and I want to commend highly the Minister with responsibility for pushing for the Sustainable Island State Agenda. Quite a lot of work has been done, and I am fully on board where this is concerned. I want St. Kitts and Nevis to become the first in the region as being a sustainable island state. I think we are on course, and if we continue to do the work, I believe we can get there. And so I say, Madam Speaker, that I'm fully on board where that is concerned, and I want all of us as Nevisians and Kittitians and residents to be on board, and let us continue to do whatever we can to ensure that this island becomes a sustainable island state. I want to encourage persons to continue to desist from whatever they're doing to prevent us from becoming the sustainable island state. Those of you who are involved in dumping, those of you who are involved in not keeping the island clean, I want you to change that. Now, Madam Speaker, the mover spoke also about the plastic issue. And he did indicate that we don't make plastics here. And of course, that is a fact. We don't make plastics, but I can tell you that we utilize a lot of plastic. A lot of plastic, Madam Speaker. And I mean, imagine in Little Nevis, since we started the recycling project, we have shipped, I think, up to 3 containers of plastics. 4 containers of plastics. And it's amazing that a small island like Nevis could generate so much plastic waste. And I keep asking the question, if we were not involved in this recycling project, where would all of this plastic would have ended? It would have ended up in our oceans. It would have ended up in our guts. It would have ended up in our waterways. It would have ended up on our streets. And I just want to encourage persons to continue to collaborate and cooperate. Our recycling effort has been going so well, shows how committed we are to the Sustainable Island State Agenda. It has been going so well, Madam Speaker, that only recently we commissioned a new baler, because the one that we had was probably too small and could handle all of the plastic waste that we were generating. And so we have just commissioned a new baler. And here again, I want to commend the Republic of China on Taiwan for once again partnering with us. And we are very delighted that we and Nevis are committed to ensuring that we recycle plastic and that we are on board with the Sustainable Island State Agenda. And so once again, I want to thank all those who have been involved and encourage all to get on board where the Sustainable Island State Agenda is concerned. Madam Speaker, I turn quickly to health care. And of course, I want to commend the efforts and strides that are being made at improving health care on the island. We would have heard about the plans for the construction of a new smart hospital. That is commendable, Madam Speaker. However, Madam Speaker, I know that the mover would have spoken about the National Health Insurance Scheme. But I still have to speak about it, Madam Speaker, because we have been hearing about this National Health Insurance Scheme for years, including when I was part of a Team Unity administration. We have been hearing about it for years and years. But every year you hear that this National Health Scheme is going to be instituted, and nothing is done. I'm hearing about it now for almost 10 years, Madam Speaker. And so I am hopeful that next year, when the budget is presented, that the mover will be speaking in the past and said it has been established. I know the mover spoke about it and that there are plans afoot to get it started in 2026. And I am hopeful that at the end of 2026, at the next budget cycle, we will not be hearing that it's going to start in 2027. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm holding the administration feet to the fire to ensure that this national health insurance scheme starts next year. It's all well and good, Madam Speaker, that we have a brand new smart hospital. The mover spoke about all the specialists that are at the hospital, which is good as well. But, Madam Speaker, irrespective of what you have, and if you're not able to pay for the service, it doesn't make sense. Because, of course, you have a brand new smart hospital, but I don't expect the administration to give this service away for free. It is not sustainable. And so people must be able to pay for the service. We also heard the mover speaking about cancer, breast cancer. Ladies are getting breast cancer at an earlier age. Spoke about colon cancer. We are all aware how expensive cancer treatment is. We know many persons now have to be dialyzed, Madam Speaker. A lot more persons are getting kidney disease and getting it at a younger age. And every day, every week, every month, every year, you hear about so many persons who are diagnosed with these diseases. And especially persons have to go overseas. We know how expensive treatment is. When you hear the kind of numbers that persons have to reel out when they have cancer, and for the treatment, Madam Speaker, sometimes you have to sorry for them. And so it is incumbent on us as a country to try to institute this national health insurance scheme. Madam Speaker, I am part of the Nevis Island administration. And practically every week, the member for Nevis 9 can bear me out. Every week, we get numerous requests for persons who need assistance. And many times we have to give the assistance because people do not have the means financially to be able to get their treatment overseas. Sometimes we see requests come in there and the amount of the bill, $60-something thousand US, $80-something thousand US. And I often wonder, how are these poor people going to be able to pay for this kind of treatment? And so, Madam Speaker, I am really, really calling on the administration once again to please make sure that we have that national health insurance scheme up and running by 2026. It is incumbent on the government to have that. Yesterday, the mover said that healthcare is a right and not a privilege. But if it is a right, and you don't have the financial means to pay for that right, then you don't have the right. The right is taken away from you. And so I'm calling once again for the establishment of this national health insurance scheme, and let it not just be, as has been the case, even when I was a part of Team Unity, that it was just talk. It is time to get past the talk, and it's time for action, Madam Speaker. The wealth of a nation is determined by the health of a nation. And our people can remain healthy if they have the means to pay for health. And I want to join with the mover as well in encouraging our people in St. Kitts and Nevis to try as much as possible to adopt healthy lifestyles in terms of your eating, in terms of your exercise, and so on. And so I want to, once again, as I'm going to wrap up now, to call on the administration to make sure, even though it might be an expensive venture, to have that as priority in 2026. Healthcare has to be a priority, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I trust that I have provided some food for thought, and I trust that the administration will take my suggestions and recommendations on board. And with these few words, may it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 10. Honourable Members, I wish to rise for 5 minutes to switch over. The Deputy Speaker will conduct the proceedings thereafter. Rise for 5.
Good day. Hi.
Okay. Take the second flight of the drone just to demonstrate how it operates. What we have over here in this rack is a sensor for measuring electromagnetic signatures as well as magnetic signatures. And then the drone will fly in parallel traverses every 50 meters apart, about 50 meters high.
Okay.
To measure the resistivity in the subsurface.
This is actually an anomaly over the past maybe decade or so, where we're having this much rain at any one time. But beyond that, even when we do have that significant amount of rain, most of our rainwater does not run off, so we can't capture it like that. Most of it goes into the ground, into these aquifers, and that's the importance of today, where we're going to be sending up this piece of equipment to help identify where those aquifers are. So I want to thank the team, because this is well needed. We have spoken about it for some time. I understand, we had a few delays. I have seen up close, that is, in person. So I'm excited to see how it flies, and we're excited that this is going to lead to development of wells, especially in the areas outside of Bastia, because we're doing major development of a desal in Bastia, 2 million gallons per day. We found the Keon well.
You may be seated. House resumes. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy. And I too rise to lend my support to the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 in this Honourable House. And Madam Deputy, I must give God thanks for all that He has been doing, as this is my 4th budget debate. While, yes, shared in Parliament. While preparing, Madam Deputy, I try to seek the Almighty to ask Him for scriptures that might be able to guide my presentation. And I got 3. I'm not sure if I'll use all 3. But the one that stood out is Isaiah 40, verse 31, and I will explain why. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. I seek further clarification as to the understanding of this passage to the budget before us. How does it tie in with the theme? Investing in people, wait on the Lord emphasizes patience, faith, resilience, qualities, Madam Deputy, that strengthen individuals and communities. And as we look at progress, imagery of mounting up with wings as eagles speaks to advancement, upliftment, and national progress. And that is exactly what the Honourable Mover brought before the Federation yesterday when he presented. I rise in the capacity as a Deputy Prime Minister with responsibility for education, housing, human settlement, ecclesiastical and faith-based affairs, social development, youth empowerment, gender, aging, and disabilities. This budget is more than a financial outline of my ministry's spending for 2026 fiscal period. It is a declaration of our collective vision for a sustainable island state, a vision rooted in resilience, inclusivity, and prosperity. One, Madam Deputy, that is investing in our people and progress. Madam Deputy, it is a roadmap that balances immediate needs with long-term aspirations, ensuring that every citizen has an opportunity to thrive. This budget is one for every Kittitian and Nivision and resident, turning, of course, conversations into action. In 2026, the budget builds upon the progress of recent years, consolidating gains in housing, education, vocational training, youth empowerment, disability inclusion, and faith-based engagement. Madam Deputy, it reflects our determination to modernize our economy, empowering our people, and strengthening communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to turn to the education sector, which is the largest and most transformative component of this year's budget. I am extremely grateful, and should I say we are in education, for the over $108 million that has been allocated. Record highest investment in our people, and you cannot lose when you invest in the nation's children. Education is the foundation upon which our sustainable island state agenda rests. It is the engine of social mobility, the guarantor of equity, and the driver of innovation. Education is a government way of investing in its citizens and residents, thereby ensuring that they progress. Our vision, Madam Deputy, within the Ministry of Education is very clear. Transforming education through self-renewal, holistic partnerships, and digital solutions. This philosophy recognizes that education must be dynamic, it must be inclusive and future-ready. Every child, Madam Deputy, regardless of their background, no matter where they come from, whether it is in Sandy Point, Newtown, St. Paul's, Molyneux, no matter their background or ability, they deserve access to quality education, and this government continues to lead in that aspect. In the area of curriculum reform, we continue to modernize our national curriculum to ensure relevance to 21st century challenges and the shaping of our society to meet the workforce needs, Madam Deputy. Our national curriculum focuses on developing transferable skills into our students, identifying the competency level of each child so that remediation can occur. The digital component, Madam Deputy, further enhances our national curriculum in kindergarten to grade 2, with plans to further integrate it into grade 3 to 6, first and second form as well in 2026. Instead of spending hours, Madam Deputy, drafting a lesson plan, this digital component makes planning easier, more effective, and allow teachers to differentiate their lessons with ease. This was something I campaigned on the platform, and in less than 4 years, Madam Deputy, we were able to deliver, and we will continue. The Ministry of Education's vision for its students is clear. Our learners must become solution-oriented, change agents to secure the future of this Twin Island Federation. In order to do so, Madam Deputy, our children must acquire the skills and knowledge to help further this country's quest to meet SDGs 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, and SDG 13, Climate Action. In 2026, the Ministry of Education will focus on making our students more aware, and as such, we have integrated education for sustainable development. The policy will be rolled out in 2026, and training of teachers in ESD will continue, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me take a minute, Madam Deputy, to highlight a few of our successes in the area of curriculum and assessment. 1. Introduction of life skills programs, which will help to build resilience, empathy, and civic responsibility. 2. Key stage assessment of learning, which gives insight into the robustness of our national curriculum and provides a roadmap for further improvement through training of our teachers and adjustments to the curriculum. Our curriculum must remain relevant and dynamic. Gone are the days, Madam Deputy, when curriculum revision was done every 10 to 20 years. We are living in a time when change is the only constant, and therefore education must stay in step, if not ahead, of every changing world. To bolster our teaching resources, the Ministry of Education rolled out its Teacher Supply Assistance Program, which is aimed at giving teachers funding to purchase the necessary teaching aids. Again, Madam Deputy, a promise made and a promise kept. We gave out for the first time $300, and that was based on, in consultation with the teachers, that was the amount favorably agreed to. And I would imagine as we move forward, we will improve in these areas. Also, a partnership with the At Times For Us Foundation, with grant funding from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, help to secure teaching and learning aids for our primary schools, and I am extremely grateful for that. A part of our thrust over the next year, Madam Deputy, is to ensure that our schools are safe spaces. Safety is non-negotiable. The National Safety School Policy underpins our efforts to create secure learning environments. And these initiatives include infrastructure upgrades. Over and over, I've been speaking in this honorable house about some of the spaces that we met being very dilapidated. And we have been working on bathrooms, renovating, and in some cases, giving or presenting new bathrooms to our schools. Millions would have been spent on electrical upgrades, roof and window repairs. And I dare say, Madam Deputy, we still have quite a lot more to do. We have, of course, lent our support in the psychosocial support system. We are not leaving anyone out, not even our teachers. The resources are also available for our teachers because they too need their own time of getting counseled. And we have been delivering on that. We have paid quite great emphasis on disaster preparedness drills and assemblies, Madam Deputy. This, of course, is in partnership with SEDEMA and NEMA to strengthen emergency response. This process, Madam Speaker, is continuous, so we never lose focus of the need for continuous preparedness of our schools. If we ever forget, then we just have to look or reflect on our brothers and sisters in Jamaica of recent disaster. Safety, school safety, is a priority. And doing all of this, we are investing in our children and, by extension, investing in our people. Our schools are not only a space of learning, but they represent the institutions that advance the preparedness of our citizens for natural disasters as well. Our schools are not usually utilized as shelters. However, the Ministry of Education in 2026 will continue its drive to build resilience so that education can continue despite the natural shocks that we as a community might face. Madam Deputy, I implore our citizens to view education and educational institutions as safe spaces and guardians of our children's future. The Ministry of Education continues to invest in our children's future, and I implore our citizens to value this great investment. Madam Deputy, across the region, educators continue to speak about the impact and fallout from COVID-19. Literacy and numeracy interventions are key to stemming the gap. Madam Deputy Speaker, literacy and numeracy are the bedrock of learning. And in 2026, the following interventions will continue. 1. Utilizing programs such as the ALTA as a targeted intervention for students who are reading below grade level. And I was very moved, Madam Deputy, when this was introduced. I personally heard a parent via social media commenting on how impactful this was for her child. Most recently, she reminded me of it and told me, make sure you put it in all the schools. And we are working on that. Capacity development, Deputy Speaker. Professional development sessions in literacy and numeracy strengthen institutional skills across our primary school and secondary schools. In 2025, we partnered with the Commonwealth of Learning in order to provide our teachers with incentive training in innovative gender-responsive methodologies. Early successes in fractions and conceptual understanding position this project as a scalable model, and we are going to strengthen that. Work will continue, Madam Deputy, in the following areas. Development of our National Teaching Council, something that we have been speaking about as we move to professionalize the profession. And of course, establishing a national graduation criteria. This criteria, when established, will be the record that every person would have that would qualify them for graduation. In the area of mathematics, the ministry will be partnering in the pilot of the Caribbean Targeted Education Certificate. Mathematics which aligns with our students' learning needs and gives our students an opportunity to successfully complete mathematics. We often hear of the results, but we have been putting the necessary training in place to assist. And we have some math specialists, one in particular, former principal of the now Dr. Denzel Douglas Secondary School, Miss Isaac. She has been going around working extremely closely as well with our teachers and students. Technical and vocational educational training, that's TVET, have the integration of another critical part of education that is vital to St. Kitts and Nevis achieving its goals of becoming a sustainable island state. Madam Deputy Speaker, the transformation of our workforce is central to national development. The TVET Council has made historic strides in 2025, and in 2026, we will build upon these achievements. The NVQ SKN certification, Madam Deputy. For the first time in about 20 years, national vocational qualifications were awarded in electrical installation, air conditioning and refrigeration, welding and carpentry. I was present. I was excited. We presented certificates to 36 graduates, including women in traditionally male-dominated fields, now hold nationally recognized credentials. That is a great accomplishment, and I want to thank all of those who are involved with that. Number 2, Madam Deputy, Christopher Wilkins Institute of Technology, CIWIT, launched in September of 2025. CIWIT consolidates AVEC, Project Strong, and National Skills Training Program under one umbrella. It is now the premier hub for vocational training in the Federation. Facility upgrades. We now have smart classrooms, and they're integrated with Nevis as well. So if a facilitator in Nevis, for whatever reason, might not be able to travel to St. Kitts, the class can continue because we have the smart classrooms. Upgraded computer labs. Improvement in the campus-wide Wi-Fi, and we invested in welding simulators, integrating VR and AR technologies, having modernized the learning environment. We are taking education to another level, ensuring that we continue to make great and powerful investment. $108 million might have sounded even better if it was 150, but I am grateful. But we will utilize it and put it to work. Internationally, partnership, our collaboration with the Chamber of Crafts in Freiburg, Germany, continues to provide scholarships and training exchanges. Madam Deputy, you would have heard the Honorable Member for number 8 spoke passionately about his interaction with Germany. And I am happy to report that we are utilizing that opportunity. And we have 2 candidates there already in Germany, with hope of many more going there for that. What was unique about it, they did the language here in St. Kitts before they journeyed to Germany. That is commendable. Online and here. Future training areas, e-mobility, plumbing, construction supervision, and emerging green, blue, and orange economy sectors will be prioritized in 2026. Strategic goal. By October 2026, the Council aims to secure CVQ awarding status, enabling St. Kitts and Nevis to independently award Caribbean vocational qualifications. This again Madam Deputy, is remarkable. Madam Deputy, on the TVET, TVET is not just about skills. It is about empowerment. It is about equipping our youth and adults alike with the tools to secure meaningful employment, driving entrepreneurship, and contribute to national development. I must add here, Madam Deputy, I have been in constant discussion with Dr. Thompson and his team, because we are at the stage now where some of these skills are going to be introduced in our primary school. We are going to start piloting as early as next school year so that we can start working on the minds of our young people so that they can start thinking and knowing exactly the areas that they want to do. In the area of accreditation, quality assurance in education and training is essential for credibility and competitiveness. UNESCO Accreditation Enhancement Project. This was a project sponsored by UNESCO. Legislative amendments, broad restructuring and updated standards for post-secondary institutions have been completed. We had a consultant here and they were looking at all of the areas in accreditation. 8, you have the national sensitization. Workshops across the public and private sector have raised awareness of accreditation standards and the national qualifications framework, which would refer to as the NQF. Our aim, Madam Deputy, is to broaden outreach, develop an online accreditation toolkit, strengthening staffing, and deepening inter-ministerial collaboration. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Accreditation Department is positioned to modernize and internationalize our system, ensuring that qualifications earned in St. Kitts and Nevis are respected globally. And that is extremely important. A very small staff headed by Mrs. Trisha Francis, and I want to thank her and her other staff, Miss Langley, who retired as well. Madam Deputy, there are some critical capital projects that will continue in 2026. The reconstruction of the Bastia High School. Many persons have been asking about this. But what is really strange, for 7.5 years you heard the Bastia High School coming, and I don't think they might have had so much pressure applied. And in 3.5 years, we have started significant work in delivering the Bastia High School. Well, almost 3.5, less than 3.5. I am pleased, Madam Deputy, to report that the work for the Bastia High School is ongoing. Lots of work are being done for the Bastia High School. In quick time, you too will be amazed with what you will see, because most of the stuff are being created or manufactured, if that's the right word, engineered, overseas to be shipped. So once the ground foundation, I will use that, I'm not a contractor, is laid, in quick time, you will see all those panels going up. And you know what the cry is going to be after that? The building this year too quick. Are you sure it's good? But we are in touch with modern technology, and I give you the assurance that we will deliver. You heard it from the mover in his presentation. The construction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School, we visited some time back. and it is going very quickly. And I want to commend all 3 contractors who are working so hard in ensuring that our school that was burnt down, we will have a brand new school, all being well by God's grace, for September of next year. We will continue the electrical upgrades in our schools. As indicated, we are going to be rolling out and repairing bathrooms and other areas in our schools, and of course enhance network upgrade. Significant monies would have been spent on improving the connectivity, because you're aware that we gave out quite a number of devices, and we are making sure, even though they are programmed that they can work online or offline, we are making sure that the connectivity is at the standard that it ought to be. Madam Deputy, allow me quickly to give you a synopsis of the gains experienced by the Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College, our nation's premier post-secondary institution. It is evident that education is the cornerstone of our national development. CFBC have been pivotal, evolving as a catalyst for the workforce readiness, climate leadership, and sustainable growth. Today I report on its remarkable progress and outline the initiatives that they will shape, or that will shape its future. Since the government's landmark decision in 2022 to fund tuition at CFBC, Madam Deputy, has experienced extraordinary growth. Enrollment has risen from 1,013 students in 2021 to 2022 to 1,354 students in 25 to 26, a 34% increase. Isn't that investing in our young people, providing them with an opportunity to further their education? This surge, Madam Deputy, reflects our unwavering commitment to making higher education accessible to all civil citizens. It demonstrates that when barriers are removed, our people respond with ambition. They respond with determination and a thirst for knowledge. And let me at this time thank the leadership at the CFBC, the chairman and all of board of the governors, all of the lecturers, the cleaners, whatever role you play at CFBC. I say thank you, and we look forward to even greater collaboration in 2026. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also proud to announce that the Ministry of Education will continue to work with its administrators in order to rename its institutions as a way of honoring our stalwart educators and our citizens who would have significantly impacted the community and education as a whole. So during next year, a number of schools will be renamed. Madam Speaker, Deputy, CFBC has positioned itself as a regional leader in climate action and sustainable development. Since January of 2022, the college has successfully attracted $1.7 million in climate-related project funding from international partners. I think that deserves a tap, Minister for Climate Action. The staff, of course, all those who are responsible, must be commended. UNEP, $1 million for prevention of marine litter. The PROMA project, UNDP, $315,630 for the establishment of the Caribbean Center for Excellence in Research, Innovation, and Workforce. The training included solar panel installation and electric vehicle training. This again, the mover mentioned in his presentation. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis invested $267,859.17 towards the purchase of 3 electric vehicles. Again, another $102,000 was invested for the solar panel installation. Investing our people to further enhance or develop our federation. And I say our federation because after they get the training, we are hoping that they don't leave and go elsewhere. We want them to stay here to develop St. Kitts and Nevis. CFBC has also been shortlisted for Green Climate Fund, GCF, accreditation, one of only 3 institutions in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is commendable again, Madam Deputy. This, of course, opens pathway to substantial climate finances for national adaptation and mitigation projects, positioning the college as a driver for resilience for the Federation. Madam Deputy, the past year has witnessed transformative progress across CFBC. There was an outstanding situation there, human resource matter, where persons were not given their monies or paid, and they were able to pay out $1 million+, which they capped as human resource justice. Settlement of EC 1.4 in the Employee Saving Investment Plan are raised to 54 current and 23 former employees. And of course, they were able to unfreeze the increments after being frozen for 7 years. So I'm happy that the teachers, the lecturers at CFBC are also happy. This one is new, and I would dare say historic. About 2 years ago, there was a pharmaceutical conference here in St. Kitts. So the Ministry of Health. I went, I engaged, and I indicated to them that before 2027, I would want us to be able to offer pharmacy technician program at CFBC. I am proud, Madam Deputy, to report that finalization of the pharmacy technician program for 2026 launch is happening. In 2026, students would have the opportunity to apply to CFBC to become pharmacist technicians. That is a big deal. They've also been investing in updating the office administration and management program there to include data analytics, and AI prompt engineering, investing in Canvas learning management system for expanded online course delivery. They are doing an upgrade. CFBC is taking it to another level. And that is what we want. That is what we refer to, Madam Deputy, turning conversations into action. When it comes to the Green Campus Initiative, the completion of phase 1 solar panel installation to partially power the TVEMS campus established, yes, let me explain that. Down at TVEMS, what we knew long time as the technical division, that has been outfitted with solar panels. And that is an accomplishment for them. Another one, Madam Deputy, establishment of the board's Green Climate Fund subcommittee, of course, to steer accreditation. So they are working on ensuring that the certifications or the certificate that we deliver is of the highest standard. Again, turning conversations. Something you just have to ask a question. Turning conversations into action. Of course, Madam Speaker, much work was done at the chemistry lab at the institution. Upgrades of the hospitality and the culinary unit. And there are a number of international partnerships, renewed MOUs with the University of the West Indies for the nursing and education programs. First cohort of CFBC students commence the vocational training in Germany. I said that in electrical engineering for energy and building technology. There was another thing that was historic, where the CFBC, in collaboration with the Jenkins Institute, they launched the leadership, executive leadership in civil service course, targeting permanent secretaries and directors, and they are completing the civic level for training. And this is something remarkable, because there are times persons are complaining about how certain things happen within ministries, and the CFBC, in collaboration with Jenkins leadership, would have put on this training. And for my interaction with, which one? The Jenkins leadership, the one that they have at CFBC, they now did a component to specifically train permanent secretaries and directors, making them more efficient. That was organized by the Human Resource Department in the Office of the Prime Minister. I want to personally again thank the chair, Dr. Brown, and her entire board of directors, the president, and all of those persons at CFBC. You're doing an excellent job. Looking ahead, CFB will pursue a bold agenda. Accreditation for professional courses to strengthen credibility and competitiveness. Establishment of a division of hospitality and culinary arts to support tourism and service industry. And the Minister of Tourism and her team is very much involved with the CFBC as we move to make sure that we get the persons qualified to deal with the demands from the tourism. Alignment of the Technical Vocational Education and Management Studies program within the SK and TVET Council and the NVQ framework. What is happening now, Madam Deputy? NVQs are going to also be offered at the CFBC. So persons have choices whether to go to CWET or they go to CFBC and they still get the NVQs. Development of an innovative framework for open and distant learning in teacher education, integrating artificial intelligence in partnership with the Commonwealth of Learning. Madam Deputy, these initiatives will ensure that CFBC remains at the forefront of educational innovation, workforce development, and sustainable national growth. Madam Deputy, the Clarence Fitzroy Bryan College continues to evolve as a catalyst for innovation, workforce readiness, and sustainable national development. As we look to the future, CFBC will remain guided by its motto, always striving for excellence. This Honorable House can be assured that the government will continue to lend its support to CFBC as it expands opportunities, strengthens resilience, and empowers citizens to contribute meaningfully to national development. We have accomplished quite a lot, Madam Speaker, in 2025. And we work even harder in 2026. You know where my passion is when it comes to youth education, the seniors. And we have secured a number of scholarships. I mentioned 28 would have left this year for Taiwan. 26 teachers started a few weeks ago from the Open University of Tanzania. 26 teachers started their bachelor's degree with the Open University of Tanzania. I mentioned about those in Germany. You heard the mover spoke about the 25 successful persons who completed the cybersecurity. These are all investment from the government. And we continue, Madam Deputy, to do that. I had the opportunity of traveling to Nigeria with my good brother, the honorable member for number 4. And he would tell you how busy I was, we were, but I was, in ensuring that I make every plug for education. And we have started a discussion with the Ministry of Education in Nigeria. We have asked them for us to look at a possible MOU where I'm seeking more scholarships for our people to venture out deeper. And not only that, I specifically mentioned to the Honorable Minister that in all that I will get, some of those scholarships, I want them specifically geared towards persons with disabilities. And I am confident that we will achieve it, because when I look at some of those persons with disabilities, they are as sharp as any one of us, but just that life had a way of doing certain things. As a caring government, as a government that will continue to invest in people, I will see to it that they too get an opportunity. And finally, just before I move on, with the relationship with the Monroe University, conversation again, interaction. They are offering us more scholarships. But not only that, in next year, they are going to provide an opportunity for our high school students to get involved in courses that will give them college credits. That program will be officially launched and I think is a Jumpstart program. And I dare say those courses are going to be free. So again, investing in our young people to make sure that they qualify themselves to get a seat at the table in a university. Madam Deputy, I move quickly on to housing and human settlement. Housing is a fundamental right. It is the cornerstone of dignity, security, and community. In 2026, the Ministry of Housing and Human Settlement will continue its vigorous program to provide safe, adequate, and affordable homes for our people. We gave the assurance, Madam Deputy, that we are going to deliver housing solution for our people. And I've said over and over, I don't get too worked up with Facebook and social media. They don't run none of my ministries. And I bring some facts that I'm hoping will become the talking points for the rest of the season. Because to date, Madam Deputy Speaker, NHC have completed a total of 260 homes, 60 additional homes under construction right now, which gives us a total of 320 homes. It has never happened in a one term, and we're just 3 years. I need to bring some additional facts when it comes to housing, because as government continue to invest in our people, every subsidy that government provide, every concession that we offer, it is a significant help. And I got some information for our first-time home owners. That's person like you, Madam Clark, if you're going to be building and you apply. She built already, I know, but you're just thinking. You know, you get your concessions. Now, in 2023, we were able to provide 159 opportunities for first-time home owners. That means 159 more people had a house.
That's in addition to the 320?
I'm coming to the big total. In 2024, 168 persons benefited. And in 2025, and we're not done yet with 2025, some might apply tomorrow after they hear me, 158, bringing a total of 485 persons who have benefited from our first-time home owners initiative, plus the 320 homes that NHC has delivered. You're the mathematician, Honorable Congress, but I calculate 805. Who shall come in here and speak about housing? No, not one. History. I move on, Madam Deputy. No, I'm still on housing, they're moving off. That was just part of it. Yeah. No, Madam Deputy. That's just one portion of the housing solution. while you're driving to over on the Frigate Bay area, wherever you would stay, you know, maybe up in your town. I'm quite certain you must have seen the apartment on Pond Road and East Street. We have started our revitalization initiative, and many were saying this can't happen. How you gonna get that there do? Many of those persons occupied those homes up to 60 and 70 years, and they were one room, and they raised families of 8 and 9 and 10, and everybody at that time used to be comfortable. Because I come from a family, I'm the 16th child of my mother, and I used to wonder how all of us used to sleep, and I used to fight for the box. Once you get in the box, you know, nobody else can come in, and you're gone to sleep. Now you look at East Street, Madam Deputy, transformation taking place in the community, giving those families bigger spaces and better environment. We have completed 2 thus far. 2-story and 4 apartments, so that's 8. Hopefully before Christmas Day, I'm trying to get the other building drop. But you know, sometimes around this kind of time, you know, workers going to find all sort of reason not to. But we are going to drop it, hopefully before the year ends. So in 2026, we are going to start off big again in East Street. Not only that, Madam Deputy, in the same East Street, a piece of land or lot that I grew up as a child in the area was never occupied. We are now building a low-income house on East Street for one of the residents of East Bastia. That is investing in our people, because I'm certain that she too never thought that she would have gotten that opportunity so quickly. But we are government that believes in investing in our people. And we are building out all around the island. In Lodge, Race Course, Harry Phipps, Stapleton, Gillards, Sandy Point. I'm trying to look for some for number 3, my good brother from number 3, but that's going to happen in 2026. And we are committed to delivering homes, and nothing will stop that. I believe I'm going to drop the other scripture.
You said all over instead of one?
All over?
Instead of just one?
No. No, they're going to be in all constituencies.
Because somebody had gotten some policy that building one.
Oh no, we are sharing. We are a government that shares. I will never take all in East Bastia. God will be upset with me, and I always try to please him. So we are sharing around the island. You know what we're going to do as well? Is just today I had a discussion with the honorable member for number 2, and I hope my chairman for the board listening, because sometimes when you don't say things, they have to go work. I need to find a piece of land in Central Bastia where we can drop one of those 2-story buildings. So, you want what? In Newton Ground? Oh, we can work on that. It's easy, you know, Madam Deputy. Once you go, it's a very easy thing. Once you go and be interviewed, and you can carry the mortgage. No, she's moving to St. Kitts. You didn't catch that. You will be qualified, and as the minister with responsible for housing, you don't have much to do. Now you see, Madam Deputy, I like how you said that, because a lot of people would ask for a lot of things. But the reality is, if persons refuse to pay for an investment, it hinders other people to get an opportunity. And although we are doing our best at NHC, and I commend the leadership there, the general manager and our entire staff, the chairman and the board for the hard work that they are doing. My plea from this honorable house is to say to our people, value the investment. Make your payments so that others can benefit. Because one of the challenges we find, Madam Deputy, is because of the large or the oversize. You know, sometimes you go in some stores and they have clothes slim fit, large and medium, and they have some oversized ones that certain people will fit in nicely. We met an oversized loan at NHC, where every month for the past 3 years, we have been paying Social Security just about $800,000 per month because of maybe a not so good deal before our time. Sometimes I wish that Social Security or the minister with responsibility for Social Security can wave the magic wand and say, instead of paying the $800,000 next year, just give me 4 and the other 4 you put into houses. I'll be able to build more because we got the mandate from people. This government just need to build, just build, and we are building. So I want to thank all of them, the contractors, the tradesmen, whatever role you have been playing in ensuring that our people own piece of the rock in terms of a house. I say thank you. And again in 2026, I'm hoping that those of you who might be late might start to be early with your payment and double up so that we can do much, much more. I was moved earlier this morning today, Madam Deputy, when I heard my minister with a presentation, and I told her today that she looked very good. What I said to her is not parliamentary right, but you know, I know. Yes, but I was very pleased with her presentation as always, and I personally want to thank her for her continued support in how she manages the youth empowerment, aging and disability, social development and gender affairs, and all of the permanent secretaries and their workers. In the youth department, I sense there is a new energy that is in the youth department. We were able to add a little bit more faces in terms of the males, so the energy there is different. So I'm really looking forward to a lot more in 2026. But what I can say though is that I'm extremely pleased with the director, Saunders, because through him and STEP as well, we were able to put Cub Scout groups in all of our primary schools. All of our primary schools in St. Kitts and Nevis now have our Cub Scout groups. You know, Madam Deputy, that I am a Scout Deputy Commissioner, so that's my passion, yes.
Honourable Member, you have 30 minutes.
Okay, I will try to finish in 30, but you know, my ministry is very large, so I might just get some extra. I'm pleading, but I'm trying to rush.
When the time comes, you ask that question.
Thank you very much. But I'm happy with the work that is being done, and I look forward to even greater things from them. To the Scouts, my Commissioner, Mrs. Dolphin, you guys, thank you very much for being part of the vision. You heard much about our seniors program. I'm not going to go back today about changing the channel, but just to say to you, Madam Deputy, that program has been such a tremendous blessing, and we want to continue the work with our seniors. I constantly engage them. Matter of fact, at my gala on December 7th, they had a table and they had a wonderful time. And in 2026, we are going to do much more for them. Because when I attended their graduation that they had dealing with the chronic disease that they did for 6 weeks, I mean, they were so elated. I mean, they had on their best outfit. It was just an unbelievable event. Some 85 of them from my area, St. Peter's and the other areas, and they had 2 others before. I started to engage Dr. Thompson, and I told him I want to challenge our seniors, because I had a discussion with a few of them, because when I look at my former principal, everything is sharp still. I challenged the director, Dr. Thompson, and I said, you know what, I need you to develop, I need us to look at a specific course that we can develop to offer our seniors so they too can have an opportunity of getting an NVQ. And these things are doable because you have the PLA. For example, if one of our seniors is a baker, there is the PLA program, the prior learning assessment, where the assessors would go and tell him, bake a cake. And once they can do it based on the matrix that they have, they would be awarded their points. And as a result, they would be able to get their certification. Some of them ask about their cell phones. So we are going to engage Digicel and Flow to put on some sessions with persons to show them how to utilize their phone. So we're going to be working closely with our seniors. Now, Madam Deputy, in East Bastia, we meet on Mondays, or the seniors meet on Mondays, and I'm happy to report that the minister said it in her speech in terms of the upgrades of our community centers. East Bastia took the lead, and we have completed our window repairs. We have completed the painting, of course, initiated by yours truly, and I was able to get some gifts of AC units. So the Newtown Community Center, where my seniors and others use, but I'm speaking specifically about seniors before I move on to the STEP program, going to be the first community center in St. Kitts to be fully air conditioned. And I look forward to making sure that they have their activities in comfort. Now, pardon? Well, I'm hoping that the Minister with Energy would look at putting solar panels on all of our community centers. He'll probably get one of our good friends, or, he will know how to get it done. Now that you raise it, thank you very much, Senior Minister. He will work on it. Now, Madam Deputy, I move quickly to the STEP program. And this, Madam Deputy, is a very important matter regarding the Skills Training Empowerment Program, more commonly called the STEP. This is an innovative program introduced by a former St. Kitts Nevis Labour Government Party administration to provide an additional avenue for our young people to build skills and help them to transition into meaningful and sustainable employment. The original objective of the STEP was to facilitate the empowerment of participants by providing training to assist with achieving the long-term vision for the development of our human capital and entrepreneurial skills. This plan was to create a more efficient system to assist a larger number of unskilled persons to successfully integrate into the workforce. The program was also designed to assist trainees with a stipend or the provision of microfinancing or basic tools for their pursuing path to becoming small entrepreneurs wherever it was applicable. Madam Deputy, it is common knowledge that the STEP in its current form of operation is unsustainable. The former administration recognized this and promised reform, but did nothing more than a cosmetic change to the name for the program. When we took office, we also recognized that change was required. Over the course of the last 10 years, the focus of the program has pivoted from skills training to a full-blown employment program. This pivot is concerning as it robs most of the participants a genuine chance to develop life-changing skills which can help them to attract better paying and permanent jobs. We have not just sit by and lament or look at the deterioration of the program as persons would and its inefficiencies. This administration set wheel rolling for initiating reform in 2026. To this end, in October of 2024, and I would have mentioned it sometime in the House, we commissioned a STEP Reform Committee, which has delivered its report to Cabinet, and I want to thank all of those persons who made themselves available and give up their time free, without cost, all of the professionals, to ensure that we had the document. The STEP Reform Committee concluded that the program, in its current form, exhibit room for improvement in its operations to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainability. The program needs to be grounded in best practices and procedures. These best practices and procedures must emphasize skills training, certification, return on investment, accountability, result-based management, and documented approach to program delivery. In a small island society like ours, every public program matters. And you heard it coming from the Honorable Senator this morning. $250 million invested in our social protection program. $250 million. Our resources are limited, and this program was never intended to be a permanent source of free labor for private enterprise. It was designed as a stepping stone, helping participants to gain experience, develop discipline, and prepare for long-term employment or entrepreneurship. At this juncture, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must acknowledge an uncomfortable truth. A number of businesses have been benefiting from free labor under this program since its inception and have failed to acknowledge the valuable contribution of the STEP participants assigned to their businesses. Many have failed to offer these persons permanent employment. This, in my view, Madam Deputy, is unreasonable. Is an unreasonable situation which will be addressed as part of the reform program in 2026. In a small island economy, this kind of misuse is definitely not sustainable. It places strain on public finances and limits opportunities for others who are genuinely seeking a chance to move forward. Mind you, Madam Deputy, we have accomplished quite a lot in the program. We have supported persons at CWIT and I was at the graduation ceremony where 9 persons graduated in various disciplines: general office administration, cosmetology, data operation, motor vehicle repairs, and electricity. Matter of fact, the valedictorian and the salutatorian, they came out of the STEP program. So the program is doing well for the people. We continue to invest in our people. We have invested in our teacher assistants, in our primary schools, and I'm proud to report to you, Madam Deputy, that some of our teacher assistants who started off as STEP, we were able to support them at CFBC in teacher ed, and they are now certified teachers. That is true investment in our people. However, changes ought to take place, and they are not too hard. This reform in no way was meant to punish anybody. It was to give us as government a clear understanding of the program, where it's going. We have heard the complaints and the cries from the authorities, the finance and all that kind of stuff. And they have shared some information with us. The STEP office, the director, I thank her, and the entire staff and all of those persons who work on the road, in our daycares, in our shops, wherever you are, I appreciate the work that you are doing. But we must deal with reality. And the reality is, the STEP program called in a number of these businesses, indicated to them that over the 8 years that you have been a part of this program and you have your worker, we would have spent $800,000 on wages. Thousands of dollars have been spent. Maybe close to $1 million in certain businesses. And we are saying in 2026, those businesses will have to partner with us at the STEP program so that we can invest more in people. And in the dialogue discussion, we've asked them to start to pay half of the wage until they can eventually take the person. Now, you're not going to have someone working in your salon, Madam Deputy, for 8 years and not doing a good job and keep them there. So my plea is that we are hoping in 2026 that these businesses will recognize that they have a responsibility to work with us as well. Nobody with a right conscience will think that this is too difficult. No one will be sent home. No one will be losing their jobs. We are just asking the businesses in 2026 that they will be working much closer with us to ensure that we bring the program to a sustainable level. And I think that is not too difficult. And I look forward to their continued support with this. Like I said, we have to deal with the reality, and this is something that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition always spoke about, and we cannot allow it to continue. So all of those business people, places, we are looking forward to your support. Of course, Madam Deputy, the reforms will focus on restoring fairness, accountability, and purpose. They are about ensuring that the public funds are used to train and empower people, not necessarily to support dependency. As a government, our duty is to help and invest in our people, to build independence, dignity, and opportunity. Together, we can ensure that this program continues to uplift our people, strengthen our workforce, and contribute to a sustainable development of our nation. Now, Madam Deputy, in the area of ecclesiastical and faith-based, we give God thanks. I want to thank all those churches for their continued prayer. It was at the opening of the session, Pastor Evelyn was thanking God for sparing us through the disaster period. But I believe that there are still some men and women on the wall who pray constantly for the nation, and I want to thank them and encourage them. The ministry was able to accomplish what was set out, living up to the theme, evangelize in 2025. So there were a number of engagements and interdenominational services and international partnerships that took place, and I want to thank the PS and the entire staff in that area. And in 2026, we look forward to the continued support from that end of it, and I must say that it has been a tremendous support from the spiritual end. Now, Madam Deputy, the Honorable Senator spoke passionately about all the work that is being done in social development, and I too lend my support to that, and I was particularly pleased with the work of that was done at the Horizon, and the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure wasn't here when she was thanking him. So as her senior minister, I want to thank him and Public Works for ensuring that we met the deadline that we wanted to work towards with the Horizon, and we have outfitted them with the teacher and all of those things that are needed. Now, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we move this nation forward to becoming a sustainable island state, it is evident that continuous growth in all of these sectors is critical to our success. This report that the Prime Minister laid proves that we are not only visionary in our thinking, but also strategic in our planning and effective in our implementation. Again, I express thanks to all of my permanent secretaries throughout the entire ministry, all of the leadership, all of those persons who have been working so hard, those at the school meals, the staff, the cleaners, the watchmen, those in early childhood, some of you up as early as 4 a.m. I do appreciate all that you have been doing. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all those who over these years have been supporting me, those who have also shared their criticism, because I believe that is how you grow. And I view myself as a strong, bold person, so I'm not thin-skinned. So I take criticism and grow from it. So I want to thank those persons as well, those who have shared and given honest counsel over the years. I do appreciate you. To call names going to get me in trouble like I did last year, so I just say thank you to all those persons. I know we're going to have the adjournment, but just in case, you never can tell what can happen. To my executive members, I want to say thank you for your support. The supporters, my constituents, you have been a tower of strength And East Bastia, I continue to serve you with everything that I have inside of me. And when I came on the political arena, Madam Deputy, I presented my local manifesto, which I say I'm speaking life back into constituency number 1. And I know I'll have to ask for some extra time, but when I look at all that would have been delivered thus far, and it's not 5 years, all of the ticks, because I'm a teacher, I have been delivering. And I want to thank all who have contributed. When it comes to road, Madam Deputy, and I have to highlight it because sometimes there are some persons who make song and dance over things. I remember there was one who was talking about George Street, and they went one day time, pretend that they're trying to clean, and they've never been back there. And they're going to go now because I mention it. And it's because it's not part of them. Service is not a part of them. I am connected with the constituency. It is from my stomach, from my heart. And they know that it is real. I am not ashamed to take the shovel. You would have seen me, Madam Clerk, see me brushing drain, throwing cement in certain hole. I am not afraid. I am going down to the level that my people expect me to. And we have delivered in roads, George Street, industrial sites, and these roads were left dilapidated. And the drainage, in some cases, we didn't only repair roads. We changed pipes that have been there for 50 years or more. Change out the pipes, put in new drains, and we have delivered roads. P.A. Paul Southern Industrial Site, Fort Tyson, the Bay Road, Warner Park, Kitstodat. I have also heard the cry of my people in Bird Rock, in Suncrest, in Harbour View. And one of the reasons why I shared this scripture, because God was telling me to say, just be patient, it is going to happen. And in consultation with the minister with responsibility for roads, and you heard it in the budget speech, a lot of money for roads. So to those persons in Bird Rock, Harbour View, Suncrest, your turn is next. And you know why your turn is next? Because I often say to the member for number 3, he cut his hair in Bird Rock, and that road need repairing. So he's going to have to fix that road at least for his barber. And once the truck is there, they can't move out. They have to fix all of them. So I ask for your patience. We are going to deliver. I mentioned about the Newtown Community Center because you have to reinforce and say these over and over, because sometimes people, how they behave on the social media, sometimes make people feel that no work is being done or you're not doing. And this is our time now to pull the cards. So again, upgrade to the Newtown Community Center. And early in the new year, the Newtown Community Center will be renamed. The community development officers, they went out in the community, did their research, their consultations, their interview, and the most favorable name came back was Mr. Earl Clark. So early as January, we are going to rename the East Bastia Community Center to the K. Earl Clark Community Center. A man that is well deserving of that honor. The Tucker Clark roof was giving problems. We were able to fix that in a quick time. Just a few weeks ago, I had my first Kids Can Cook in our primary school, utilizing the 5 schools that are in my constituency. And I want to congratulate, yes, may I have some more time, Madam Deputy?
Okay, you can ask the question. Okay. So the question is that the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1 be given additional time, not exceeding 30 minutes, to do his presentation. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
I won't even take 5. I'm just wrapping up. Yes, so I want to congratulate the George Moody Primary School for winning the first ever Dr. Jeffrey Handy Kids Can Cook competition. From what I saw, Madam Deputy, it was a keenly contested competition, and those young boys and girls look like real professionals. I mentioned the work that is being done at East Street and West Street. The support that I have for my seniors, not only in the daycare, but regular packages are dropped off to our seniors. And I don't have to take a photo every time I carry in a package or some packages. God don't want you to be show off with everything you do, for he say your left hand should not know what your right hand is doing. I mean, he mean it at times, not all the time, but at some times. Because I remember the reason why I don't do it, I plug it in. The reason why I don't do some of these things, because I remember when a former MP delivered a bed to a senior in the constituency and put it up on Facebook. Persons took it very, very personal and they were offended. So I am mindful of some of these things. So I'm saying it. No, you might not see me posting a photo going by a senior with a bag of Pampers and any shoe and all of that, but I am delivering to my people. And the Madam Clerk nodding her head because she delivered some of them for me too. We have my business drop. Ever so often, I have persons go around based on what the business is doing, drop a case of chicken, drop some drinks, and that is continuous. I don't have to put that on Facebook. The outreach mission that we have in terms of building ramps, donating wheelchairs, fans when their homes are hot, these are things that I continue to do. And I want to thank all those persons for every time I ask. I have hardly gotten a no. And I believe the reason why I don't get a no, because they know I am not going to accept a no. So they always find a way of assisting, and I am grateful. Madam Deputy, since I came into the political arena, I've set up 7 persons in their small business. Landscaping, bodywork, barbers. I do this all the time for the people. I was able, through the Minister again of Infrastructure, to improve the lighting on Frigate Bay Road. Many of you, when you were going over on the southeast, the road was always dark and dangerous. It's now lit. You heard about the desalination plant. It's in my constituency, so I have to own it and make sure that it's well taken care of. And of course, even those apartments that were given out under the farm administration, the PDV apartments on Wellington and West Street, I have brought much relief to the residents there because they were living in some uncomfortable condition with the sewage system where everything used to come up all over the house. NHC was able to solve that problem. And of course, that is in my constituencies, I must speak about that. The honorable member for number 4 came to my rescue when I talk about the upgrade of the Newtown playfield. And then I went back after him because it was in my local manifesto that we were going to upgrade Kim Collins. And he gave me more than an upgrade. He gave me a brand new stadium. So I am grateful for the support from the honorable member for number 4. We work as a team here together. I've developed our street sport festivals in Taylors and on Newtown Bay Road. So East Bastia, I am committed. When I came saying to you that I am with you, and I am with you. I came back again, And I say, I am still with you. And I am still with you. And as I move forward, I will forever be with you, East Bastia. Thank you for your support. And may God continue to bless each and every one of you as we go into this Christmas season. And as I leave, Madam Deputy, I promise you 3 scriptures, but I'm going to leave this one right now. Philippians 2 and verse 4. Sometimes it's when you reach home, you might realize or understand exactly what, but I'm just sharing as they came to me. Let each of you look not only to his own interest, but also to the interests of others. And this is a reminder that progress comes when leaders and citizens prioritize collective well-being. May it please you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 11.
Computers funny because as soon as I get up here, this thing, and I want to give me some joke. Yeah? Yeah, so you put up my this and this. Something started.
I know you. The minute you say you know me is what you lose.
As soon as I could get up give me 1 sec, Madam Speaker. Start all over. I'll get it.
But I hope you don't like it.
Boy, something went wrong here just now. I'll get it. No, I'll get it right. I'll get it right. Okay, good. Something about this thing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Computers, eh? Yes. Fellow members of this Honorable House, citizens, residents, I say good afternoon to you. As I rise to make my contribution to this bill before the Honorable House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025. I commence my presentation by saying that this time of the year and this particular sitting is one of the most important sitting of a calendar year. We come here and we can have 20, 30 sittings, but when it comes time to the end of the year, when we are discussing the budget, it is the most important sitting we'll ever have throughout the year. And so one must not miss this sitting for any reason whatsoever once it's unavoidable, because there are circumstances that may prevent persons from coming here. And so as I start this afternoon, I give God thanks for the opportunity to stand here this afternoon and lend my voice to this particular debate, and to say that I stand on behalf of the constituents of Nevis 11, St. Thomas and St. James parishes, and of course the whole of Nevis, the whole of the Federation, because whatever we say here in this Parliament during the course of this debate is meant to impact this Federation in a positive way and to ensure that we are making a difference in the lives of the persons whom we serve. And so it is indeed an honor. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recall a quotation yesterday by the mover of the bill. And it was simple but profound in some way. Huh? He said, and I quote, "Without my party, I will not be here. This is politics." End of quote. And I understood what he meant by that. he was making the case that he's here because of his political party. So when he speaks and he say anything that represents his party, then of course, why not? That's why he is here. And so, as I proceed with my presentation, I want to adopt that same stance, if he'll allow me to. That what I'm going to say is that I am here as well because of my political party, the Concerned Citizens Movement. And of course, the voters in my constituency who would have voted for me to be here as well, but under the umbrella of the Concerned Citizens Movement. So we'll talk some politics as we go along. We'll talk policies. We'll talk all kind of things. But that is the premise upon which I stand here this afternoon, and I want it to be understood that way. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're here to discuss the budget. And what does the budget do? What does the budget is seeking to accomplish? Of course, the budget is really a layout of the government's plans and programs for the ensuing year. Some persons who have ministerial positions will talk about what they would have accomplished over the last year or the year that we are about to wind up, so to speak. But a budget also speaks about accountability in governance. It speaks about how resources will be allocated and spent throughout the ensuing year. So it is a comprehensive document that seeks to lay that foundation and the pathway for the ensuing year, as I just said. But there are certain budgets that, they are presented under the umbrella or the understanding that there will be challenges. And if there are challenges, then adjustments will have to be made. Spending may have to be curtailed. In good times, for example, if the budget is one that is seeking to foster a certain type of climate in terms of increasing spending in infrastructure and other things, then that will be the type of budget that will be presented. And so, either way you look at it, a budget should provide some hope to the populace at large. And once we're done with this budget, it must be one that persons feel good about. People should go into the new year with some expectancy, go into the new year feeling confident about what they would have heard emanating from the budget. They should go into the new year knowing that jobs will be provided, the resources will be there to do all of the work that the government intends to do. And I'm just saying these things because that is basically what the budget should accomplish. But of course, from this side of the aisle, we're not in government, so we would see it differently and will hope to, in our discourse, provide some, some prescriptions, some suggestions, whatever the case might be. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to pretty much get into my presentation by looking at, first of all, let me look at agriculture. And you know why I want to touch on agriculture first? Let me say this. I am passionate about agriculture, and I say that seriously. And when I say I am passionate because I've held the position of Minister of Agriculture at the local level for, I think it was 10 years. And of course, I held the position of Minister of Agriculture here at the federal level for just about 2 years, or a little over 2 years. And so the plans and programs and strategies that were employed during those years was meant to advance agriculture, and it was meant to ensure that agriculture was not just a talk, and what we do, or what we say, was not just rhetoric. Because you see, I've looked throughout the Caribbean and I've seen the Ministry of Agriculture allocated or given to someone just to say, well, you have a Minister of Agriculture. And the serious intents are not there. But if what we believe agriculture should be as the cornerstone, as was mentioned in the presentation yesterday, the cornerstone of our economy, meaning it should be an important part an important pillar in our overall development, then it must require of us to give some seriousness to this industry. And so that is why I say that I am passionate and I'm serious, and when I look from outside, looking in, to see what is happening with agriculture, I have to make some comments, and my comments will be to give some suggestions, and hopefully they'll be taken on board. Because I am not here to be critical in a way so as to say, well, I am bashing anyone. Because as agriculture go, so will all of us. All of us have to eat every single day. And all of us would like to eat something that we know and we have confidence in terms of its, or the resources that were used to produce these particular products. And they're wholesome in that they're free of pesticides, the type of organic material that we certainly would not want in our food systems. So the point is that once we give suggestions, they can be taken on board so that we can ensure that we are much more healthier as a nation. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, agriculture. I know within the last 2 presentations I've made here during the budget cycle, I've started with agriculture, and I'm doing so again this evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard a lot about CARICOM's agenda of 25 by 25, and now extended to 25 by 30. And I ask myself the question, well, what have we missed over the past 2 years, 3 years, so as not to achieve, or if we did achieve, why did not we achieve exactly what we would have set out to achieve under this agenda? Under the 25 by 25 agenda, now extended to 25 by 30, what was envisioned, or what was to be accomplished is that CARICOM nations should have reduced imports by 25% by the year 2025. And so we have to say, to accomplish such feat, we should have seen, resilient in the agri-food system. We should have seen, food imports reduced into the region. We should have seen an effort whereby we can say, when the analysis is done, that we would have accomplished what we would have set out to achieve. Question is whether we have or whether we have not. The answers might very well be provided to us by the minister responsible and the member from number 4. But the member from St. Christopher one would have started out with scriptures, and I had one in my presentation which have always been guided by Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is Proverbs chapter 14 verse 23. Simple, and it goes like this: all hard work brings profit, but mere talk leads to poverty. And I have used that as my mantra over the years, because everybody knows that I work hard, and I've been labeled as the hardest working minister from time to time. I didn't give myself that label, but I am so happy when people label me with that, because I have always exerted the effort. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, this particular proverb, a scripture of Proverbs, contrasts between hard work and idle talk. It emphasizes diligence and effort in anything that you do. And that is why I embrace it as a scripture that is my mantra and my guiding light. So it's action over empty words. But let's look at some specifics, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's start with the allocation for in the budget for this upcoming fiscal year. Based on what I am seeing here, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm seeing $21,364,753, which was allocated to agriculture. That is on the recurrent and capital expenditure, which is about just over 2% of the budget. And something told me to have a look at what is happening throughout the region. Because when I looked at what have been allocated to agriculture in Dominica, for example, it's about 2.3%. Antigua and Barbuda, 2.8% thereabouts. St. Lucia, 2.6%. Grenada, 2.9%. 2.09%, sorry. Guyana was the exception, but Guyana has not had a budget presentation yet for the upcoming year. So this is from 2025, 7.5%. Jamaica is just about 2.2%. Now, I look at these percentages and I say, is this enough for agriculture? Throughout CARICOM, that is, I'm talking. Is 2.4% enough and would allow us to create the food import reduction strategies that we want to implement here in St. Kitts and Nevis? I asked further whether 2.04% is enough to even make the cannabis industry the new frontier that we are hoping to make it, or which we are pursuing. 2.4% in some of these budgets may seem small, yes, because 2.4% of 2 million would be, in terms of quantum, money, would be more, in that case, as against a budget of, say, $500,000 or $500 million or $1 billion. But the amount that has been allocated by most of these countries, in my opinion, based on the importance that all of these countries affix to agriculture, in my opinion, is small. And in my opinion, will not get us to where we want to get to. And so that is where my appeal will start in terms of, let's turn talk into meaningful effort in terms of putting more into agriculture. The space is there and it can be done because monies are spent on areas in this country which are questionable in my opinion, but agriculture should not just be a talk. Action must accompany what we say, and the results will be there to see. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, let us do more in agriculture. I'll go further in saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the talk we've been hearing about a sustainable island state, it also includes agriculture, a part of that agenda. But I ask this question as well. When we speak of a sustainable island state, it means you have St. Kitts, you have Nevis. Sustainable island, both coming together, one state. I want to ask the question, and I'm not in a position to answer, so I'm asking. Do we have a working relationship between the Ministry of Agriculture on St. Kitts and the Ministry of Agriculture on Nevis? Is there a working relationship between the Department of Agriculture on St. Kitts and Department of Agriculture on Nevis? Because you see, data is what we have to use to guide our decision-making process, right? And how you use that data will determine the success on either side of the channel. We cannot say we are producing 10 pounds of something in the St. Kitts, 20 pounds in St. Kitts, and not knowing what is happening in Nevis. That is not how you will build a sustainable island state. You must know what is happening in St. Kitts. You must know what's happening in Nevis. Both islands must be sharing data. Both islands must be examining those data to see what needs to be done to make or enhance agriculture on both sides of the aisle. I asked this question, like I said, I am not sitting in the seat, but I don't think I'll be out of place to ask these questions because obviously you hear the chatter, you hear the complaint, you look at agriculture on both islands and you see the potential and you see where we should be, where we're not. And so that is why I'm asking this question. Production is taking place in Nevis. Do we know what is going on there? production we'll hear from the minister, and you'll hear a lot of pounds. You'll hear about pounds in watermelon, X amount of pounds in meat production. But the question is, are we working together to see if we can increase all that? Because it may sound good that you have 1,000 pounds of something here, but one establishment can take that 1,000 pounds. But I feel that there must be more collaboration and more sharing of data and more working together to ensure that when we produce data for local, regional, or international agencies, it is the correct data so that we can make a much more informed and a forceful case to any international or regional agency that we interact with. So that is point number one that I wanted to touch on, yeah? And like I said, I'm not saying these things to create any rancor, and no one should get personal or feel that I'm being personal in some way. I want to make sure that we are doing what it is in agriculture that we have set out to do and what we want to accomplish. Greenhouses. Oh, I'm going too far? No. I'm going good? No. Okay. So greenhouses. The point was made earlier by the member for Nevis 10. I want to say something about greenhouses. The effort has been there for many years to enhance greenhouse production here in the Federation. I go all the way back to 2010 and recall that 37 greenhouses were distributed in St. Kitts in 2010 out of funds received or funding from the SIDF. 37. I don't know if any of those are still in operation today. I doubt so. Since 2010, I recall when I was the minister at the federal level, we distributed 10, 5 on Nevis, 5 on St. Kitts. So 37 plus 5 on St. Kitts, that's 42. Now I'm hearing that we have another 20 on St. Kitts. On Nevis, all of the other greenhouses on Nevis were procured by persons or farmers there who would have taken commercial loans to get those greenhouses. But the interesting thing is on Nevis, there is a success story over there. As far as I'm concerned, all of the greenhouses on Nevis, are under production as far as I know. Because I do visit some of these farms from time to time. And I'm going to call some names because there's a gentleman by the name of Mackie Truss. I call him the pioneer in greenhouse production. He has, I believe, 3. He was the recipient of one of those greenhouses that we distributed in 2021. And he have all 3 under production. He's a success story. Another person would have gotten a greenhouse back in 2021, Mr. Richard Paris. He is one of the persons who have done a phenomenal job in greenhouse production as well. As a matter of fact, you can go into either Rams here or Value Mart and you see his products. Paris Greens? Yeah. Another person who did not get a greenhouse but have 5 greenhouses that he would have invested in his hard-earned money, Mr. Juni Pinney. Irvin Pinney Jr. Yeah. About 5 greenhouses, yeah? And they're under production. Then you have Daniel Atherton, who has 1. And you have Anthony Gager, who has 1. He got one of the 5. I'm calling these names because I had a philosophy then that if someone shows me that they're interested and they can do the work and they're willing to, I'm willing to give them a greenhouse. Let them go and produce. So back in the day, Mackie had 2, we gave him 1. Richard had 1, he now have an additional 2, and so on. So here's my thing, member for St. Christopher 4. I know what you're trying to accomplish here, but if the effort is not there, well, bring some to Nevis. And I'm dead serious. Mackie can do with another 1 or 2. Richard can do with another 1 or 2 once they have the space. Because they have demonstrated that they are serious about the technology. And the technology has produced thousands of pounds of tomatoes, thousands of pounds of lettuce, thousands of pounds of cucumber, thousands of pounds of all of the other stuff, kale and whatever else. And that is my thing. I am not too hung up on numbers and trying to sound good about anything. I believe in what I see. It's the results I'm after. And that is the seriousness that we have to give to agriculture. Once someone shows and demonstrate that they are willing to do the work and they're willing to produce, man, give them the hand up. Let them produce more. Let them make the difference that needs to be made. And so I make that point for you to consider, member for St. Christopher 4, that we can see the results from those who are in the technology. Give them the opportunity to produce more. Let them be more productive. Let them be more profitable. Let them make a difference in agriculture in St. Kitts Nevis, and you'll be a proud minister when it's all said and done, because it would be an initiative that you would have undertaken. So that is my suggestion there with that. Bayford. In 2021, and I smile because I went up to Bayford and I was told that that place was closed down since 1993. And in 2021, I drove up there and it was nothing. An abandoned facility. And I probably was a crazy man then. Not so crazy at all, but I say I must have been crazy because I saw some potential in it. And I said, let us start the task of cleaning up and turn it into something where we can actually say we have an area where we can do livestock production. We call it the Center of Excellence. Big name. And what I'm pleased about is that, you see, life is like a relay, you know. And sometimes when you're running a relay, you pass on the baton, and once the person who you pass it to and they run with it, and they go to the next stop and they do well with their leg, it's a good thing. That's how relays should be. So I want to say, well, the minister responsible would have taken the baton and run with it, because I'm now hearing that we are exporting one-day-old chicks to a neighboring island. I won't call the island's name because we do have a good working relationship, and I don't want to get the name of the island mixed up in what we are saying. Huh? But my understanding is that October, 500-day-old chicks were exported to the neighboring island. Sounds good. And it's good headline, yeah? But when we undertook the rehabilitation of Bayford, it was meant to make a difference in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, yeah? It was meant to make a difference and to ensure that our farmers are getting the support that the ministry and department here at the federal level can give. And so, I don't want to get caught up with this export business, but I understand that 3,200 birds have been produced. And I think all 3,200 should have been in this federation given to farmers here. And I say that with confidence, and I say that without anyone, as I said before, taking it personal. That is my view. That every single one of them, because you know what happened, Madam Deputy Speaker? While those birds were on their way down to the neighboring islands, farmers from Nevis were up at RLB collecting birds from Miami on Amerijet. Makes no sense to me. It makes no sense that you're exporting and still importing when you're trying to eliminate imports. That is the whole thrust behind the whole thing. That should be the effort. That if you are producing locally, let us get it to the point where we can eliminate those imports that are coming in from Miami and wherever else, Barbados and wherever else. They're not importing from us. They're making sure that their farmers, they are fully satisfied. And I want to thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, and their technical mission for their assistance in this regard, because when we started that project back in 2021, the ambassador then, and I want to thank him, Ambassador Lin, we had a conversation and we looked at the poultry industry here in the Federation, and we saw and still see potential. And so these layers that were sent, we have been saying all along that we are pretty much self-sufficient in egg production in the Federation. Only in the month of December there is some shortage. We want to go through the whole 12 months. And the move of the bill yesterday would have said that cruise ship have been calling, yachts have been calling, all kind of entities have been calling, and we would like to have the poultry industry at the point in this federation where we have that excess where we can sell to those entities that have been calling. But we want to satisfy every demand that we have here on the island of St. Kitts and on the island of Nevis within the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so Bayford, in my opinion, is already playing the role or playing the part that it was intended to back in 2021. And I'm pleased about that, commend the minister and his team for such. Because like I said, as these institutions go, so does agriculture, and all of us will be proud in the end. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me touch quickly on the night market. I understand we are celebrating our 5th anniversary this year. Very good. And I'm happy that we started that in 2021. 2021? Yes, 2021. 2021, yes. I'm happy, like I said before, when a baton is passed on and you run with it, one must be commended. And so that night market continues to play the part or the role that it must play, and that is to bring farmers, vendors together under that roof there, the Bass State Public Market on a given night, and so they can make some additional funds, monies, and I'm pleased that it's still going on. I'm also pleased that when we thought about removing the agriculture open day from Lagreed, where it was too small then, space was limited, to the Newtown playing field in 2021, that I feel was an excellent move. It's gone into a larger area now, which means it has grown. It has grown, and I must commend all who have continued to pursue that as well. Listen, as I said before, all this is meant to ensure that we are building agriculture, not just to talk, building agriculture to the point where it can be the pillar that we suggest that it is, and we know it can be. Yeah? Okay, Madam Deputy Speaker, moving right along. I'm going to come off of agriculture just now, but let me make one last point. I did say that there should be greater collaboration between St. Kitts and Nevis if we are to build this sustainable island state. The point that I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this. And I didn't get any brief from the member for Nevis 10, but the point must be made. I've seen some delegations traveling to the various parts, Nigeria, wherever else, and I've never seen the Minister of Agriculture from Nevis a part of any of these delegations. Never seen. And I'm not speaking on behalf of him or the member for Nevis 10. I am speaking from someone on the outside looking on and looking at what we are doing in agriculture to make sure that we are putting actions to our words and trying to accomplish things in agriculture. The reason why I bring that up, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because before I became the Minister of Agriculture at the federal level, in 2018, 2019, the Minister of Agriculture at the federal level was unable to go to various conferences. So instead of sending a permanent secretary from St. Kitts or a permanent secretary from Nevis, the Minister of Agriculture from Nevis was selected to go. I went to Mexico, Costa Rica, Brazil, Argentina, Cayman Islands, representing the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis in agriculture. I will say that I was much more informed as a result of these attendance at these conferences. I say that because for us to ensure that both sides of the aisles are benefiting from resources, from training, from whatever is available to us, so as to pursue our goal of establishing a sustainable island state, then Lord, the minister from Nevis must be considered. I'm not begging for him. I'm just saying it makes sense. It makes sense that in agriculture, which impact the whole federation, then of course, the minister from Nevis should be considered. And like I said, he didn't send me here with a message. This is my message that I'm imparting here this afternoon. So that is something to consider, so that at least the minister from Nevis, if he's a part of the whole agenda to push this sector, then he should be. And get that experience to ensure that when he comes back, he can implement exactly what would be implemented in St. Kitts. And so we can achieve what we want to achieve and the successes that we're looking for. So I'll leave agriculture for now because, like I said, I just wanted to impart a few points and a few suggestions because I am not about talk. I'm about results. We can talk, but let's do talk, as they say, that get results. And talk that get results is putting some serious action into what you do. Huh? Okay, so let me move along, Madam Deputy Speaker. Fair share and CBI receipts. I will say before I go any further, as I stand here this afternoon, and I've always had this thinking, that I refuse to be lectured by anyone who has never advocated for fair share for Nevis, has never agitated for fair share for Nevis, who is not on record to say that they want Nevis's fair share. What I mean by that, there are some pundits out there on Facebook and on radio and all over the place here in the Federation who seem to want to knock this party, the Concerned Citizens Movement, and its leadership, member for Nevis 9, when it comes to the fair share issue. He said this morning he was the one who coined the phrase or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording or his exact quotation. But I can say that when it comes to the matter of fair share, I give the member for Nevis 9 wholehearted credit for bringing this fair share issue and fair share matter to light and to advocate on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. He has been the champion of that. And so, like I said, no one is going to lecture me. I'm going to ignore some of those noise because, you see, people who are talkers are really, most times, just spectators anyway. They're just on the side talking. It's who in the heat and who in the seat and who is advocating is the one who I listen to. Because if you do nothing, say nothing, bring nothing to the table, well, it's nothing in the end. But people who advocate for things, or advocate for things, are those who I want to listen to. So, Madam Speaker, we listened to the responder to the bill this morning, the member for Nevis, or Nevis 9, and leader of the opposition. And he gave us some figures, interesting figures. And I'm hoping that persons who are listening, but you know the thing about communication? Repetition is always an effective way to communicate. Repetition. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I repeat some of these numbers that were said this morning, it's meant to ensure that those who didn't hear will hear now. Madam Deputy Speaker, we were told this morning, and we know the records show that between 2010 to 2015, based on the CBI receipts, in 2010, we were told, and we know for a fact, that $140.9 million was received through that program, and zero was received by Nevis. Mark you, let me say this. 2010. And let me say this, and let me put down the marker. CCM was not in government during that time. History would show who was in government at the federal level. Don't need to repeat that, but I'm dealing with the numbers. 2011, $241.9 million was generated. 0 was received by Nevis. 2012, 246.3 million. 11.1 million was received by Nevis. 2013, all these are years the CCM was not there. 391.3 million was received through that program, the CBI program that is. Nevis received 8.2 million. And so if you look at the global figure that was received through the program, through the sale of our passport, St. Kitts and Nevis passport, it was $1,434,800,000. Well, money was received for them. What do you do? From the program. So we give them away. You don't sell passport. What is the term I should use then?
I just said what you saw.
Well,
what you would have received from the program.
Well, it's what it is. It's semantics. Well, everybody understands. Okay. We won't belabor that. The program generated.
Yes.
Okay, that's more diplomatic, softer, nicer. Okay, I'll live with that. Whatever the case might be. The bottom line is the money. The bottom line, $1.4 billion was generated from the program. Yeah? And out of that $1.4 billion, 19.3 million was received by the island of Nevis. And in that 19 million, 4 million was a loan. 4 million was a loan. We're bringing up this historical data because you have some people on the island of Nevis and throughout the Federation who keep saying some unsavory things out there about the member for Nevis 9. And I'm defending him too. Because sometimes when I hear these things, it irritates me to the point. But sometimes you just have to be calm about certain things. It's not everything that you respond to. But the facts and the data speak for themselves. That during those years, 2010 to 2013 at least, $1.4 billion was generated by the CBI program. And a mere 19.3 million, including $4 million loan, was received by the island of Nevis. And that's like I said, during the years when the Concerned Citizens Movement was not in government. I can recall to Madam, somebody said something? No. I can recall as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that during the years the CCM was not there, 2006 to 2009 thereabout, over $230 million of grant funds were received by this federation. About 82 projects. These are World Bank data, from my recollection. 82 projects. Not one came to the shores of Nevis. So I'm just saying that because those who were in the position at the time, those who sat in the chair at the time, and who are now prosecuting this party in government, must be reminded of these things. Grant funds came from the Republic of China, Taiwan, came from Japan, came from Canada, came from France, came from Great Britain, came from Germany, came from all of our diplomatic partners. Latin America, South America, all over. Not one came to the island of Nevis. And so you understand why Nevis continue to agitate every time for a fair share, equitable share, whatever term you want to call it. We have never asked for anything more than what we deserve. We have never asked for more than what we deserve. But let me move on. Fast forward to 2015. And some may say those should have been the best years, because as the move of the bill said yesterday, that we were in a government with parties that were supposed to be our friends. But fast forward to 2015 to 2022, $3.2 billion were generated by the program. 3.2 billion was generated. Nevis received 396 million. And then some will say, some will say, every dollar go to Nevis is one less dollar for the island of St. Kitts. Some will even blame and accuse the member for Nevis 9 of, as they say, being a bad spender. But let's look at what the money that came. Same money that came to Nevis. What did we do with it? We invested in water. Big time. When we came to government, Madam Deputy Speaker, we were told that we had some pumps in Nevis generating 1 million gallons of water per day. But you know the interesting thing? We had storage capacity of maybe about 700,000 gallons. Where the rest was going? Here's where the rest was going, Madam Deputy Speaker. We had some tanks in Nevis. All of them were leaking. Was losing over 50% of its capacity on a daily basis. So we were pumping in and losing more than what we were pumping in. You're wasting money and wasting water. You know, we fixed that with the same money that we have received. We have 0% losses now. Well, if a pipe ruptures somewhere along the line, you have to fix it. But those tanks, well, you up there? You don't tell me it's not zero? You tell me it's not zero? Come and prove me otherwise. Well, you, listen. You see, 5 compared to 50, you got to say nothing is lost. Okay, leave it as that. But we have sought to fix that problem, Madam Deputy Speaker. Built new tanks all around Nevis. No losses. Maybe challenge, but I'm telling you, 0 losses. That is where the money have gone. We have invested in electricity, never rented any generator in Nevis. We came into government in 2013 and met the system in disarray. I was the senior minister then. They made up Calypso and all. Electricity going brap, all kind of stories. We inherited that. But you know what? We have fixed that. We have fixed it. We bought generators in 2016, 2021. Prior to 2016, that's when we came in, we bought a generator as well. One of those refurbished 2 megawatts generator. So we would have added 3.8 plus 3.8 brand new base load generators plus 2 megawatt of a containerized used generator. How many megawatts is that, Matty Meshier? 9? I'm speaking because I am happy with what we have done with our money. And we must be proud of what we have done to bring Nevis to where it is now as to where we are coming from. And we got a lot of licks for that. So what?
Why you didn't tell your colleagues to do the same in St. Kitts?
Boy, listen. Listen. This thing is like cricket, you know. Everybody go in and make their score and then you add it up. Well, it's up to whoever don't want to put their head down and make their score. We put our head down and make we score. We bat. Play the patient, watching the ball and playing those. You understand now? Okay. Let's move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we did a lot with our money, you know, all little pettings we get. I call it pettings compared to the lion's share that was, you know, used other places. But Madam Deputy Speaker, we invested. You same Wally Water Taxi facility that my colleague from Nevis 10 spoke about? Let me say something about that. He said it's 1.2 million. I keep a monthly track of the data. So I'm more current than he is. So don't feel anyway, colleague. We're up to 1.4 million passengers going through that facility. If you want to do the rudimentary maths, just say an average of $30 is paid per person who travel on those water taxi going to Nevis. To and from Nevis, I must say. You do that, it's over $40 million you're talking about those operators have generated. I'm not counting anybody's money, but the investment in people and investment in what we are trying to accomplish is what I'm trying to get at. Put the money aside for now. It's good money, but I'm going to come back to it. But the investment that was made, we get with a little whatever, you know, and we tell ourselves, put the money into something substantial. $6 million was invested in that facility, and we get enough licks for it every day. Some people said it look like Robinson Crusoe would remember it when he come, and all kind of stories. Rubbish. We understand where we were heading. And look at the operation now. All local operators, local people are working, making money to support their families. Social Security is making money. Businesses are making money. Restaurant, bars, and shops and supermarket, car rental, taxi operators, and all of that making money. You like your money, right, doggy? Oh, sorry about that. My apologies. Because some people seem to have a problem with... It's on. Yeah. Okay. Some people have a problem when you hear people are making money. They're supposed to make money. What do you think we're here for? Is money make the whole machine go? So money is being made. And there's tremendous potential with that particular operation. And that is why the member for Nevis 10 would have talked about the shortcomings over there. We would like to see the facility improve, whether there or wherever. But listen, member for St. Christopher 2, every day, tourists from the cruise ship come over to Nevis. They say you never get a second chance to create a first impression. The impression that we create for our visitors must be important to us. So when they come, they see this lovely facility in Nevis, yes? That's their first impression. But before they come, they're fighting to get onto a boat. You know? And it's something to consider, and please give it some attention. I think we have been asking for the last couple of budget sessions. It's time to invest. Invest in it so that we can secure that place and make sure it is doing what it should do for both islands, yeah? Well, that's true too. It sounds like there's some possibilities that exist if we were to put our heads together. And it comes right back to what we've been talking about, you know, sustainable island state. That's what we want to make Nevis. Listen, I believe all of us in this honorable house have, some passion in us and believe in this federation and believe that we can be the best we can be. I do believe we can, and let us work towards it. Mundo Track, communication devices for NASPA, treasury building in Charleston, ongoing hospital expansion, investment in the, we did invest in the initial exploration for geothermal. Investment we have made in the veterinary clinic at Prospect, expansion of the processing wing at the abattoir, investment in the brand new marketing depot, roads all across Nevis, construction of the Joyce and Liebert School Mills program. Sometimes forget. I sometimes forget. I sometimes forget. It's okay, yeah. And people out there listening at 6 o'clock or 6:20 in the evening, prime time. Yes. You see, I'm building up to something, That's why I'm saying these things, But I'm going a little bit too fast, so slow down is right. So all of this investment, $396 million. All of this investment, I say, commendation to the member for Nevis 9 and his leadership, astute leadership, and what he has done with little to get much. So with all the talk out there, with all the noise, I like the approach, member for Nevis 9. Do the work, man. Ignore the noise. And that's what speaks volume in the end, the results. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I heard about the difficulties with water in St. Kitts, and I'll be corrected and say, well, that is fixed, eh? But not you're getting there. But when I heard that the member for Nevis 9, you're a bad spender and all kind of things. I say, I wonder if you're looking at and talking about the right person. Because no investment in water. It was said in the presentation yesterday by the move of the budget. No investment in electricity. You're renting a 6 megawatt genset. Is that true? With all the money there? Your rent generator?
Because we're procuring the other one.
Oh, you're procuring?
Yes. 80 megawatts. For the investment was not made, that's the point. Yes. It was not made before we make it. No.
Well, and that's the point. Well, I don't even know, but you hear about leaky airport and leaky hospital and all kind of things. All these things are true.
That's what we meant.
That's why you are
You-
there.
No, you could say you hear them say that there were 2 cabinets operating at the time. Okay, well, that is a sophisticated way of looking at it, yeah. But the reality is there were 2 cabinets because we get on the boat at 8:30 in the night and the cabinet continues. Yeah. You guys, I'm not really talking the thing. These things are well known. These things are well known. No, listen, I can talk about these things because that is not how you operate if you're in a unity situation where you're, working, supposed to be working together. So when I hear the noise out there and all of the fluff that I'm hearing, and you go to a town hall meeting and say, I'm going to talk the things and I'm going to do this. Well, talk the things now, but talk the truth too. That is what I'm saying. Talk the things, but talk the truth, and don't tell me about no one who was in deceased for a couple of years now. You talk what you know, not tell me what somebody said.
That's what that was said. We said,
I believe so. But look, you think that is bad? You're talking about Bastia High School now? With all the money, $3.2 billion, Bastia High School should have been a beautiful edifice. A long time ago, long time ago, with this kind of money.
21 million was spent.
Oh, really? No. I'm not going by what I hear, is what I know I didn't know.
20 is in the same administration.
21 million? Interesting.
When I got there, another payment come to my office to sign off. 300.
Well, maybe that's why colleagues who are in cabinet couldn't get anything done in their constituency down here. That's what it was? Okay. Anyway, Madam President, with all this money, money was borrowed to build the second causeway down there, right? Borrowed. When you had all these monies. Borrowed.
I had 500 SIG.
I'm saying these things, and I can say it anywhere, whether here, there, or everywhere, yeah? Because, you see, people must understand who they are dealing with and what they are dealing with, yeah? Because you can't be knocking Nevis and knocking the leadership of Nevis when in truth and in fact you're no better. You haven't produced anything to suggest. If you suggest that a man is the best stewardship of finances and you collect that kind of money, you should have had industries and syndicates that are employing over 500 persons per industry. Meaning, you use the money to do things in the federation or in the island of St. Kitts and in the island of Nevis, where you have that sustainability factor where persons are in, for example, the poultry industry. People must eat chicken. So you invest in that to make sure people are working. Small farmers out there who have a permanent job can then have this little thing on the side where they produce 1,500, 2,000 birds, so that can subsidize their salaries and their earnings. That's how you build people and make them, much stronger in their effort as a people. That's what you do. Not build yourself or build those around you, but build persons throughout. And that is what irritates me when I hear all of this rhetoric and people latch on to these things. Man, ask questions, examine people. Examine them for who they are. Yeah? Because they'll come and they'll huff and they puff and make the noise. I don't care about that anyway. But the results and the facts and the evidence point to something different. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me move along. Special Sustainable Zone. Madam Deputy Speaker, the act that was passed in Parliament earlier this year, I believe it was in August, to create the framework to designate areas for high quality, sustainable development. It was passed in August, yes. And what that was meant to do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to attract investment with strict environmental and social standards, creating jobs and providing us with some economic diversification here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. But Madam Deputy Speaker, you've heard a lot of things being said about this particular bit of legislation, and also about the proposed Destiny project on the island of Nevis. A lot of things are not true for sure. A lot of things are not true. And that is what really bothers me sometimes, is that people are willing to listen to some and take what they say and run with it as if it's the gospel. And I will say this to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and say it to the general public. I like to listen to people who have had success in life. I like to engage them. And I can call a lot of successful business persons and a lot of successful persons who have done so many things in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis and internationally as well. But I know for sure I am not listening to anybody who have failed in life, because the only thing I can learn from them is how to fail. And that is a fact. So I listen to people who have progressed in life and have succeeded at what they have done. So most of who are out there talking, as far as I'm concerned, you point to what they have accomplished? Nothing. But I'll say to you that yeah. I think you had sung it for, remember, for St. Christopher 6, no? Is it you sang it for? No, you made it up on behalf of it. Oh, okay.
Honourable Member, can you continue, please?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we're talking serious business, but we can have some banter as well. You know, nothing is wrong with that. So yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have heard a lot being said about this SSC, as they said. And I have asked person all along, let's be respectful in our discourse. Don't have to call nobody stupid. You don't have to call anybody dumb. You don't have to call them any derogatory names to make a point. If you have an opinion regarding the SSC, express your opinion. But when I express mine, be respectful, and you don't have to embrace it.
Honourable Member, you have 30 minutes more.
What? I was hoping to take 1 hour. I still have some more to go. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I respectfully request an additional? Oh, sorry. My apologies. I thought my time was up. Oh, so you're letting me know that I have 30 minutes. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Okay, I continue. So yes, I was saying that there's no need for any rancor. There's no need for any disrespect. So questions can be asked. We can have a lively discussion, because that is what this is meant to do. You have heard it being said before that various developments have come, whether it was Park Hyatt, whether it was Christoph Harbour, whether it was Kitishan Hill, and we didn't have these kind of discussions. They just came, and you hear a press release that this development is coming, and you have to live with it. So this particular development is different in that we have put it out there for persons to have discussions. But some persons have been saying, oh, go and repeal the act. I don't think anybody is thinking about repealing this act. As far as I'm concerned, the act is not controversial. I don't see anything wrong with it. Some are saying go and have a referendum on the proposed development. I believe that when persons are elected to lead, and persons have been given that mandate to bring development to the country, I think the confidence must be there, and it is there. Some have said, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I was listening to the radio, a particular radio station one night, when one of the commentators was saying that the legislation having it that this proposed development will have its own government. And I can recall the member for Nevis 9 calling in and asking that commentator to point to the section of the legislation where it was said, or where it is said, that this proposed development will have its own government. Today is the 17th of December, and that conversation took place maybe about 2 months ago. I ain't find it yet. Still looking. Hopeless case. And that is why I said there are some commentators out there who are willing to go out there and say spurious things, just spread whatever they feel like, just say it. And somebody would latch onto it and run with it. And that is what they're hoping to accomplish. And that is why I say that I am not prepared to listen to anyone who have failed in whatever they have done in their life. I listen to people who would have had some success because I want to learn from them. I want to grow by what I would have learned from them and make myself better. And so that is a lie. We know that is not true. Madam Deputy Speaker, you have heard other things. We have heard from time to time, every time you engage, the goalpost is moved. A new mix is thrown into the whole conversation, just to confuse. And as the member for Nevis 10 would have said, listen, the legislation is about 8 or 9 pages. Doesn't take much to read. Doesn't take much to read. And I am happy that the mover of the bill yesterday would have mentioned the fact that there are persons who are talking about a state within a state. And I asked the question of those who are engaged, do you think that the member for St. Christopher 8, who is the Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, will come into this federal house and pass laws to minimize, diminish, or give up any authority that he has as the Prime Minister? I doubt so. I don't think so. I will not expect that. By the same token, the member for Nevis 9, who is the Premier of Nevis, you think he would come down here and stand in the federal parliament and debate a legislation and cede his powers as the Premier of the island of Nevis to anybody? Never. Never. And so when I hear about the state within a state and government and who is going to be in charge, and I say, pure rubbish. Rubbish. And so, Section 6, Section 6.1, subsection I of the piece of legislation, I don't have it before me, but I know that section speaks about national security. It speaks about immigration, national elections. It speaks about the court, the High Court, Appeals Court, Privy Council. The whole court system is covered on that, and all those remains under the ambit of the Constitution. Those are not ceded to anyone, and that is where the crux of the matter is. All of these authority remains under the Constitution and within the control of the Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So no one is ceding anything to anybody. No government lands are being sold. No one can commit a crime outside the zone and run back into the zone, say they're running away from crime. If you commit a crime anywhere in St. Kitts, you'll be prosecuted. If you commit a crime anywhere in Nevis, you will be prosecuted. Same law that applies to the member for St. Christopher 3 applies to me. The same law that applies to John Public out there applies to me and everybody. And so I don't know where we come up with all of these kind of things just to create confusion and to confuse people. Nothing like that exists under this particular bit of legislation. Nothing like that is coming with this development. What I would like to say, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, is for people to seek out ways to take advantage of these developments when they come. Seek out ways. There'll be opportunities in real estate, for example, Madam Deputy Speaker. And what I mean by that, people are going to move to the Federation, more so St. Kitts, or Nevis, sorry, and they would want somewhere to stay. So if you have a half acre of land, an acre of land, seek to establish a rental unit on that piece of land so that you can get into the rental market to make money. Heavy equipment operators will make money. If you have land in that particular space and you're offered land elsewhere, then you go and you establish something on that land. If you want to sell it, you sell as well. When you sell it, you're divesting, and then you go and reinvest in another piece of land somewhere to do something with that land. So there are opportunities, and there are good things that you should look at the positive side of this development, because there are positives about it that will be to the advantage of all of us in this federation, but more so those of us in Nevis who see the benefits in these. Go ahead and take advantage. I just spoke about population, people coming to St. Kitts and Nevis, most of Nevis. Population size, we have been hearing some discussion about that. There have been some talk about 7,000, 10,000 persons being in this particular space if it were to happen. I want to mention this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nevis is currently 13,000 thereabout, our population. I think it's about 38,000 thereabout. 38. When I look at the square miles on Nevis and St. Kitts, for example, in Nevis we are 36 square miles. You know, that works out to be about 360 persons per square mile in Nevis. 360 persons. Do the maths. St. Kitts would be just about what? About 558 persons per square miles. You go to a country like St. Martin, French and Dutch St. Martin. Dutch side is about 18 square miles, 44,000 people. It's about 2,500 persons per square mile. The French side is about 36,000 persons. That's about 2,100 persons per square miles. A place like Bermuda, which is 21 square miles, 63,000 persons. That's about 3,000 persons per square miles. So we talk about population as if Nevis have a population. We don't have a population that is competitive in any way. Businesses can't survive in Nevis with 13,000 people.
You can't have 2 big functions in one night.
Well, if you have 2 functions in one night, well, one person will have to find a way to both. How they'll do it, I don't know. But the bottom line is, countries develop with people. You need people who are spending and consuming. And if we expect Nevis to realize its true potential, you need people on the island. People to take up the rental properties. People to consume, whether consumer goods or durable goods or whatever goods there are. People to work to start with, and with people working, Social Security will be the beneficiary because they have to pay their contributions. And you can look at the overall picture as to what the impact is. Just what we are doing as citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, but more so Nevis, that's the same thing persons who come in to be a part of our community would have to do. And so you need that to expand the economy, to grow the economy, to build the island. And so that is what we are seeking to accomplish. But some people don't want that to happen. But I'm happy we have the leadership of the member for Nevis 9. Eh? You keep the faith there, member, for Nevis 9. And continue to press on, because this proposed development is one that we, with all of the challenges we're having with the CBI program right now, this particular development is what we feel will be the answer to our diversification of our economy. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, my confidence is behind this particular development, and so we'll continue to pursue. But we'll answer all of the questions, and we'll make sure that we are respectful in answering, because we respect our people. We respect their opinion, and we respect the fact that they have that confidence in us as a leadership to guide this process and to make sure that we can put Nevis or get Nevis to where it needs to be. That's why I say we engage. We engage. And be well, with the facts as well, we engage and we be respectful about it. We don't have to make a noise about it. But there are negatives, yeah? I mean, of course, a development like this, which is new to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, it will pose some doubts in persons' mind. What is posing those doubts, you just have to answer the questions that are posed to you and show people the benefits in the end as to why we are moving in this pathway, this particular pathway. But anyway, Madam Deputy Speaker, before my time runs out, let me just touch on one or two things quickly and move on. VAT reduction, I believe the member for Nevis 9 would have touched on it this morning. And it was in my notes to not make a major presentation about, because I think we have had discussions about possible reducing VAT in the past. And I still think it might be the way to go, because there are some advantages to reducing the VAT. There are also disadvantages. And so the experts would have to analyze such. We heard from the mover of the bill yesterday, and he spoke about the amount of relief that was brought about as a result of the reduction of VAT from 17% to 13%. And I believe he gave us some numbers here, which those relief amounted to, under the BBW, 36 million, and under the VAT relief from 17% down to 13%, 25 million. Now, one would have to do further analysis of these relief, or especially the VAT relief, to see if we were to maintain that for an entire year, what the net result would be. Because you see, when it comes to VAT, most of what you realize is that at the end of the year, when you have VAT reduction, you have persons going in to buy durable goods, fridge and stove and that kind of thing. They wait until December when that VAT relief comes. Meanwhile, throughout the year, they're struggling with the same old stove, and they'd love to get rid of it, but when they look at the costs, including VAT, some people hold back. Yeah? So I believe the analysis has to be looked at from the standpoint of what the government may lose and what may be gained by the consumers out there. So that is something to look forward to. And I suppose the experts will have to analyze all that to see where the makeup and the shortfalls can be made up as you go along. And that is just a suggestion. Yeah? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe you said I had another half hour. I'm not going to go there, but I'm going to go in my wrap-up phase now, because the intention was to just make as short a presentation as possible, and to give those who intend to speak later a chance to speak as well. But I'd love to hear some of the responses from the member for St. Christopher 4 in terms of agriculture. And I want to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am confident that this federation, irrespective of all of these challenges that we face on a daily basis, which are existing throughout the world, because everywhere you go, you start to look at what is happening. You hear what is happening in the United States, and whatever happened there would impact us. For example, you had this shutdown of their government for about a 45-day period. That, of course, as simple as it looks from us here, looking at the television, it had major impact on the economy in America. And, of course, if persons were planning a trip to the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, someone may have been impacted negatively and said, well, I can't take that trip this year. So these are things that we have to be cognizant of and pay attention to, because they have impact on us. And so if we are having challenges, they are challenges because they are external forces that create these challenges, but we just have to continue to press on. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll leave it there for now. And I'll come back at the end of the debates to wish my constituency all the best for the Christmas season, so I'll have a chance to do that and wrap up. But I will leave it there for now, and it was my pleasure lending my voice to this debate this evening. And, it's what it is. We'll continue to forge ahead as a federation and make sure that the people of this country continue to see some good days ahead. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Nevis 11. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise to make my contribution to this debate on the Appropriation Bill 2026-2025. Madam Deputy, I want to lend my support to the mover of this bill, who happens to be our esteemed Prime Minister and the Honourable Member for Constituency Number 8. And as Minister with responsibility for agriculture, sports, small business, including cooperatives and the creative economy, I wish to present this address, showcasing how we are investing in our people and powering progress across these areas specifically, and how we are building our sustainable island state together. But Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to begin my presentation by talking about how we've been investing in our people in the area of sports and sports development. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget that was moved by the member for number 8 speaks to our young people as it relates to sports development. Speak to those training after school, Madam Speaker, and it speaks to the parents as well, all those sitting on the sidelines, happily looking on as their children develop. Madam Speaker, this budget speaks as well to the coaches who volunteer, in most cases, their times, evening after evening, to ensure that our young athletes develop into wonderful men and women. Madam Deputy, I believe you yourself had a stint at coaching our young men and women, so you know a bit of what I'm talking about. Now, you would agree with me then, Madam Deputy, that sport is not just a luxury, and our sportsmen and women are not just there for our entertainment either. We in this government do not see sport as just recreation. Madam Deputy Speaker, sport is a strategic pillar of our national development and a powerful vehicle for social transformation. Sports build healthier citizens, empowers youth, strengthens communities, and it stimulates economic activity. That is well documented. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I were to look at our own federation, and we were to look at this year, 2025, when we reflect on a sport such as cricket, which the Caribbean has been well known for, and we look at our own contribution to the development of Caribbean cricket, we would have seen that our federation would have been doing exceptionally well, having hosted the West Indies versus Bangladesh females in January of this year. And then we moved on to the St. Kitts Cricket Association 40 Over League in February of this year. Then we went on to host the West Indies Senior Men Regional Championships from February to April of this year. We then moved on to the West Indies Senior Women Regional Championships, February to March of this year. We hosted the Big Six cricket tournament from March 17th to 22nd of this year. And then we went on to the Leeward Islands on the 17th and on the 19th in April of this year. After that, Madam Deputy, we had Cool and Smooth tournament in May of this year. And then we had the West Indies on the 19 men's June and July of this year. Following that, Madam Speaker, we had the West Indies versus Australia men also in July of this year. And then, of course, we went into CPL in August of this year, and the CPL tournament went on even though beyond St. Kitts into September. Following the CPL tournament, we had the Leeward Islands Senior Men's Championship in October of this year. And we had the St. Kitts Cricket Association Keith Atherton T20 November into December now of this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, just about every single month on the calendar, we've had cricket development in St. Kitts and Nevis. Never before has this been this way. And so, Madam Speaker, to be able to do that, we had to focus on infrastructure. We've put a targeted focus on infrastructure, Madam Speaker. We have been working at developing our facilities. And let it be noted that when we took office in 2022, when we looked and did a report on our national stadiums, be it the Warner Park Cricket Stadium, Warner Park Football Stadium, Warner Park Netball Stadium, Warner Park Tennis Stadium, the Kim Collins Athletic Stadium, and Basketball City for our basketball players. They were all, every single last one of them, all in deplorable condition. And the public has seen that and has been commenting on that. We met them all in deplorable condition. And I laughed earlier when the member for Nevis 9 spoke about his own experience in the past administration and the popular phrase, surplus after surplus. But somehow, with all the surpluses, all of our national facilities were in deplorable condition. All, every last one of them. And so, as a Minister of Sport, I had to get to work. Because I was elected not just to complain about situations, but to find solutions. And I said to our people that given the fact that all of them are in deplorable condition, we would not be able to fix them all at once. And we set out on a pathway to achieve our goals in fixing these stadiums. We started with Warner Park Cricket Stadium, getting it ready for play. That cricket stadium has now seen a success in hosting cricket at the highest level, at every month of this year. We then moved on to the Warner Park Netball Stadium, which in 2024, we hosted the International Men's Competition in Netball of the Americas. We then moved on from that to do some work on the lighting in Warner Park cricket and football stadiums. And now we are moving on, work is ongoing at Basketball City. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about some of this work. Basketball City, Madam Speaker, I was told was laid in the early 80s, somewhere around 81, 82, Dr. Douglas, maybe? And I remember when we were removing the concrete because we had to replace it, the head of the Basketball Association brought it to my attention that what we were doing was removing something that had been there since the early 80s and had not been touched since. But let's go even more specifically. The surface of the court was extremely damaged. And I remember it was last year when they were playing a tournament there. And I was there observing the games. And a young man tripped on that surface and injured himself. And I said to them, no more of that. We have to get an upgraded facility for our athletes to be able to play in a safe environment. Today, Madam Speaker, Basketball City is nearing completion, getting ready for the 2026 tournament. Promises made, promises kept. Madam Speaker, I also want to turn attention to the Connery Football Stadium. Madam Speaker, the people of Connery have been asking for a football stadium for a very, very long time. And we heard the mover of the bill speak about it, that when he was there in 2013-14 thereabout, he had started the process, and the process had been abandoned after the administration was removed from office in 2015. Madam Speaker, what was placed there after 2015 was a container, and asked them to use that as their facility. A shipping container, Madam Speaker. And that was given to the people of Connery as their facility then. Madam Speaker, I am happy to note right now, the people of Connery has a world-class stadium to enjoy their football right now as we speak. Wheelchair accessible, everything well, spanking new stadium. I was even jealous because, you know, I'm a football fan as well. When I went to the dressing rooms and the way they had the dressing rooms all set up. Everything in the dressing room. But the people of Connery has gotten the best. But you know what is most important about that stadium, Madam Speaker? The process. The people of Connery were engaged in that process all the way through to the end. It was even built by the people of Connery. And that is important, that our people are involved in their own development. But Madam Speaker, I also want to speak about another sporting facility, national facility, the Kim Collins Athletic Stadium. The Kim Collins Athletic Stadium we've been working on. Now, this stadium was built in 2008 under the previous Labour administration, led by our, as I call him, our icon here, member for number 6. The next time that stadium saw development, significant development, was the upgrade of the track, which happened in 2013, I am told, under the leadership, still under the leadership of the member for number 6, but then the sport minister was the late Honorable Glenn Ghost Phillip. Madam Speaker, neither track nor building saw any significant upgrade since Mr. Phillip. There was one additional upgrade, which was
intentional degradation of the track.
We're going to get to that part too. One upgrade that happened was the building of a call center in the facility. But outside of that, there was no further upgrade to that facility. And the call center is not finished. And I was told, as I heard, I think it was last year in these same sessions, that $10 million was spent. I don't know what it was spent on, but I was told that it was spent. Now, outside of no further upgrades being done, Music Festival was hosted there a few times under that administration. And a number of other things that were done there did not contribute well to the upkeep of the track. And the track was in horrible condition. Horrible condition. When we brought the experts in, the experts said we needed to change that surface right away. And we got to work. Now these things are processed, and sometimes you go through the process, and whether by international standards you have different challenges, but nonetheless, through all the challenges, we stood to the task. We made sure to push through it, whether it was shipment delays, whether it was airline delays, whether it was weather delays, we stuck to it. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis have a brand new Regapol track at the highest standard of any facility of that size. Yes, it is in constituency number 1.
I feel athletic again, boy.
That's what I'm talking about. Madam Deputy Speaker, our track is now certified to the highest standard any track of that size could be certified to, globally. And the pavilion has been completely renovated. Brand new roof, brand new bathrooms, brand new interior, brand new seating, almost brand new everything except the structural walls. Madam Speaker, we got to work. And the 2026 athletic season will come with our athletes running on a brand new track there at Kim Collins. Something that they could not get from the past administration. In the 7 years, they did not get that. Yes, we ran on it already. And I beat you. Well. How much? Well, you said 5 well. But Madam Speaker, that's on the national level. And we will continue to work at the national facilities. But I don't want us to ignore the fact that the community facilities were also in deplorable condition. And we have been working on them too. We have heard the member for number 1 speak on the Newtown football field and the work we have done there in renovating the stadium. We have the roof was a safety hazard. And we got to work and we fixed that. Madam Speaker, we renovated the entire stadium at Halfway Tree. Madam Speaker, we did some work down in St. Paul's, St. Peter's. We did some work with the lighting and other works that will continue at the gardens. Madam Speaker, we have been working at facilities throughout the island. Newtown, Halfway Tree, St. Paul's, Kim Collins, Warner Park, Basketball City. We have been at work, Madam Speaker. But the sad reality is, it is so much work to do that we have to take the steps necessary to get from one to the other because they were all in deplorable condition. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to turn my attention to Warner Park just for a few minutes. Madam Speaker, on April 16th, 2026, the Warner Park Sporting Complex will mark its 100th anniversary of existence in that capacity. 100 years of sporting excellence at Warner Park. And I want to say this here now, that by the end of January 2026, we will unveil our series of commemorative activities to celebrate that 100th anniversary. Because Warner Park for us represents legacy. But I also want to state that Warner Park represents future. And Madam Speaker, in due course, I will also reveal our vision and our plans for a complete, brand new, overhaul Warner Park sporting facility, which will include a state-of-the-art indoor basketball facility, an upgraded football stadium, a state-of-the-art indoor netball and volleyball facility, upgraded tennis facility, and upgraded cricket stadium. We will be unveiling that in due time. In due time. In due time. We will be unveiling that in due time, Madam Deputy Speaker. But Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not take sport lightly. That is why when we got back into office, we made sure to reintegrate sports into our high schools and primary schools again, as it had been missing for some time. And I want to express sincere gratitude to the parents, to the principals, teachers, staff, and the Ministry of Education for collaborating with the Ministry and the Department of Sports to deliver on these programs. We now have a strong program of sport in school. And if you were there to see any of the football games, you would understand. Right, AG? Strong, the AG is a coach for one of the football teams. But we have a strong sport. An improving one, yes, yes, yes. Mr. Coach. But, Madam Speaker, this is what we are talking about. Building from the grassroots to the international level. And we find that important. And that is why we have also established relationships with sports clubs, such as the Trinidad Netball Police Club. And that partnership saw us hosting the Maraval Netball Club in August of this year for friendly competition. And next year in 2026, we look forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, for our girls to be traveling to face them in Trinidad. So we hosted them this year, and next year our girls will go to Trinidad to face them. And as we talk about collaborations, Madam Deputy Speaker, we recognize that for us to advance sport in any way, shape or form, it will take partnerships. It will take some policy reforms, and it will take, of course, infrastructure. And so while we have been investing in infrastructure, we have also been reaching out to establish the right partnerships, and we have also been looking at how do we develop the right policy. We have been specifically strengthening our collaboration with the St. Kitts and Nevis Olympic Committee and all the national sporting federations under their purview. In fact, it was just last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the ministry met with the representatives of the St. Kitts and Nevis Olympic Committee and Pan American Sports Organization, where introductory meeting with a sport methodologist contracted by Pan Am to the St. Kitts and Nevis Olympic Committee to develop, along with the ministry, a comprehensive sports development plan for St. Kitts and Nevis. We are not just thinking about today or tomorrow. We are thinking about the future, Madam Deputy Speaker. What will St. Kitts and Nevis be like in the area of sports 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? And we now have a sports methodologist contracted to help us plan and chart that course. When we talk about transformational, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are investing in our people because progress begins with people. And so we are investing in our coaches, our referees, our administrators, our volunteers, and sports professionals. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2026, we aim to ensure all coaches receive certification. And we will strengthen the knowledge sharing and, of course, make sure that we improve on athlete care because our athletes are indeed our precious gems. We have to protect them. But beyond that, Madam Speaker, 2026 will be a great year for sports and infrastructure as well. We've done quite a bit of work, but there's still quite a bit left to do. And Madam Speaker, I just want to briefly outline how this budget for 2026 will help our sportsmen and women. We will certainly be upgrading the tennis courts around the country. Yes, please.
My daughter won the under 12 Antigua versus St. Kitts competition.
We have champion tennis players, and we are now getting on to tennis. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we have champion players in the village in tennis, we also know that, village has had its time as champion football team. And while the Oro just enjoy their time at the top of the table, we want to ensure that we support the village and its football development. And that is why in 2026, we will be constructing a stadium in the village in Limekeel. We will be finally constructing a stadium in the village in Limekeel in 2026.
Thank you.
So hopefully that will help you to compete against us.
And the community is involved.
I will give all St. Paul's the Pinocchio.
But Madam Deputy Speaker, as we talk about the member for number 6 and he mentioned St. Paul's, I want to also put on record that in 2026 we will be fencing the Saddlers playing field as well. In 2026, the Saddlers playing field will see their facility fence. That is what we are saying.
Praise the Lord.
Investing in our people and powering progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will also be getting round to some work that are well overdue down at the Gardens playing field as well. We will also be getting on to some work overdue at the Virtuals playing field as well. We will be moving down into the Derby area as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a number of other facilities around the country. This budget is investing in our people in sports, ensuring that our youth have positive outlets and ensuring that sports provide a deterrent from negative influences for our young people. Investing in our people, powering progress in sports. But I want to move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, a bit from sports, as we see we have been doing quite a bit of work there, but move on to another area. And that is the area of small business, cooperatives, and the creative economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to speak on how this ministry and the budget that was vested in this ministry is investing in that small business owner in Cayon, to the seamstress in Sandy Point, to the vendor around Bastia, to the young creative in constituency number 4, who puts in all that work in the wee hours of the morning. The Ministry of Small Business, Cooperatives and the Creative Economy has shown the region and the world the power that comes with investing in your people. The ministry, Madam Deputy Speaker, stands as one of the most dynamic engines of inclusive growth, innovation, and resilience. It is where our culture meets commerce and creativity meets the opportunity, and where enterprise meets empowerment, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look back at 2025, the ministry, through SPDC, did training sessions in 2025 alone for hundreds of MSMEs, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are talking about training them in digital transformation, in business continuity, in financial literacy, and in market readiness, making sure that our small businesses were ready to take on the global challenges. Madam Deputy Speaker, one-on-one digital marketing sessions, intellectual property workshops, and financial management training also strengthen the competitiveness of our small businesses to compete not just locally, but to have them compete on a regional level. One of the major highlights I wish to highlight for our small business development for 2025 was our Sundown Summit. We conducted this with the Eastern Caribbean Securities Exchange and the National Bank, the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank. Madam Deputy Speaker, this summit was to explore pathways for small businesses to have a clear avenue to access finance, because our small business sector has said that is one of their greatest challenges. How do we go and access finance from lending institutions and grant institutions that offer grants? But we took it a step further, Madam Deputy. We even got them advice on how they could prepare their businesses for entry into the regional stock exchange. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are not just thinking about moving St. Kitts in small steps. One of the things that I committed to when I was campaigning for office is transformational leadership. And so, yes, we want them to access capital through the banks. Yes, we want them to understand how to best prepare themselves to attain grants, but we want them to go to that next level. How do you now list your companies on the stock exchange so that you could really tap into the world of finance? Transformational advice rendered to our small business persons right here at our Sundown Summit. Madam Speaker, this is where we are shifting the idea of small business from just being small to structured, and from being just businesses that are surviving to businesses that are thriving, Madam Deputy Speaker. But one of the focal points that we've had in this investment in small business, Madam Deputy, is the investment in our women entrepreneurs. We have placed focused attention on our young women in business. We have given them training in leadership and different capacity building initiatives, which reinforces this government's commitment to inclusive participation and gender equity. Madam Deputy Speaker, when you look at the entire structure of not just the Parliament but the Cabinet, you recognize that there's a high volume of women participating. That was one of the mandates of this government, and we continue to push that mandate across the board, even in small business development. Madam Deputy, because again we've been talking about access to finance, the ministry launched another initiative with the St. Kitts Nevis and Anguilla National Bank. That initiative is called Building Bankable Businesses. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this initiative continues to transform the entrepreneurial landscape. It provides a one-stop environment for combining training, financial literacy, mentorship, and direct engagement with the financial institutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what we talk about empowerment. This is what is bridging the divide between just our young people having an ambition into now having access. This is what has given rise to sustainable enterprises. Enterprises that can create jobs, Madam Deputy Speaker. Enterprises that stimulate spending. And enterprises that, of course, will expand the tax base of St. Kitts and Nevis, ensuring that our country not only moves and diversifies from the troubling CBI to ensuring that we have a stable and forward-moving economy as well. Small businesses are the backbone to any economy. We know that. And developing small businesses means that you're developing the country, developing the economy, and developing your people. Investing in our people. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to move on because I know I have quite a bit to speak on, and the time could be limited sometimes. But let us talk about cooperatives, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because you see, what we recognize is that if you really want to build a sustainable ecosystem for business, you have to look at how businesses are originated. And so the creative idea that originates the business has to be fostered. You have to look at how you develop that business. You provide access to finance, you provide the training and the development sessions. But when you have established businesses, one of the best structure is the structure of collaboration. And the member for Nevis 10 could speak to that as well. A structure of collaboration, and one of the best structures that we have been utilizing is the structure of cooperatives. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have been powering progress to the development of cooperatives. The Gideon Force Organic Farm is one that jumps out. The Datebay Fisheries Corp and the other fisheries corp, because there's quite a few of them, also jump out as well. But one of our shining stories, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has not been given a lot of mention is our Junior Savers Cooperative, where young people in all the primary school are able to save under the cooperative structure. This has been a shining light across St. Kitts and Nevis. And we have been strengthening this, Madam Speaker, and ensuring that it has the right structure and guardrails. Because we've seen some troubling matters over the last couple of years with that, and we had to make sure that we restructure it to give it the right stability and guardrails to be a strong force for our young people. It encourages our young people to learn about financial management at an early age and protect that through the development of the cooperative. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this year, as I talk about developing cooperatives, we spent a lot of time developing the Cooperative Societies Act, revising it, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the groundwork for that was done this year, setting the stage for us to move into 2026 to go and pass those revisions into law and develop that Cooperative Societies Act. So we're looking forward to strengthening the Cooperative Act in 2026. Cooperatives need to be developed, structured, so we can establish strong grounds for our business sector to find the right collaboration for development. And that we are doing, Madam Deputy. But Madam Deputy Speaker, beyond just developing cooperatives, I want to speak on the creative economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we took office in 2022, this government decided to put together a construct called the creative economy. That construct to date has done phenomenal work, having only been formally established in 2022. What do I speak of, Madam Speaker? We can look to the most recent Carry Festa in Barbados, where we had over 80 persons in our delegation, and where St. Kitts and Nevis stood tall, stood loud, and stood proud in Barbados. St. Kitts and Nevis was the talk of Carry Festa this year. In fact, I want to give credit to my good friend and brother Jahir for her outstanding achievements there at Carry Festa. When I saw the artwork that she created with braids, I myself had to applaud and say, wow, St. Kitts and Nevis got talent can done. Wow. Madam Deputy Speaker, culture loud, Eske, and proud was the slogan, and we couldn't be any more proud of our delegates. Our talent is world class, and we have known that. And with the creative economy, we have been harnessing that talent and pointing it in the right direction. Madam Deputy Speaker, another bold initiative that was done this year by the creative economy was the Afri-Caribbean Exchange program that was launched. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak on this one a bit, because this program was initiated in March of this year, when I visited Nigeria for the first time. And formal discussions on that visit led to signing of a number of memorandums of understanding. Those MOUs, Madam Deputy Speaker, laid the foundation for what happened after that. And so after March, by June of this year, we had a 777 landing here directly from Nigeria with over 100 delegates to participate in a cultural exchange here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Over 100 delegates flew directly from Nigeria to St. Kitts to participate in this. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, what does this really mean for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis? This, I want us to put into context, that the United States of America on a whole has a population of just over 300 million, thereabout. Nigeria, as a country, has a population of over 200 million. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was reading an article in Barbados Today some months ago, where they said that if we are able to divert some of our trade into the South-South mechanism, what does that mean? Diverting trade to countries outside of the northern countries. Right now, most of our trade is done with America and Europe. But if we are able to divert trade south, including countries in Africa, South America, and the likes, the Caribbean region, just by doing that, not by changing anything that they order, not by changing their standards, but just by doing that, shifting where they order from, can save over $1 billion annually. Do we understand what that means? The Caribbean region can save over $1 billion annually. We're talking about transformative development, Madam Deputy. And we are leading in that. We are moving towards establishing that rapidly. From March to June, we've had that delegation. Following June, we had a delegation that came back for Caribbean Week of Agriculture in September. At that delegation, we sat with that delegation, myself as the Minister of Agriculture, as well as Dr. Jules, who's the head of the OECS. And what is developing from that is that in March of 2026, myself as the Minister of Agriculture for St. Kitts and Nevis will be co-chairing an agricultural summit with the Minister of Agriculture of Nigeria, where the OECS ministers will be brought along, and the ministers from across, some ministers from across Africa will also be brought to the table. Establishing relationships for the development of agriculture and South-South trade. St. Kitts and Nevis again at the forefront of that agenda, leading that agenda. This is transformation at work. And the member for Nevis 9, it was in his presentation, spoke to the idea of sometimes when you establish something, people don't see it right away. And then later on, people understand the importance of it. But I think we are getting closer to the understanding of why is it important. Because if we be fair and honest with ourselves, We are one decision away from turmoil if we stay in the same space that we are. And I'm not talking about our decisions. We saw what happened to Antigua and Dominica. We need to make decisive action to protect ourselves in any event. And we are moving towards that steadfastly, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the momentum didn't stop at Caribbean Week of Agriculture. A few weeks ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, a delegation from St. Kitts and Nevis visited Nigeria to participate. The delegation was invited by a foundation in Nigeria, Miss M Foundation. Initially, 40 individuals from St. Kitts and Nevis were invited. Cultural practitioners, farmers, regular persons, ministers, and what was disheartening for me was the fact that students from our local high schools were invited to be a part of an exchange program. And because of unforeseen flight delays and cancellation, they did not make it on that trip. But they have been rescheduled for March of next year. But let me talk about that cultural program. Because in June, when they came from Nigeria to St. Kitts, we did a program where the young persons from Nigeria had a forum with the young persons from St. Kitts. To date, as we speak even now, they are in a chat forum where they continuously communicate and share ideas. That is international engagement and youth development at work. What we were doing now was a program where we were taking one young person from every high school in the Federation. Unfortunately, when we reached out to the Nevis end, they said that they did not wish to participate. And so we focused on St. Kitts. But we were taking one person from every public high school in the Federation to Nigeria, pairing them with a young person from Nigeria, and doing a planting program. Now, the idea of planting a tree wasn't just about planting a tree. It was creating a forum for them to communicate, share ideas, and interact for years to come. And the idea with that was for that same child from Nigeria to come and plant a tree on this side. And so they have a common cause to communicate across the Atlantic. Youth development, visionary, forward-thinking development of connecting our countries in meaningful ways. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the kind of development that our country needs to see. Because coincidentally, in that same period of time from March till now, St. Kitts and Nevis became the first country outside of Africa, the first country in the Western Hemisphere to enjoy full visa-free access into Nigeria. And some of these things, Madam Deputy Speaker, most people may not recognize the importance. But you know, when I understood how valuable that was, and it warmed my heart, when we were traveling through London to Nigeria a few weeks ago, one of the members had a passport for a world superpower. And I would refrain from naming, but a world superpower. And the authorities in London said to that person, "Don't you have another passport? Because this one won't get you in without a visa." He had to take out his St. Kitts passport to get into Nigeria without a visa. When our passport is showing more power than passports that we've revered all the years, we should be happy and proud for our development. These are the steps towards national development. Madam Deputy Speaker, And these are the steps that we are steadfastly pursuing to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis is progressing in the modern age. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to recognize a fact that we have not really been paying close attention to. A lot of times, our history has encouraged us to discredit our identity and who we truly are. And to say it plainly, our own teachings throughout history has encouraged us to hate our blackness. And we pretend to be everything else in the world but black people. Somehow we don't appreciate who we are. And I am saying to my people in St. Kitts and Nevis, it is time we move away from that old teaching and appreciate who we are. Because while we are not appreciating, most of the world's natural resources come from Africa. And everybody else is taking it and reselling it back to us at escalated prices. We have a direct connection to the source, culturally, economically, diplomatically. Let us use it wisely and not let everybody else use it and then resell it to us. In every way, shape, and form. While I was there, I was decked out in my three-piece kaftan. Yes. And I heard that some people had criticisms because I was decked out in a three-piece kaftan. But nobody's criticizing that I'm decked out in a suit. So what makes this more valuable than a kaftan? The last time I looked at my skin, I was black. And so, from what I know, black people come from Africa. And so that is more home to me than anywhere else outside of St. Kitts and Nevis. So me wearing a European suit is somehow more valuable than me wearing an African suit. Well, I am telling you, I am coming to Parliament in my kaftan during the budget. I will be coming to this Parliament in my kaftan for this budget debate. And so I want us to recognize. But it is a suit, an official suit at that. And it looks good and fit nice. That's right. So I am no longer going to hate my blackness. And I am encouraging our country to no longer hate your blackness. Embrace your blackness. Embrace your roots and your culture. Embrace our people. We are part of the African diaspora. Africa has been our home, and we know this. We should not run away from that fact. And I just wanted to highlight that because I think it's important to say it. I think it's very important to say it. But Madam Deputy Speaker, while I was in Nigeria, I also had the distinct honor of commissioning an Afro-Caribbean Cultural Center there. This is a space where artists from the Caribbean and artists from Africa will be able to display their work. Our own artists in St. Kitts and Nevis will be able to display our works there in Nigeria. Again, remember I told you, Nigeria has a population of 200+ million people. So you know what that means for exposure and development of our artists? Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to know of what is happening between St. Kitts and Nevis and the African continent, specifically that which is happening in Nigeria. I also want to touch on the fact of something that moved me while I was there. While I was there with the delegation at the foundation launch, the launch of the Miss M. Anora Foundation, I saw our people show up and show out. I saw bloggers like Mr. Glasgow, who was able to document the realities of Africa that he had never been taught before. But more importantly, I saw how our own Sankofa Maccabee captivated hundreds of Nigerians with a song that they felt was written about their own circumstance. Mama Africa calling me. The east side, west side, south side, north side, it's time we come together. And he had a room of hundreds of Nigerians captivated by his song. In fact, they have since told me they want to get that song on radio over there, and they want him to shoot an official music video. Our own Ras Sankofa Maccabee. But I also saw Desjour rock the crowd. Now, we know Desjour has been one of our top artists for a while, but to watch him perform on the African continent was a distinct joy and pleasure for me, Madam Deputy Speaker. And these things make me feel proud. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to move on and talk about a bit within that same ministry, because I want some time to talk about agriculture. All right, so I want to move forward within that same ministry and talk about, briefly, our sugar mass, our national carnival. Our national carnival was vested under my interests in 2022. We hosted our first carnival then, and immediately one of the things that I did, because we had short notice, was to launch Sugar Mass Awards, which has been doing phenomenally well in recognizing some of our people. Ms. Skerritt, and so many of those were so honored to have received their flowers before they pass on to the graveyard. Over 50 plus years of service, some of them, to our National Carnival product. And I was happy to be the minister to launch such an initiative. But not only that initiative has grown, our National Carnival product has grown, Madam Deputy Speaker. And even now, as we speak this year, we saw the launch last week. And at the launch, we saw how many persons came out to celebrate the opening of Carnival. But we also saw a phenomenal display of local talent at the Talented Teen Show, the Republic Bank Talented Teen Show. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe we had well over 3,000 plus people inside looking at our young contestants.
Oh, yes, I was there.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Madam,
I was there.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, commend our national talented team, 2025 to 2026, Madam Deputy Speaker. But as I'm talking about her, I can't help but feel a bit sad, because on the night of the pageant, I was next to her while everyone from her principal, her mother, her family, her friends celebrated her success. Celebrating her success on the stage, and I stood and enjoyed the moment with them, Madam Deputy Speaker. And less than 24 hours after, I had the most difficult experience in observing our National Carnival chairperson, ushering her out of the Junior Calypso show before she heard the news that her mother had passed. And I want to ask for a brief moment of silence for the extraordinary Janet Johnson, who has given her life to service of pageantry, of culture, and of artistic development. She has given her entire life to it. And if you may, Madam Speaker, we have a moment of silence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. I believe that...
Honorable member, you have 30 minutes.
I believe that her contribution is worth reverence of the highest order. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I have known Janet for a long time. In fact, in a past life as an entertainer, my second music video, Janet was actually one of the featured females in that music video. This has to be some 20 years ago. I have known Janet for quite a while. And Janet has always been a bubbly, lively spirit. Sometimes it seems like nothing ever bothers her until you get her on that side. But she has always been able to just exude vibrance, no matter where she went. And she was very supportive in so many ways. And when I think, what would she want for us here in the country, notwithstanding the unfortunate situation? Thinking about who she has been, I'm quite sure she would say, Sugar Mass, play on. Sugar Mass, play on. And so I want to encourage us, as we honor her, to continue to celebrate as she did, be as vibrant as she was. When I looked at the video with her on stage celebrating her daughter's success, you saw her in living color. And I don't know if it's unparliamentary to say, she could walk up. That's culturally. And her son works in the AG's office. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we still have quite a bit of Carnival 2025, 26 left on the calendar. And if we have to look at Sugar Mass 53 as a benchmark, then I expect that what we have left will certainly be an experience for our people. We have heard about the historic impact that we've had over our last carnival and the contributions that it has made to our economy. On record, it has put 21 million EC dollars into our economy. And that's something that we should be proud of, because investment in our culture and our people should reap these type of rewards, and we are seeing it in full effect through the investment in Carnival. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am quite sure that Carnival this year, Sugar Mass 54, would reap as well or even higher returns for our people. And I'm looking forward to the same energy as we had from the opening Miss Talented Teen and the Junior Calypso show to transcend all the way through to Last Lap. You know, and as I reflect, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Junior Calypso show, the words of Socrates, our famous Calypsonian, comes to mind. Because he came to me in the middle of the show and he said, man, this is an outstanding event. It's a wonderful activity. That is true. So this is a call from fellow Calypsonian. That Socrates, you need to sing that loud.
Yes.
But he did come to me and he said, this is phenomenal. He said to me, I can retire now because I am impressed with this. And those words for me means a lot. Huh? Socrates, you still have a competitor here that's still challenging. He got to finish the song. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we move forward, I want to take some time to talk about the creative economy in 2026. In 2026, the creative economy will continue its global ascent. We started an initiative in 2024, which was the Creative Power Arts Convention, and we are hosting it again in 2026, where we are bringing industry leaders from across the world to St. Kitts to train not only our people in St. Kitts and Nevis, but people across the wider Caribbean. So we are looking for the industry's best. Last time we had Russia, and we had Scott, and we had so many of the industry's best in different areas of artistic development. And this time we are trying to take the bar even higher. And 2026, we anticipate that the Creative Power Arts Convention will be a featured highlight for our artists and their development. We have also, through our connection again with Nigeria, been able to tap into some of the top producers in Nollywood who are now looking to collaborate with film producers on St. Kitts and Nevis and the wider Caribbean, who are looking to collaborate in developing those wonderful African movies over here in the Caribbean. And we have had the interest of these people, and they are saying that they are ready in 2026 to come into the Caribbean, come into St. Kitts and Nevis, and have that development going. But let us understand, Nollywood is recorded currently as the fastest growing film industry globally. And we have the interest of some of the top producers of Nollywood that are saying, let us work together. Let us collaborate. Again, St. Kitts and Nevis leading the way. Madam Deputy Speaker, beyond just our culture and film and all of that, another thing that I found heartwarming was when I went to Nigeria and I saw Mother Becky's teas being enjoyed and warmly embraced by the people of Nigeria. When I saw them pulling out the bottles of Old Road rum in Nigeria. Because when they had visited, they had fallen in love with these products and had taken them back because they had loved them so much. And the pepper sauce, that's right. Madam Deputy Speaker, what this says to me is that in opening up the right transport routes between St. Kitts and Nigeria, our products can find a home among 250 million people. I hope we understand what that means. I hope we understand what that means. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will continue investing in the development of St. Kitts and Nevis by investing in the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And as we talk about investment in people, one of the most fundamental investments that we can make is in the area of agriculture. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to take some time now to talk about the area of agriculture, fisheries, and marine resources. And in that, I want to start in talking about the area of medicinal cannabis and the Medicinal Cannabis Authority. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we took office, the Medicinal Cannabis Authority was vested at that time in the office of the Prime Minister. And it was a year ago that it was transferred, not 2025, 2024, it was transferred over to the Ministry of Agriculture. In such time, we have been working to develop the sector. The sector has many challenges. There is a legal framework that is so delicate. And one time I had to ask one of the stakeholders, who of course is excited to get this industry going. While you want this industry to move fast and swiftly, would you think giving up your ability to go on Amazon and purchase goods is worth it? What do I mean when I say that? If we get this wrong, the potential for international banking relations could be affected. We have to do this carefully. And that is something I want us to understand. That it is one thing to get it done, but it's another thing to get it done right. And as we navigate getting this industry started, there are things that emerge that one couldn't foresee. Because while we inherited a legislative framework, when we did our tours and community engagement, there were a lot of things that came out of those community engagement that we recognized we would have to go back to the drawing board to rectify. And so the previous administration started the work, we inherited the work, but even when we went out to engage the general public, they had a lot of questions about some of what was in the legislation. And I could give some examples where the Act speaks to concessions for traditional farmers, yet the Act does not define who qualifies. And without clarity, we risk unfairness and potential legal challenges, right? The Act mandates an electronic track and trace system. And while this is international best practice, we also recognize, is it really affordable and appropriate and suited for our own national capacity? So these are things that we had to work through. Now, Madam Speaker, I am not saying that it is doom and gloom. I am saying that the board at the Medicinal Cannabis Authority has been diligently working to get these things right. And the board is ably led by Ms. Jeanne Williams-Knight and has representatives from across various sectors: customs, police, health, agriculture, you name it. There are representatives on the board that give insight across all the sectors. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, with that said, I am happy to report that over 2025, with all the work that has gone in, we have successfully transitioned CEOs. We know that we had early 2025 the resignation of one CEO, and we successfully transitioned to a new CEO. We have successfully opened the authority's physical space, which is on Princess Street. And I heard the members for Nevis 10 and Nevis maybe 9, I think, or 11, said that the people don't know where to get information. And so I know you guys were invited to the launch ceremony. I know you guys weren't there, but it is on Princess Street, that's the St. Kitts, that the authority is. And so you can now convey that to your citizens on Nevis, that they can come for any information about development in cannabis right there on Princess Street. And sign up. Now, there's a lot of work that has been done. And to get it right, we've had sessions with the Chief Medical Officer, we've had sessions with the Bureau of Standards, the Council Against Drug Abuse, who's actually vested, again, with the communication about the legislation and its effects. And so, to the member from Nevis 10, you had asked that question. And that, again, the Bureau, the Council Against Drug Abuse, will be rolling out a full-fledged campaign on the legislation and the development of that. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to look ahead in the area of cannabis. To 2026. We see the area of medicinal cannabis as an area where in 2026 we are set to launch the official website. And that website will help in providing clear guidance on licensing, timelines, and all the other requirements. But this would also help in improving the transparency and the efficiency of information and public engagement and understanding. But also, Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2026, we are looking to launch the SKN Cannabis Cup. And what is this, Madam Deputy Speaker? It is a competition for our local growers to establish where we are in the industry. And I'm not just talking about what is St. Kitts and Nevis's position in the global industry, but what are our standards currently with our traditional growers? What are their strengths and their weaknesses? What areas do we need to develop? What areas do we need to harness that they have a high level of skill? And from that information, then we see how we roll out the licensing in next year. So the whole idea is that we test the industry. We ensure we understand where we are. And we use that data to roll out into the year. And this has been guided not just by the local authorities. We have engaged a global expert, Dr. Marshall Emmanuel of the University of the West Indies, a well-respected botanist and cannabis researcher globally. And he is expected to be on island in short order. I understand could be within a month or two. And he will be helping with training our growers. He will be helping with the public education. He will be helping with developing testing standards and a pathway to certification for all the medical practitioners. Dr. Emmanuel has been instrumental in the development of industries across the Caribbean. And what we now have are the lessons learned and the pitfalls that we should be avoiding, and which would help us to avoid some of the major pitfalls. Madam Speaker, we are moving in that area. And some may say we are moving slowly, but I say we are moving responsibly. We are moving carefully so that we avoid any undue pressure on our economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are committed to getting this done correctly for the benefit of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and making sure that when we roll this industry out, our people have the right benefits. But as I recognize time is going, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about food security for a bit, because a number of questions were asked and a number of matters, I think, need to be discussed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look at the budget and we look at capital projects and infrastructure development, we see areas like the agro-processing unit, where we have fully renovated the agro-processing unit, and we have been procuring equipment which are now here actually and installing them to help our agro-processors amplify production. What does this mean for the local man on the ground? Madam Deputy Speaker, when we sat down to create our 25 by 25 plan, we looked at the entire agricultural value chain. Everything from land preparation to the type of seed, to the growing practice, to harvesting methods, to post-harvest storage and transportation, to distribution, to consumption. And we recognize that as we develop in the crops that we have selected, not all the crops or all the fruit produced will meet the fresh market standard. Some of them just won't meet that standard. So then we recognize it will open up a wide door for agro-processing so that we do not lose those valuable products, Madam Deputy Speaker. So as we grow more, there'll be more that does not meet the market, and we need to do something with them to increase value and extend their shelf life and make them marketable. And so we then went ahead to develop the agro-processing unit to be able to capture that area. It now means that the people that are making hot sauces, people that are making jams, people that are making flour, the people that are making, you name it, there's so many different products that are being made now by our local agro-processors. We have been winning competitions, VI, Agricultural Fair, all over with our products. They now have a home to mass produce their products. We have built out a facility that they can utilize to mass produce their products. That is what we are talking about. Reduce wastage, because post-harvest wastage is a big issue. We're talking about reducing that wastage and turning that into value for St. Kitts and Nevis. But this has been a comprehensive plan. This has been a very comprehensive plan. We have measured even how we produce among the 14 crop varieties for different scales of land, and how that production fits into the value chain. One of the challenges we have been facing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the idea of consistency. We have been training our farmers. To date, from we launched this program to now, we have done dozens of training sessions. But again, sometimes it is difficult to pass on new tricks to people who are seasoned in their ways. But we continue to try, Madam Deputy Speaker, because our farmers have been used to seasonal planting. They plant when the rain about to come. We are saying to them, the market doesn't necessarily work in that fashion. The market demands a level of consistency. And we are training them to be able to produce consistently. And again, those efforts are yielding some fruit, but there are some areas where we still see some need for development. But Madam Speaker, let us look at some of those areas where we could speak to, some areas of development and some areas where we do need to, where we see some success. And, when we launched the program, we had a few things that came out of our discussion. Farmers were saying climate change was one of the biggest issues. We are drought at the time was affecting their cultivation. We got to work. We ordered and distributed over 200 water tanks and irrigation systems to our farmers. Now, and we did that free of cost. Now, I have been visiting farms, and I could tell you, I was impressed with Mr. Omar Williams down in Middle Island. I remember visiting his farm before he got the supplies. And he said to me, I had never received anything from the Ministry of Agriculture before. He got the supplies. And within a year of receiving the supplies, he opened Middle Island Market. And you could go down to Middle Island Thursdays and I think Fridays and purchase fresh produce from his farm down at Middle Island Market. And again, he gives credit to the support that we had given him to be able to increase production and be able to supply his community with food. I could speak of Neil Mitchell down in Date Bay, member for number 6. Yeah. Neil currently has, I would say, over 5,000 sheep and goat. And when I visited Neil's farm some months ago, Neil said to me, Minister, I hope you are going to be minister for at least the next 10 years, because I got 10 years in this, and I want you to be the minister while I'm here, because this is the best I ever see this. That means you must have been doing a good job. But that's Neil. I speak of Terence Acosta, who has one of the best cattle operations in St. Kitts and Nevis. And again, Terence Acosta has credited the department for their support in enabling him to run such an effective operation. But one of the people that, for me, inspires me a lot is Mr. Leon Anthony. I am inspired by Leon Anthony a lot. Because I remember in my days where I was committed to farming, Leon Anthony would always win Farmer of the Year. Yellow. Yellow. Would win Farmer of the Year. When you were minister, he won Farmer of the Year, correct? And I remember being in Costa Rica, and Dr. Mohammed was doing a presentation for Cathay. And in his presentation, they were studying Yellow's farm as a model of excellence at a university in Costa Rica. And Yellow's has been able to allow us to use the model of his farm to share it with the rest of the country, to share his success with the rest of the country. And every time Yellow see me, Yellow said, Minister, but this is the best agriculture ever been. And What is important about that is that I don't even know Yella to be politically aligned with our institution. But he has been committed to agriculture, and he has said how he feels about the state of agriculture. And this is a man who has been winning Farmer of the Year well before I was even minister.
Honorable Member, your time is up, so you would have to act.
I would like to request additional time, Madam Speaker, to finish my presentation of this Honorable House.
The question is that the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 4 be given additional time, not exceeding 30 minutes, to do his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me that time to finish my presentation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about production data. Because when we talk about agriculture, we hear a lot of conversations. And I always say agriculture is a vulnerable sector. If it has too much sunshine, there's a problem. If not enough sunshine, there's a problem. If the wind blows too hard, there's a problem. If not enough wind, there's a problem. If the rain falls too hard or too long, there's a problem. If not enough rain, there's a problem. It is a vulnerable sector. But at the same time, we have to meet it with its challenges and push forward, because we cannot survive without food. And so we constantly brave these challenges and keep pushing and finding innovative ways to be able to consistently produce supplies. Now, Madam Speaker, we have seen some of our crops showing phenomenal resolve and excellent potential in development. Not just for the domestic demand, but to be able to become export crops. I speak of crops like carrots, where we've seen over 186% increase in production. I speak of crops like sweet pepper, more nominal, but we've seen a 22% increase. I speak of crops like watermelon, where we're exceeding by 112%, Madam Deputy Speaker. Crops like tomato, where we're seeing 53% increase. Yes, we do have crops like cabbages where we have seen an increase, but at like 1%. And we do have some crops where we have not seen an increase. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what we are doing. It is a work in progress. And we are developing, and I see this development going quite well. One of the things that we have done to transform the sector as well is the plant material that we introduce. Last year, into this year, we introduced 150,000 pineapple slips, 60,000+ banana and plantain slips, and 15,000 coconut slips. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to give a brief outline of what that means. The average cost per pound for pineapple is what? Remember from Needles 11? Average cost per pound, pineapple? Huh? The average cost per pound for pineapple. Okay. And the average poundage for a pineapple is how much? 3 pounds. So $8 per pound by 3 pounds. That's about how much that is? $24. And let's just keep it basic for the maths, by 150,000.
24 by 150,000, that's a bit more difficult, but that's about 4 million.
So we see how this contributes to the society. So the pineapple alone, just by a static standard, could bring near $4 million, right? And if we do a similar exercise with plantains and banana, you average what, 30, 40 pounds a lock? And they sell for what, $3, $4, $5 a pound? By 60,000? Again, you see, we're looking at millions and millions of dollars being injected into our economy. But this wasn't by accident. We studied this before and recognized how can we build agriculture to that level. But why did we choose some of these crops? One, based on import statistics. But two, based on survival as well. A crop like banana, a green banana is a starch and a vegetable. And as a starch could produce flour that could then produce byproducts like dumplings and cakes and pastas. And so without changing our diet, we can rely on what we grow. A ripe banana is a fruit, and again can produce desserts and can also produce different commodities, juices and so many other things. And we've thought this too. How do we make sure that our country is stable in the worst case scenario? But how can we ensure that in a case as today, we can continue exporting and providing food for our people and the region? These are some of the things that we have done. But as you know, I do have a lot to talk about, but I want to move on to another area of concern that was raised. The hatchery. Now, my good friend from Nevis 10 and my good friend from Nevis 11 has indicated that they're not sure about the operations there and the 2025 agenda. Now, I want to just put on record. My good friend from Nevis 11, when I was elected in 2022, in short order, what did I do? I came over to Nevis and I paid you a courtesy card. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know if I get to tell me.
Okay then. Unfortunately, shortly after that, he left, and my good friend, he left to come back. Okay. You guys will determine that part, but he left. And my good friend from Nevis 10 took over office. And what did I do? I came over and paid you a courtesy card, didn't I?
Yes, of course.
All right. We established a 25 by 25 task force, and it had members of St. Kitts, and still has, members of St. Kitts and members of Nevis, correct?
Yes.
All right. We even hosted some of those sessions in Nevis, which you were present.
Yes, of course.
And we still continue to share information. And so, as you were presenting, I was wondering, how is it that you don't have the information when your team has their hands on it? But nonetheless, with that said, I think I provided some on the 25 by 25, but I want to talk about the poultry. Now, I am quite sure that you are very much familiar with your poultry farmers, correct? Now, sorry? So now, just for clarity, because it was asked, to date, our hatchery has hatched 9,314 day-old chicks for distribution. We have distributed those chicks locally, and when I say local, I mean federally, and of course, regionally. Federally, I know you said that people from Nevis were at the airport importing chicks. I don't know about that. But we do not block imports either way because people have a choice on the varieties they wish to rear. But if you know Daniel Sankey, he purchases from us.
How much you got now? 875?
If you know Ingle Lawrence, purchases from. And if you know Andrew Leach, purchases from us. And so, again, you know, just for your update, because somehow it seems like the information isn't reaching all the way up.
I'm just someone outside looking in, so I'm just asking.
That's okay. So I'm providing the updates that you are asking for, and ensuring that if the information isn't reaching up, that we have a chance to share that information. So these people have been purchasing from the hatchery already, and we are supplying them In fact, we are now expanding our hatchery so that we can supply the region. Because one of the things that was recognized in our OECS meetings is that St. Kitts and Nevis has the best hatchery in the entire OECS. And all the OECS countries would prefer buying from us than buying from Miami. So we are now expanding our hatchery to be able to service the entire OECS. We are already doing St. Kitts and Nevis, close territories. We want to do the entire OECS. And that is on the agenda and part of our own investment. Now, while I could talk about storage and all these other things, I want to move on and wrap up and talk about fisheries, Madam Speaker. Because agriculture is one of those industries, as we know, you plant a seed, it has to grow, and then you harvest. Fisheries depends more on the hunt. And so fisheries has seen more rapid growth than necessarily the area of agriculture. Because while the animals and the plants are growing, the fisher folk are out hunting. And that's why, Madam Speaker, last year, we saw the industry earning $19+ million, which is a $10 million increase from when we got into office. I've seen the data from January to June of this year, Madam Speaker, and we have already surpassed our 2022 figures. So we are well in line to either meet or exceed last year's figures. Now, what does this mean for the industry and the agriculture sector? It means that instantly, between 2022 when we started, 2 years after everybody else, might I put on record again. Remember, St. Kitts and Nevis started 2 years after everybody else. In 2022 when we started, we have already added $10 million just by fisheries development. So if you're asking about where we are, I'm giving some information to understand that the sector is moving. Are there challenges? Yes, they are. Are we meeting those challenges head on? Yes, we are. We have human resource challenges. We have climate challenges. We have so many challenges. But wherever we meet those challenges, I will be willing to address them head on and make sure that this industry has a fighting chance to become, again, one of the industries that contributes significantly to the national development. That is my mandate. And we work day in and day out to secure that. It's not going to be perfect. Agriculture never is. But I could assure St. Kitts and Nevis that in the end, it will be worth it. Because when anything such as COVID happens and the boats may not be able to come, God forbid, we must be able to survive here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And if we have chicken, and we have rabbit, and we have all the different livestock, and we have bananas and plantains and tomatoes and ground provision and the whole works, we can eat. Cook a pot of soup and eat. And the soup will go a long way. So, while we are seeing these successes in the fisheries sector, we are not forgetting sustainable development and management of our marine sector. And we have been pursuing quite a bit of management efforts. We could talk about our biodegradable panels for fish pots. And we have done a lot of training with our farmers on that. We can talk about our enhanced approach to sargassum management. We received 2 tractors this year to help with the coastal cleanup. And awaiting more equipment for next year. And so we see 2026 where we'll be able to tackle sargassum management more effectively. I also want to talk about our fads, because for me that has been a shining story. I remember in my first series of meetings, how much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 16 minutes? Okay, good. When I got into office, we had meetings with our fisherfolk. And they said to me that their most productive fishing grounds were the 2 fads that came from our relationship with JICA, right? And I asked about them. They said they were subsurface fads. So I said, do you believe that more fads of that nature will help to improve your catch? They said yes. I gave the department a mandate that if we have 2 out there, I want at least 15 more. And let us speak with CRFM and other agencies to see the best way to design them to create a corridor to enhance fish catch. We did that. We did that. To date, those same fisherfolk from Date Bay, Old Road, Dastia, Nevis, collectively built over 21 fads which they are now deploying. I think they have the last 8 to deploy. There were 2. They have done now 21 to add to that. And so we believe the sector can even grow even further than where we are now, sustainably, easing the pressure on coastal fisheries while doing so. So, biodegradable fish pot, stopping the ghost fishing, deployment of artificial reef in our coastal regions, where we're using the old conch shell to create nurseries for young fish, enhancing our coastal fish stocks again, and training and deploying more fads for more deep sea fishing, more pelagic fishing, easing the pressure on coastal fisheries. Sustainable development while economic development work hand in hand. Right, remember from Nevis 11?
Building a sustainable island state.
That's right, there you go. Because you ask the questions I have to answer, right? And remember my colleague for Nevis 10. And for the matter that was raised about collaboration, I spoke to my own effort to collaboration. But I could go even further. When I hosted the Minister of Agriculture for St. Martin, as we were discussing trade between St. Kitts, Nevis and St. Martin, I didn't host those discussions alone. I brought the minister over to Nevis to have discussions with a member from Nevis 10. Did I not?
Yes, of course.
There you go. When Southern University came here on the invitation, I did not host them alone. I brought them over to Nevis to meet with the member for Nevis 10. Did I not?
Yes.
Okay. When we had Tabasco come here, I did not, again, host them alone and say, this is for St. Kitts. Brought them over to Nevis to have discussions with the member for Nevis 10. And everything that I have been doing, I have tried my best to make it a collaboration between St. Kitts and Nevis. Now, sometimes we get invited, and you know you were a minister on a trip, and they said they would pay for the minister. And it's not in my jurisdiction to necessarily invite or send somebody else. But again, I note what you asked, but I just wanted to be clear that I have made tremendous effort to ensure agriculture is a federal matter and not just a St. Kitts matter. In fact, you guys have been growing peppers for Tabasco as well over there, right? Tested?
Yes, we have tested.
There you go. There you go. Because we have made it a federal effort, not just a St. Kitts effort. And I was adamant about that. And that's why when I came in office, I came over. I didn't ask you to come and see me. I came over. And when you left office, I didn't say, well, I met with the minister already, because there was a new minister. I went back again and I met with the minister, because it's a federal effort. And we stand on that. I mean, I heard you guys talk about this government in glowing colors, how we have been better at collaborating than the previous one, that you were actually a part of. But I just want that to be noted for the record because the question was asked. And so, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, I have been given the mandate to come here by the people of constituency number 4. And I have also been given the mandate to lead in the ministries of agriculture. The ministries of agriculture, fisheries, marine resources, sport, small business entrepreneurship, cooperatives, and the creative economy. And we have been putting significant work in every area of each ministry. Not every ministry, but every area of each ministry. The Ministry of Small Business was created when this administration got into office. And today we talk about the ministry as if it's been around for a decade. Notwithstanding that it has only been 2 years since formally established, outside of a name on the book. We launched that in 2023 September. And in the past couple of years, we have made significant strides in supporting the small business sector. Likewise, the creative economy. And in the area of sports, we've seen the tremendous work we've done in facility enhancement and upgrades. Brand new stadium in Connery. Complete overhaul in Kim Collins. Renovations of Netball City. Renovations of Basketball City with a brand new court. Renovations at Warner Park Cricket Stadium. We bought a brand new Jumbotron for Warner Park. That was almost $1 million. We did work on the lights in Warner Park football. We've renovated Half-a-Tree Stadium. We've renovated Lambert Stadium. We've done work at St. Paul's. I mean, all of this in 3 years, Madam Speaker. 3 years. And guess when the last time basketball was done? Certainly not in the last decade before now. Guess when the last time Kim Collins was done? 2013. When was the last time netball was done? And so, it baffles me how the same people who could not get it done are now the loudest talking about it needs to be done. 2 terms, Madam Speaker. 2 terms. 7.5 years. And they couldn't do it. Surplus after surplus and couldn't do it. And in 3 years, look at what has been done. And they're still making it seem like more should have been done. And they keep trying to mislead the people. We told the people of St. Kitts and Nevis we will deliver an indoor basketball facility. But we never said that Basketball City will be that facility. I have clearly outlined in my press conferences that Basketball City will not be that facility because it's too small a space to do a proper indoor facility. But some media, propaganda sites, they're not no media house, propaganda sites, keep peddling lies, thinking that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis are foolish people. But I know that the people are not. And they won't run any show here. And so we are delivering on an indoor facility. Basketball City, we are bringing it up to play in order, and the indoor facility will follow shortly. But nobody can tell me how to run that from the outside when you never did it when you were there. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, my commitment is to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, particularly and especially so the people that sent me here to this Honorable House, people of constituency number 4, and to the areas that I have tremendous passion for, agriculture, small business, creative economy, sports, and others. I was given that job. And every day I wake up and set forth to get that job done effectively and efficiently. And every time I step, whether on the island or off, there's one thing in my mind, to make sure that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis benefit and that this country can punch above its weight in any arena. Any arena. And I will continue to do that. That is my job. That is what the people have elected me to do. And so, Madam Speaker, I am happy to support the move of this bill. The budget for 2026 is well positioned to invest in our people and continue powering progress for St. Kitts and Nevis. And I am happy to have my colleagues along with me and the Prime Minister support to ensure that we continue doing this effectively. And before I sit, Madam Speaker, I just want to recognize my lovely wife and the members of the ministry who are here to support me tonight. But again, Madam Speaker, may it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I would move that this House stands adjourned until tomorrow in the forenoon at 10 for us to continue the budget debate.
Seconder, I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2. St. Christopher 1, sorry.
Madam Deputy, I rise to second that motion. See you at 10.
Thank you. The question is that this Honourable House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House stands adjourned.